Για πάμε λίγο chat. Day 6, πρώτη μέρα των playoff, των knockout. PRX με Osaka Gaming. Δεν τους βλέπω καλά. Βασικά όχι, θα είναι καλό μάτς αυτό. Θα είναι καλό ματσάκι. Θα είναι καλό μάτς. Φυλάζεται παιδιά μια πολύ δυνατή ημέρα σήμερα. Πρώτη μέρα των playoffs με πολύ ωραία ματσάκια. Με ωραία plays θέλω να πιστεύω.
And CAG take round one. And that's what CAG needed as well. Sharif, the lowest rated player remaining at this event.
Πρώτο round πάει στους Osaka Gaming.
Back in Boston, back at the Six Invitational. And he is their fragger. He is what can really light of huge importance for this CAG roster in this best of three. And if he's firing, CAG may...
Υπενθυμίζουμε παιδιά ότι είναι best of 3. Είναι 3 μάτς δηλαδή σύνολο να παιχτούν. Οπότε, ναι, δεν έχει σημασία πώς θα πάει το πρώτο map. Υπάρχουν και άλλα maps, ώστε να μπορέσουν να γυρίσουν την κατάσταση.
Hold that backline nicely, got the initial pick, gave them a bit of advantage to then trade around, and ultimately doing a good job as we enter a bit of a pause. Yeah, it looks like we're going to get the old standard rehost, unfortunately, one round in.
Έχουμε rehost εκεί.
The group stage, it feels quite fitting that it maybe now happens here, but you know, it gives us a time to kind of just breathe, relax, kind of just reset a little bit, maybe analyze that opening round, because it was an intriguing one. It was a slow-paced hit by FearX, and don't get it.
Γεια σου ρε Τενάκο. Τενάκο, εγώ έπαιξα το πρώτο τέτοιο για να ξεκλειδώσω το online. Το έχω φτάσει ακριβώς εκεί πέρα που ξεκλειδώνεις το online που σου στείλα το βίντεο. Το έχω φτάσει ακριβώς σε αυτό το σημείο, μου πήρε κανένα 20 λεπτό. Δεν είναι πολύ. Οπότε αν γουστάρεις να το κάνεις και εσύ, ό,τι θες. Και μετά συνεχίζουμε παρεούλα. Ό,τι γουστάρεις. Πάντως δεν είναι πολύ, να ξέρεις. Και αν δεις και το βιντεάκι που σου έστειλα, θα το κοιτάξω και εγώ τώρα. Οκ, nice, nice. Nice one, nice one.
From ops in towards objective, and they elected not to go for that. I don't know if that's in anticipation for like a read of a nitro down below. Keep in mind, Echo was also available, so I'm not saying it necessarily would have been a free plant, but you do run the risk of going for that flood straight. You lose the Blackbeard up first. It alleviates a lot of that pressure for the defense, and that's the one thing Cyclops have actually looked pretty good at this event is playing advantages. But as mentioned before, unfortunately, they haven't had a lot of them to play around with that entry so low.
They haven't. No. Yeah, I mean, so far the strength of CAG has actually been their plants on their own attack, but they haven't really been able to convert those into a huge amount of attacking wins. Anaton was certainly one that coming into this event, you think, or sorry, into these finals, that you know his 14th EPS, he's a standout. Black Ray as well, 21st EPS. After that, it kind of dropped off a lot for CAG in terms of below 100 EPS. So it's kind of like just those two. And I think that's kind of like the good comparison point for FearX. You look at their roster, so far throughout Reload, they've had 4 players that are 100 plus EPS. Woogieman's the only one that's below 100, and it's 97 anyway. So for CAG to only have 2 versus the 4, I mean, that's a stark difference. You're not going to be able to win this match, win a best of 3, if you've only got 2 or 3 players that are fit and firing. So seeing Sharif in that opening round perform the way he did is certainly a huge boon for CAG. They need that firepower. I don't think we're going to be too long before we get back into things. If you just missed it, of course, the opening round did go the way of Cyclops. And again, Lair, 50-50, right? That's kind of the beauty of this map. It really isn't super attacker or super defender-sided. You just got to win your rounds. And especially if you're looking at it from CAG's perspective, you mentioned their entries, dead last. So if they're going to struggle on the attack, they've got to get these defensive rounds on the board in the first half. Job done in round 1.
Following on a little bit on CAG, I couldn't help but notice a high volume of Team Liquid jerseys in the arena here at RIO.
Πάμε λίγο να δούμε, παιδιά, μέχρι να ξεκινήσει το match. Αυτά είναι τα brackets. Ουσιαστικά τώρα θα παιχτούν τα match που βλέπετε. Osaka με FRX αυτό που βλέπουμε τώρα. Elevate με Wildcard είναι το επόμενο match. W7M με Team Falcons είναι το τρίτο match για σήμερα. Και το τέταρτο match και το τελευταίο είναι Loud Gaming με Furia. Ποια είναι τα πιο δυνατά games από όλα αυτά? W7M με τους Falcons, σίγουρα το βάζω πολύ ψηλά. Και το Loud με τους Fury. Αυτά τα δύο μάτς τα ξεχωρίζω πάρα πολύ. Πιστεύω θα δούμε πολύ καλά games και στα δύο μάτς. Αν και φαίνεται και καλό μάτς αυτό που παίζετε τώρα, παιδιά, που βλέπετε τώρα. Εμείς έχουμε στα prediction έχουμε ψηφίσει να περάσουν οι FRX. Για να δούμε λίγο πάλι τα bracket. Έχω βάλει να βγουν οι FRX, να περάσουν στην επόμενη φάση. Μετά να περάσουν στο επόμενο match οι Wildcard. Στο επόμενο οι W7M. Και στο τελευταίο match να περάσουν οι Loud. Τα prediction στα δικά μου. Για να δούμε αν θα πιάσουμε τίποτα.
It's a long, long way to go, but a good start.
The desk did theorize that cafe being very execute heavy, and we've seen that style really be the meta at this event. Could somewhat suit them, and Fearx will struggle, especially defensively, to play that more fluid style. I'm not as convinced, but wait and see. Still a long ways away. Hopefully, this is a close opening affair. Utility to be cleared. The Goyo canisters from Chibisu will dissuade any immediate push. Fearx electing to bring the Blackbeard again in this round. Created space in the last round, but did fall to the opening pick, and the rest dismantled. Sense as well in play this round. An operator that's got a little bit of play time too.
It was 3 kills, by the way, for Sharif. Correct myself there. We still have the numbers, by the way, in terms of KDAs, even though we did lose that opening round due to the rehost. There's 2 kills for Coded as well for Fearx. They did find a couple of kills on the site in that little trade game. Early peak, Chibitsu did find the opening kill in the first round. Able to do so here, but certainly an opportunity, and happy to play aggressive right now, but the push through from Rin. Not a surprise with the way that Fearx want to play. But the trade from Anderton does come through ever so delayed and gets rid of Woogie on the Blackbeard. So 2 rounds in a row that Fearx are not going to have access to that shield play.
And if you talk about active v passive util, oddly enough, it is actually a net win for Cyclops. Those Goyo canisters already being deployed. Woogie Man won't now get value from his shield.
1 Nitrocell available for CAG through Arcully. Was on this roster, then left, went to Crest Gaming, then came back. Coded still with 3 Candelas available, but they lose Ring elsewhere to Arcully. And gives CAG a slight advantage, double down, and Arcully nuts over towards reception with a double kill. Stifling this attack of Fearx in the second round, and he will find a third. This time we watch that one. We see it with our very own eyes as Coded falls, and with that, Mephi by himself. And CAG are going to take a 2-0 start in this quarterfinal.
Just a 49% cost for Arcully at this event. But having impact early here on Lair, Cyclops looking energized. Good trade from the Nitro. Execute then falling apart somewhat for Fearx. They were never allowed, never enabled to pull off the Ying Sense combo.
Πρώτη φορά βλέπω τόσο κακή απόδοση από τους FRX. Να ξέρετε. Από την αρχή του tournament. Μάλλον γενικά, ό,τι predict κάνω πρέπει να βάζετε το αντίθετο για να κερδίσετε στα prediction. Εν τω μεταξύ δεν έχω παρατηρήσει ποιο map παίζουν. Ποιοι το έχουν διαλέξει το map αυτό. Σίγουρα παίζει σημαντικό ρόλο.
And I like an early timeout. You know that about me, guys. You know, you want to take them early. Don't let that snowball happen in terms of the scoreboard pressure. And we've seen actually really good reception for Dark and what he's been able to do with this Fearx roster. Of course, Brazilian coach in the Brazilian arena. They would love to make that semi-final tomorrow.
So Bunk's briefing then on the agenda for round 3. The final round before the additional bans as well come into play. And I can't help but feel that if Cyclops elect to then take the Blackbeard off after this round, that things could actually get even more challenging for Fearx. So it's definitely not a must-win round, especially in the context of it being a BO3, but it is critically important that they, in my eyes, find this, even just for the confidence boost as well. Keeping in mind, yes, for both teams playing in front of a crowd for the first time, but the added weight and added pressure for the Korean region as well. Can't help but feel that that's planting a seed of doubt maybe in Fearx, so they just need to overcome that initial hurdle, get that first round, build up some confidence, and then let the rest of the game come to them.
It's a perfect time as well for those back home in Korea and Japan. It's only like 10 p.m., so a nice little game is in before. It's 10 a.m. here on a Friday, so I don't think the locals are probably rushing too much to come see this one, but in terms of back home, all eyes on this for the APAC region.
Πού είσαι Ραγκουτάκο? Καλησπέρα μάτι μου. Φίλε, τι κάνεις, how are you? Πώς είσαι ρε ψυχούλα? Πώς πήγε η γκέμαρα χθες? Σε έβλεπα μέχρι ένα σημείο, μετά πήγα, είδα σιρούλα και την έπεσα. Σε είδα μέχρι εκεί που πολέμαγες τον... πώς λέγονταν ρε αυτός? Σαν να άλλαζε μορφές. Πώς λεγόταν ρε μαλάκα αυτός? Καταλάβεις ποιον λέω? Όταν πολέμαγες τον... με το white κουστούμι που είχε. Εν τω μεταξύ αυτόν δεν τον θυμάμαι σαν κακό στο Spider-Man. Δηλαδή πρώτη φορά τον είδα στο game. Σίγουρα θα υπάρχει στα κόμικ για να τον έχουν μέσα στο game. Αλλά κόμικ δεν έχω διαβάσει Spider-Man, οπότε ό,τι ξέρω από σειρές και ταινίες.
Although Black Ray assists.
That's a bit of pressure. Logic bomb Monty down the hallway. So far, though, Fearex haven't been able to capitalize and find any more kills, but they are gaining ground. They are getting good map control and position.
Oh, look at this.
Now the blitz. They need to fire back, but it's the lights out moment for Black Ray. The trade is through from Arcali, but Black Ray is down. Has one gas babe available. Can they find the revive? Still plenty of time. But around this storage hallway is Mephi, waiting to see if CAG want to go for a flank here on the counter-attack.
Oh, they got the res. So Black Ray back up and has one gas babe in hand, which could be a difference maker. And it's in the reposition as well. So everybody from Cyclops now falling back to the first floor. Outside of Chibisu, lurking basement, keep that in mind for a potential plant denial opportunity.
Yeah, all top floor at the moment for Fearex. Rin though, through said top floor, finds the kill onto Anaton, shuts down the Warden.
Arcali flank, but gets shut down.
They couldn't win the battle, which he needed to save the round for CAG, which is now falling apart. A low health Black Ray, one gas babe remaining. So a lot of pressure now on the shoulders of Chibitsu with 30 seconds left. Fearex must find their opening.
Και έχουμε και επίσημα elite skin του Wamai, νομίζω πλέον είναι στο shop, μπορείτε να πάτε να το αγοράσετε.
Captures Mephi off guard while the plant goes down inside of Bucks. But Black Ray falls, that low health smoke is dead, and Rin to finish the round off, taking out Chibitsu and Fearex.
Πάμε ρε Fearex λίγο. Πάμε λίγο.
They've certainly picked their side in this matchup.
Absolutely, yeah. And that's the kind of round. I think the fashion in which
Yeah, πάμε λίγο.
was nice.
There's got to be a shield ban here coming though from CAG's side. The question is, what is it?
It's a toss-up between Blackbeard and Blitz. We saw the Blitz particularly effective in that last round.
Right, so you're saying it's going to be Monty then? No, it is going to be the... Oh, wow, it's going to be the Echo ban coming through along with the Glaz ban. I don't know about that one.
Cyclops clearly confident in their counterplay. And to be fair, for the majority of the rounds, 2 out of 3, they actually have done a good job in shutting them down. I will say, though, in that prior round, double stack with the Monty and the Blitz, and the way in which Fearex were willing to sacrifice the Blitz for the opening pick and get that
just enforce, though, for Fearex, they can just keep playing shields for the rest of this half.
Yeah.
If they choose to. So far, actually, as of right now, heading into the 4th round, they may not.
And it should be clarified as well. If we are to enter overtime, it automatically reverts. There's not an additional ban phase for Cyclops to change their mind and go, oh, maybe we'll take the shields off now. No, not the case. So clearly going in with the game plan and not being too off-put from what Fearex has presented so far. They are in the lead. They'll go back to their primary site of choice as well.
Yeah, Blackbeard comes through here for Wigglyman, no surprise.
Well, last time we saw the triple stack ops. They went deep mez around, trying to go all the way around in towards B, into R6's room.
Well, luckily, last time it was Chibitsu that found the headshot onto the pushing Blackbeard. That really helped them in that round. It was still scrappy. But it was still a round 1 for CAG. They're going to back themselves in. No Glaz trickery available for Fearex, but also no Echo. To be fair, has only been played the once, which was in this opening round site of R6 and Master Office. That was by Anaton, who didn't really get to use the Yokai drones anyway. And yeah, I mean, we also same thing. We only saw the Glaz once, which was in the opening round through Mephi. But it's like you said, if this does go to overtime, this is going to be the side of choice for both teams. And so you kind of want to hinder this side as much as possible.
Yeah, that's true. So it's a different approach from FearX. They go to strap B here for attack. Nobody on the opposite side of the map. Fully flipping. R6 room likely to target of execute. And so Akali, Black Ray looking to contest early. Chip away at drones. Only the 2 down so far. And on the flip side, FearX contesting some of that utility, wanting to clear the likes of the goo mines and the Goya canisters as well. Sensing that that will stall them out late round.
By the way, παιδιά, όσοι δεν έχετε τσεκάρει το
Information,
το play που κάναμε πριν 2 μερούλες, έχει ανέβει στο TikTok. Όποιος γουστάρει, θα το τσεκάρει.
Top floor, when it comes to lair, you don't have to worry too much about the time. Good boy sensing maybe an opportunity to catch someone through that vert. Doing his job on the buck toward Funks, but being watched as well through the Valkyrie camera.
Well, they know exactly where the push is coming from. That ops camera giving no information is actually valuable information. They don't have to worry about the lurk from that position.
Του έχετε δώσει αγάπη.
Σίγουρα.
Yeah, same goes as well for FearX, though, in the way that they're eventually going to look to execute it towards sight. The boy continues to put pressure on from below. Jibitsu having to move his position on the Azami. Holding storage has some keeper barriers available.
Akali lurking down main as well, so Good Boy needs to be really, really careful on the vert, but we'll try our best to keep our eye on that. 45 seconds on the board.
Yeah, I mean, right now, though, for FearX, they've got to start actually hitting the site. So Akali sensing this is the time to get on that flank, get on that roam, try and catch them before they get into the site.
Good Boy's already back on Skybridge, so...
There's not a lot of time remaining here for FearX. So far, they haven't been able to clear up anyone. First contact, it's Black Ray into the shield of Boogeyman. He expects one coming from behind, but he gets pinged. Good little crossfire established for FearX. But so far, the trade's in favor of CAG. Mephi in a big battle, low on health. Jibitsu has been dealt with and down to just Akali and Sharif, the 2 that clutched it up on this site last time in the opening round. Mephi off on the plant for now. Has to get back on it, but with his demise, he can no longer stick the plant. 5 seconds left, 1v1. Akali, he's up close. You can play time now. There's no time remaining.
Πω, huge round, bro. Huge round για ψυχολογία. Huge round. Πάρα πολύ καλό round, μπράβο.
Wow. FearX.
There's 2 seconds left.
Yeah.
You know where he is. And he swings the doorway.
Panic. Pressure. FearX suffering from that during execute. The plant position was not that safe, and Cyclops did a good job to initially deny and then place it in a winnable position, but I mean, was it an overswing? Should he have taken the fight? I can see arguments for both. There was, you know, a good 5-second gap remaining, so he would have potentially suffered from the swing and then probably would have died in that sense. I kind of understand from both perspectives. Ultimately, though, he does lose out the round, and credit to Rin. Clutches up. Been a big player at this event so far. 111 EPS. Finding some good form in recent years.
That's a huge moment for Rin and for FearX to take top floor here on Lair away from CAG. Again, it's a 50-50 kind of map. Every round you can get on this attack. 2 teams that has been, well, CAG on the weak point, but in terms of the entry, has not been a strong point for FearX. In saying that, now that we've played 4 rounds, it's 3 out of the 4 rounds entries in favor of FearX. So the numbers that we had coming into this match so far following the trends that have been set, laid out back in the group stage, that is not good news for CAG. And they needed something from Sharif at that moment. When there was 2 players left up, Sharif and Akali. Akali certainly did stand up. Sharif needed to get involved the way he did in that opening round. He is a difference maker. Does that put pressure on his shoulders? Yes, maybe, but you've got to revel in the pressure.
Rayora in play for round 5. It's seen a mixed reception here at Reload so far. I'm still yet to really be convinced it can have a huge positive impact. It's been very, very minute, at least from the games that we've covered. But at the right time, the right moment, with good timing and, you know, the correct placement, it can be a really valuable tool in creating space and cutting off flanks. Tricky to counter as well at times. I mean, no impacts on the board here for Cyclops. That's the most prevalent way we've seen at this event teams counter that utility.
And that dream start for CAG in terms of the opening 2 rounds now, feels like that's evaporated a little bit. Momentum certainly with FearX, a concern for the Japanese organization. Who looks to get on the front foot now? I will say, drone economy in this round, though, for VRX, not ideal. 4 drones remaining with 90 seconds on the clock. So lack of information could be prevalent later in this round for the attacking team.
Util clearance as well here could be questionable for the attack. They don't have a prevalence of tools, so they may need to go for the Flood Nitro.
Double shield for this round. The first shield will fall at the hands of Black Ray. There is still one more up, though, in missile for Wookie on the blitz. Black Ray, there is Shuri. Big kills from CAG. A resounding sight win from the Japanese team. Shuts down FearX, and a good response to just curb that momentum. FearX were certainly building a very dominant and quick round from CAG on the defense. Ready for that double shield push, well and truly, and retakes the lead.
Really good work there from Black Ray. FearX looking to go for the double shield flood, the Rayora to cut off the cross from sight in an attempt to isolate that defender. But Black Ray able to step up. SMG in hand off the back of the initial Nitro, hitting some clean shots, didn't fold in the face of that push. So we set ourselves for the final round of the half. Cyclops with a 1-round lead. They'll be looking to extend that back to second floor, the site which they also narrowly won out last time.
Well, pose the question as well in relation to the bans, but so far, one big positive for CAG is they've actually been dealing with the shields incredibly well this half. Like, we haven't actually really seen the shields be a determining factor for FearX.
Probably the one round being bumped back in the third where they used the blitz for the initial clear. Outside of that, I agree. And probably a large reason as to why we're not seeing the ban down in this map.
Ooh, Memphis, Rayora. We saw the newest operator selected quite a few times back in the group stage, but to little effect.
We saw it in the last round, and it did serve its purpose, but the other pieces of the puzzle, unfortunately, did slot into place. So I'm keen to see what they bring this time.
They've got to try and find a little bit more focus with those gates. I mean, clearly last round was more of a double shield tactic. The Rayora very secondary in that, but this time you only bring the one Montang. You go for a bit more of a slow-paced hit. Try and utilize that Rayora gate in your attacking lineup. So we go top floor once again here to close out the opening half of this quarterfinal. Best of 3 opening map. It's a marathon, not a sprint. No more BO1s.
Yeah. Mirror in play as well for the first time on this site, and that changes the dynamics significantly. Slightly more open and aggressive hold here from Cyclops, especially over towards the opposite side of the map, which we saw FearX very eagerly lurk into late round last time out. This time, though, not going to be as easy to go for that late sweep. And so we'll see how FearX adjust. Their mid-round adjustments, I think, so far probably haven't been as good as we saw group stage, but still looking to play into this match. Woogie needs to find more impact on shields, like perhaps one of the biggest letdowns for them thus far in this map.
I mean, his job isn't to really do a whole lot more than to just push forward, take space, be a nuisance to the defending team. Again, Woogie, the lowest rated EPS player on the roster for FearX at the tournament, but I mean, that's probably expected when you're pretty much hard shields.
Yeah, it's not kills, it's just creating space and pressure.
And probably staying alive a little longer as well.
Survivability, yeah.
Vulcan canisters being a nuisance in delaying for FearX. Those fires will extinguish momentarily.
Just the one player down below from defense. It's Black Ray, so no Nitro threat below. 60 seconds on the clock. I sense that FearX are posturing for the default hit. Cody will open that wall and they'll try and get the plant down. So oversimplifying the attack certainly can work out.
And gets rid of the Vulcan canister as well on the other side of that wall. Not just all in hand for Anaton. He's not the only one. Chubitsu also has one available towards display.
Well, Woogie goes deep again, this time with Diffuser. So maybe they're electing not to go for this plant, but he does come back.
I think they're just waiting for the fire. I think they're just waiting for the fire to evaporate.
Yeah.
One close right. Memphis should be aware of that. Gates are probably going deep. Gasbait goes out nice and early here from Sharif. Has 2 more available, so they can actually delay in terms of time for the remainder of this round. CAG in a really good position. They just cannot panic when things start to actually unravel from the attack of FearX, because you imagine at certain points, they're going to look to try and go in. And Arkali is ready. Goes for the counterpunch before FearX can even throw their first. Got to get Woogie in. Got to get that Montang into a good position, deep where he can go for the plant safely. Now inside of Mars, Jibitsu shuts down Rin. Anaton, FearX can't shoot or see anyone. There's no time left in this round now for FearX. CAG holds strong on the top floor. And a bit of a nothing kind of round for FearX to close out the first half, and CAG will take a 4-2 lead at the half.
Very stalled out there on attack. Cyclops linked perfectly into the Goyo, the smoke, the Nitro denial, throwing a reposition over towards Bridge. And then the late flank as well there from Anaton. That little reposition Mez. Absolutely perfectly played. FearX had to show a little bit more on that attack. Too static.
Πάντως η αρένα είναι πάρα πολύ μικρή.
They didn't have any X factor around the map.
Καμία σχέση δηλαδή με άλλες αρένες που έχουν διοργανώσει η tournament.
All guns and all utility faced at one specific position. So very clean work. Kago Sakura off to a very, very solid start.
But the job's not done though for CAG. Now this is where it becomes a little bit more difficult. Their attacking win rate, their entries, none of those numbers bode well for them, but they've given themselves a good little platform to build off. You've got the confidence, a couple of rounds in. Any kind of nerves that you may have had coming onto the stage here as well should be calmed from here. So they've got to find an avenue of attack that they've not had so far at this event thus far, to close out this opening map and take away FearX's map pick of Lair. Again, on the flip side though for FearX, a 66% defensive win rate at the event puts them 4th best. So by no means will they be an easy task for CAG to break down their defense.
New half, new bands. Keep in mind, in the last half, we saw Deimos, Grim, and Glaz off the board. This time, shield heavy, as expected into Cyclops. And Monty and the Blitz, no further part in this half. Defensively, last half, it was electricity-based plus the Echo, which had impact. So Bandit, Kaid, and the Echo. This time around, Azami and Tub.
Tub.
Am I not allowed to shorten it?
Oh, I mean, yeah, careful.
So the Deimos in play. What kind of impact can Sharif have from down below? We saw some vert pressure in a couple of instances from FearX, namely from the Buck. But Sharif might be able to displace some pressure here from the defense, depending on what kind of push they want to ultimately go for.
Πού είσαι ρε Βανικάκο, καλησπέρα, καλησπέρα. Αλλό, τι λέτε, κάνουμε όπως είμαστε.
Bit of drone work, a little bit of utility. Sensible from Anaton. Immediately falls off. Maybe just looking to bait in some rotations here from FearX. Ultimately, it could be the opposite. Black Rare's been postured here for quite some time outside.
I think the one thing that CAG need to be careful of though is if they play too far.
Καλά, τελεία. Εσύ, τόσο καλά, κατάλαβα Βανικέ. Τόσο καλά. Γαμώ τα βυζιά μου τα πέτσινα. Κάτσε δηλαδή, κάτσε. Περίμενε. Η μέρα σήμερα που δούλεψες, τι χρεώθηκες. Ενώ σαν άδεια. Είναι για μπάνερ, φίλε, αν ισχύει κάτι τέτοιο. Insta ban. Κάου! Πάω στο κεφάλι.
So the warden targeted quite some distance away and Woogie.
Τι χρεώθηκε σαν άδεια. Μπρο, θέλεις καμπύλη. Αυτό, θέλεις καμπύλη. Μπράβο.
I mean, they're getting into somewhat decent position, CAG, to cause some disruption to the FearX defense. FearX are clearly trying to play somewhat aggressively to deny them position.
Και μου λένε χρωστάω. Α, να τους πληρώσει κιόλας, α.
No more shield screens, no more RIOs from the Sens.
Chibisu fights back though, Rin falls.
Ό,τι να είναι μαλάκα, ό,τι να είναι τραγικό.
So back to back.
Τραγικό.
CAG, 45 seconds on the board.
And they've got Mez control now. So establish position along with those kills. Play it up in terms of numbers with 40 seconds left. This has been a good attack from CAG. Comes down to the late round execution. And that's probably been their downfall at the event so far. And Sharif though...
Ναι, ναι, ναι. Λογικά θα σου δώσουν. Λογικά. Τα ξέρουμε αυτά. Τα ξέρουμε αυτά.
Some help, some added friends there for good measure, and CAG with an early attacking round puts them 5-2 up, their biggest lead they've had so far on Lair to kickstart the quarterfinal against the Titans from Korea. And so far, you got to remember, they've already used their tactical timeout. This is their match. The expectations all with FearX coming into this match, coming into these finals. Nervous moments for the Koreans.
Yeah, you could really see the contrast in the last two rounds. Same site, but very different.
Αν και στο map το πρώτο δεν βλέπω να πάει.
Off the back of the ban.
Και πολύ καλά για τους FRX. Να ξέρετε. Δεν το βλέπω καθόλου καλά να πάει. Δυστυχώς. Γιατί έχει την ασπίδα του BB. Αυτό είναι το τρόπαιο. Για αυτό το Major. Το τρόπαιο θα είναι αυτό.
Cyclops at the moment, must be said, a very, very clean brand of Siege.
Not making
a way to kick off your attack.
I mean, they're not making a lot of mistakes. They're not making a lot of errors. I mean, even.
Έλα ρε, εντάξει, καλό είναι. Καλό είναι, εντάξει. Δεν είναι κακό. It's okay, it's okay. Ήρεμα πάντα. Πού είναι το Sledgehammer, το έχει πάρει ο Last. Το Sledgehammer το έχει ο Last. Δεν τον είχες δει τις προάλλες που θα βγάλει και καινούριο Elite στο Sledge. Από το Instagram.
And again, we did lose the opening round stats, so they're a little bit janky, but 8-3 for Akali, 8-3 for Shuri. And I mentioned the sort of importance of that because when you kind of look at the numbers coming into this game, who are the top-rated players? It's Anaton and Blackray. So you've got others standing up. That's what this team needed. And on the flip side, there really aren't too many big performers on the side of FearX right now. We're in really a solo standing player who is performing.
Loading new magazine.
So from the 7 rounds so far, only 2 of those occasions the opening kill has not been converted. One towards the defense of Cyclops and one on attack at the prior round. Entry was a massive stat that we highlighted going into this match.
Έτσι. Με promo code να πούμε έχεις και έκπτωση. Με referral code.
Resilience in the face of not winning that entry on a couple of occasions and on both sides as well. So all signs pointing towards Cyclops being far better inside of the server to kick things off. Fortunately for FearX, best of 3, long way to go, so don't count them out, but I'm certainly surprised personally just how well Cyclops are dominating them.
I'm not. I felt this was a little bit closer than people maybe would have given it credit for. Yeah, there's the hype from FearX, what they were able to do in the group stage, but you got to remember, CAG qualified a little earlier. They had a huge win over Liquid.
Full flank.
Flank attempt here from Good Boy. Down main stairs on the Vigil. There is one close left. He's not fully aware of it just yet. I think there's also one on the right side too. He could be in a position where he could get timed.
I think he got
against.
Follow και comment για να μαθαίνεις πρώτοι, για να μαθαίνετε πρώτοι τα νέα του project μας. Έτσι.
And now they have to go hunting for this Vigil or leave him to his own devices. Oh, into side, straight into lab. It's going to be the Blackbeard. Anaton looking to stick the plan, and so far it's just completely uncontested. Talk about, hello, just walking into the site. No one's watching. It's a late gas babe, and they get the kill onto Good Boy, so they deal with that roaming Vigil. This is a huge win in the round for CAG. All about conversion. Now they can play vert angles as well. Close door. Yeah, there's nothing Coded can do. FearX are scrambling. They have no clue how to solve this puzzle that CAG has laid out for them. This guns up though. Mephi goes huge. But still time for Blackray, and he will make sure they convert this round. Deservedly.
Σάντρα μαλάκα, και νόμιζα θα το κλάτσαρα ανοίγει.
CAG deserved that round, and Blackray made a surety of it.
6-2 in favor of CAG Osaka. Match point here. Map number 1 of the best of 3. And that last round was just another clinical showing from them. Able to get that plant down uncontested. That's a big mistake from FearX. Lack of information, potential miscomm. Gasbabe's late from Coded. Cyclops in the meanwhile, immediately after the post, found that Roma of the Vigil on Good Boy. That was Blackray right here.
I mean, dare I say, this is the worst seed we've seen from FearX at the tournament.
Yeah, I know, I would agree. He's got dominated on the third. I mean, sure, hit some crazy shots to make it winnable.
Crazy plays, yeah. But Blackray was always in a really good position. Woogie was very low, so one bullet, swift death. Then you can just quickly transfer over to the next guy. And I say that maybe for FearX, but this might be the best from CG at the tournament. So again, that's the beauty of this game, though. You can be playing.
Πραγματικά αυτό που λένε οι casters, φίλε, είναι το καλύτερο του match του τουρνουά. Ακραίο. Ακραίο. Εμείς παιδιά είμαστε με τους FearX γιατί αυτό έχουμε κάνει predict. ότι θα περάσουν οι FRX στην επόμενη φάση. Ξαναλέω, δεν είναι ένα match, είναι best of 3 πλέον τα knockouts. Οπότε ουσιαστικά δεν έχει κρυθεί ακόμα τίποτα. Σίγουρα βάζουν μια βάση η ομάδα των Οσάκα για να περάσουν στην επόμενη φάση, αλλά δεν είναι τίποτα σίγουρο. Γιατί υπάρχει κι άλλο ένα map. Άλλο ένα map, αν γίνει ουσιαστικά το 1-1 από τους FRX μετά, θα υπάρξει κι άλλο map. Το επόμενο map που θα παίξουν είναι η καφέ και σε περίπτωση ισοβαθμίας, ισοπαλίας τέλος πάντων, είναι το bank. Το επόμενο. Το τελευταίο map.
Got to chill down at the beach.
I mean, there's always that argument, which is better, right? Having the day off or getting to play, get some more reps. You can kind of make arguments either side. It's a non-factor. I think the one thing that CAG have done well though is their pacing and their timing. Oh, good aggression from Arkali. Rin just trying something, trying to be aggressive. And I think for Rin now, it starts to feel a little bit personal because he's the only one really fragging early on in these rounds.
Done a good job to survive here.
Those track stingers are going to keep him well and truly below those stairs.
Yeah, he's pinned. He really should have died off the back of the rappel angle. It was cut off from CAG, but they let that opportunity slide.
FRX have just got to find a way to stall out CAG, keep them low on time when they do hit the site, because CAG's pacing's been good. They're getting to dictate a lot of these rounds when they want to aggress, what positions they want to take, and FRX are having to react. They're not proactive, they're sitting back.
Well, Rin caught another good timing to get down here, and I don't know if Cyclops are aware. Potentially, they saw it. Meanwhile, Verd up above. Arcalido finds the first. The entry continues to go the way of Cyclops, but Coded at least responds, and Sharif will fall.
4 of the last 5 rounds now in favor of CAG for entry kills.
Crazy.
The team that is the worst entry team at the tournament, including those that have been eliminated. 20th, dead last, 30 seconds left though, 4v4. FRX must win this round.
Oh, they have a lot of Valk info. I'm looking at Mephi. He's flicking a ton of information at the moment for FRX. They should know where this push is coming from right now.
Got to play off of that information, and so far so good. Through Coded, trade comes through rather swiftly though, as Coded will then lose his life. Down to the final 15 seconds though of this match point round, and in towards briefing. The plant can go down from Anderton.
Nitro!
Nitrocell, it is available with the hands of Wookieman, but elects not to throw it straight away. Misses, but the plant is now off. Anderton has to stick it. 1 second left, now needs to hold it. Woogie, technically 1v1 against Jupitsu, takes the battle, but he cannot close it out. Anderton sticks the plant. And so now a 1v2 for Woogieman in the post plant. And with that, Jupitsu gets to go upstairs and he can play the vert angle. Makes it so much more difficult for Woogie.
Anderton can just sit outside. It's round over.
There should be no world in which Woogieman can clutch this. Needs to stick it.
Το πρώτο map θα το πάρουν οι Osaka Gaming.
That's a kill. 20 seconds left. Down to Anderton to time this perfectly. To not overswing.
Take it, no! Μπράβο, πάμε! Δεν προλαβαίνει. Δεν προλαβαίνει, ρε μάλλα. Απίστευτο, πρόλαβα. Ωρε μαλάκα. Ωρε φίλε, μπράβο. Μπράβο, πολύ καλό round. Μπράβο, μπράβο. Damn.
I thought pros didn't fake, Jake.
Oh, he faked it.
Damn, bro, damn.
Could have even stuck it. It was really, really tight, the timing there. But either way, makes the play and makes it work. Cyclops did a lot of good groundwork earlier in the round. Should have pushed Rin a little earlier on into the piece, but the push was decent. We saw Woogie with an incredibly late nitro that makes up for it here. 1 versus 2, catches Anderton.
Well, that's where you've
12
got to,
seconds.
as a duo at that point, you not communicate to say, if I'm going to peek vert, you need to peek close. So if I die, you get the kill. If you die, I get the kill.
Yeah.
But instead, it's a solo push. It's a solo from above. And really, really well played from Woogie in terms of the game sense. He knows that Arkali's above. He knows that he's watching that vert.
You know, as a player going into that, your chances of winning that round are so minute, especially with the scoreline as well. I think it would have been pretty easy for him to not go completely hands off keyboard, but mentally just check out and be like, oh, the round's over, whatever. I'll kind of just half go for it. But he committed, lands the shots. Really, really, really well played in the end. In a high pressure situation. 3 round deficit it though still for FearX. And keep in mind, during all of this as well, I don't think we've talked about it, they use their tactical timeout after round 2. They have not had a serious opportunity really to properly just reset and calm down with Cyclops building all of this momentum.
That might be their opportunity, right? Like impromptu, because now you're still alive at 6-3, huge round win, just gets everyone that sigh of relief saying, okay, this is going to be a long series. 3 more rounds required on the defense for FearX, but there is that concern. We touched on it in the previous round. 4 of the last 5 rounds, entry kills going the way of CAG.
Yep.
FearX have got to flip that a little bit. They've got to find a way to be more aggressive earlier in these rounds. They've got to stop these plants from going down as well. That's 2 rounds in a row. Of course, they got the counter defuse, but you've got to think about the fact that they're just allowing these plants. But again, that's the strength of CAG. They're actually 6th best at the tournament when it comes to getting the plants down. So right now, CAG definitely playing to their strengths. They're also improving a lot of their weaknesses. For FearX, it's kind of like the opposite. But a huge clutch from Woogie. And even if you go further back a couple of rounds when Mephi almost got, you know, that kill through the Verd, and they almost got the counter defuse as well. The sheer ability of FearX inside the server is clearly there on display. But it just feels like they're a little disjointed at the moment on their defense. They get a reprieve, a huge one at that, and an opportunity to just keep Lair going a little longer.
Back to top floor, pretty different comps for both teams. Most notably, we see the sense drop from Cyclops and the Tachanka dropped by FearX amongst a couple of other changes, but those are probably the key ones. And so we'll see what kind of an impact that has in terms of the kind of ground and space that Cyclops are able to take. Keep in mind, both of those aforementioned operators critical for that. I like this from Anderton though, just going to sneak in over towards Skybridge. Could be impactful from down below on the vert. Facilitates a bit of a push here from Black Rain. So immediate pressure in towards the R6 room. Compounded by Sharif from down below. So they are projecting, they are telling this story to FearX that they are going to go for this particular push. But as we have seen a couple of times, there is always the opportunity late round to pivot. And that might be exactly what's taking place right now.
As long as they don't pivot too late into the round, they've got to make sure they time this nicely.
Well, Woogie has 3 gas babes, that's the key.
Still got to open up breach.
Yeah.
Please tell me they can actually open up this breach, otherwise that pivot's going to be a huge thorn in their side.
It's just the unit on the wall, so Sharif can deal with that.
Time will be a factor though. When you're heading into R6 and Master, there's a lot of angles that do need to be cleared.
Yeah, they're not going for breach. It'll just be Arkali lurking over towards Ops. The rest of the team will stack R6 side.
Puts a lot of pressure onto Arkali. Also onto Anaton with the Deimos. Deathmark goes out onto the Wamai. Good boy down. That's the mute. Trade. Black Raid. No more ace. At the very least for CAG, there's still 25 seconds, so they've got some time here. They don't have to rush this. Ooh, at least not mentally. That's a very deep cross that has been made. Catch is coded off guard, and the swing is successful, but they lose Sharif behind. And CAG's rush into sight is dismal at best, and FearX were ready.
Reputation από τους FearX, άλλο ένα round, πάρα πολύ καλό round και αυτό. Πούσε ρε φλέκ, καλησπέρα, τι λέτε, κάνουμε, πώς είμαστε. Welcome.
All the way through R6 had the potential to backstab the defense and really cut off any retake potential, as the plant likely would have been in a position to at least, you know, tempt out utility, if not actually go down. So that was a key engagement to win the backline there for FearX. And immediately off the back of that round, it's now again back-to-back for FearX. Cyclops will call their one and only tack timeout on lane.
Yeah, I mean, the perfect time to do so here for CAG. They've lost now the last 2 rounds in a row. Shouldn't have really lost the earlier one at that in the post plan. So you got to make sure as a coach, hey, calm down. We're still 6-4 up. We've still got 2 opportunities. We only need 1. So 1 from 2 here. Don't panic. You guys have been playing really well. Just kind of chill out, get the job done. Here's what you got to do. And a great opportunity as well for Dark to get involved with FearX and say, boys, proud of you. Keep fighting. 2 more.
Έχουμε tactical timeout για κάποιους.
The opening map of this all 8-pack quarterfinal.
I really like the decision for the tack here, especially for this side. If we cast our minds back, it feels like almost a decade ago now, but that basement side was very dominant, very dominant for Cyclops. Most notably, we saw FearX and Good Boy on Vigil go for that roam, and it had 0 impact. The vert play was really clean from Cyclops last time out, right? So I'm sure both teams would have been discussing that during the tactical timeout, how they're going to look to address it. Are FearX going to play even more aggressively off site? I see that they're bringing the Pulse as well. We'll see that in a moment's time. So trying to bring another tool to maybe disrupt the vert play potential here from Cyclops. So a bit of cat and mouse on offer here. A couple of attacker repicks as well were teased. But it looks like they will commit with that vert-centric setup and the Nomad for flank watch. So, I mean, both teams working overtime at the moment, trying to play cat and mouse with one another.
Yeah, and it's beautiful to watch as well.
Πάντως, αυτός με τα περισσότερα... Αλλά εδώ το βγάζει.
See what the result of that is. I mean, we'll progress forward at least for now until we hear word. So, as mentioned, Pulse is in play, so that will be a good counter tool if Cyclops are to head back up above. They did drop the buck late though, so maybe indicative that horizontal will be a little bit more of the approach.
Πάντως την καλύτερη απόδοση για τους Osaka Gaming την έχει ο Black Rai και για τους VRX ο Rin. Τη χειρότερη απόδοση για τους VRX την έχει ο Good Boy και τη χειρότερη απόδοση για τους Osaka την έχει ο Anitun. Technical pose, technical type, οπότε πάμε το B-screen. Γενικά η ιστορία τους, θέλω να δω αν έχουν ξαναπαίξει μαζί. Έχω την εντύπωση ότι είναι το πρώτο match που παίζουν μεταξύ τους.
To kag around like that and then to kag the map in the end. It would just be...
It would be very Cyclops.
It would be
very on brand. No, but I think so far, you've got to remember, for these two teams, this is not a normal environment.
Yes.
They're not used to this.
Far from it.
This is, you know, they're not used to deep runs at tournaments, making main stage, playing either with a hostile or even friendly kind of crowd atmosphere. But more importantly, even just kind of with eyeballs on them in these kind of matches and what it means to progress. Can they confirm a top 4 position at a major event? I mean, that's the thing, right? So there's that added pressure. And considering the siege that we're seeing from Cyclops in comparison to what we got from them in the group stage, which is kind of funny to say that considering how early they did actually qualify for the playoffs. It's been a huge turnaround there, and they've found improvement. On the flip side for FearX, you know, have they kind of run dry a little bit? Have we seen the best of FearX prior to this? I'm not too sure. By no means am I off them. I think that they're the kind of team, they've got a really, really good coach. I rate.
Να τονίσουμε ότι η FearX
I think he's the kind of coach that, you know, after this map, if they did lose it,
είναι μια ομάδα η οποία τώρα κάνει τα πρώτα της καλά βήματα, έτσι.
I think he deserves a lot of
Τονίσουμε
respect,
αυτό.
right? He's been trying to grind away in this region for a long time, and it finally feels like he actually has the squad that can get it done.
Absolutely.
Right? I mean, notoriously, Korea doesn't have the most depth when it comes to siege talent. That's just the nature of a smaller region.
It was like an open qualifier for something. There was like 3.
Τα πρώτα της βήματα εννοώ στο stage. Δεν έχει περάσει ποτέ στα stage το συγκεκριμένο org. Οπότε γενικά και για αυτούς είναι περίεργη η φάση, είναι κάτι καινούριο, το οποίο σίγουρα πρέπει να το διαχειριστούν καλά, ώστε να μπορέσουν να αντέξουν όλη αυτή την πίεση, έτσι. Εννοείται αυτό. Μιλάμε τώρα για τους FearX.
To come on in as well, by the way. I don't know if this is going to be a super long technical host, but Laxing, you got any word for us?
Yeah, I do. How are you guys doing? I mean, for me, watching how FearX is playing right now, they're playing a little scared versus what we saw during Phase 1. They were on the fly. They were being able to adapt. Right now, we're seeing a lot of struggles, especially in the area of being able to adapt. They're just rushing bodies, forcing bodies into unwinnable situations. They need to slow down. They know how KEG plays. They just need to play into their fundamentals. And if they're going to use the utility, open these hatches, they need to be bringing that. I mean, they need to be playing that defense a lot stronger than what they were doing on their attacks, just forcing bodies after bodies into KEG.
Lax, I kind of want your thought. Oh, I thought we were going to have a conversation. There we go. There, Lax, come on in, have a chat, because I think we've got a little bit of time here. It is obviously the map pick for CAG. They're performing very, very well, even in comparison to the group stage. The question is, though, we were just kind of talking about Dark, the coach for FearX, and their ability to maybe rebound. Do you have the same kind of belief that if they don't end up taking Lair with Dark and what they've been able to do, they've got the ability to bounce back, take then the CAG map pick of Cafe?
I think for the simple fact that this is now a best of
Δεν το πήραμε, το έχει Epic free. Απλά το κάναμε claim. Εγώ είχα παίξει Dead Island 2, όχι όλο. Είναι free. Ναι. Αφού στο είπα χθες, ρε. Στο έγραψα χθες στο stream, νομίζω. Δεν στο έγραψα. Αγκώτη. Και έχει και co-op το game, Οπότε αν γουστάρεις να παίξουμε και παρεούλα, είναι πολύ ωραία φάση. Το είχα γράψει, ρε.
What about that clutch? Woogie Man, 1v2, post plant, very difficult. You got one above, one outside. He played it pretty much perfectly. What did CAG need to do?
I mean, you said it best there. They needed to communicate.
Το έχω κατεβάσει. Οκ, τέλεια, θα παίξουμε. Σήμερα σίγουρα θα παίξουμε. Ξέρεις. Όποιος γουστάρει κάνει join. Απλά προχώρα το λίγο μέχρι ένα σημείο. Κάτσε να σου στείλω ένα βιντεάκι, περίμενε. Σου στέλνω ένα βιντεάκι στο Discord, γιατί δεν μπορείς να παίξεις απευθείας co-op.
Thank you so much, Lax, for getting back into the game. Thank you for your comments there and your time as we are heading back into Lair. 6-4 lead for CAG. A little break in the action, unfortunately, which was not ideal because we were cooking here on Lair. Things are looking great. A big match formulating after that clutch from Woogie, then the follow-up round as well.
Λοιπόν, θα σου στείλω ένα βιντεάκι.
Into a position to contest 6-4. Two more rounds required for FearX.
Γιατί πρέπει ουσιαστικά να φτάσεις μέχρι το πρώτο mission για να ξεκλειδώσεις το co-op. Πού είσαι τώρα, άντε να σε βρω.
So here we go. Obviously everything
Good.
a little bit of an update regarding some of the numbers here, but
Δεν είσαι μέσα, ρε μαλάκα.
6, Arcali 10-6. Intriguingly enough, a player that's 7-4 has a better EPS ranking in Black Ray because he's 2-1 on entry and he's got a 90% cost.
Helldivers δεν έχω όρεξη να παίξω, ρε. Δεν έχω όρεξη για Helldivers, να σου πω την αλήθεια.
Quite the powerful tool in looking to deny hatch control from the attack. And you look at the lineup from said attack.
I mean, who does
No Thatcher, but you do at least have impact aims on Black.
who benefits from
Το update είναι huge. Έκανα ένα update.
No one.
Το βίντεο αυτό που σου έστειλα, Αγκώτη, σου λέει πώς να ξεκλειδώσεις γρήγορα το mission για να μπορέσεις να παίξεις co-op. Οπότε αν θες τσέκαρε το κάντο, εγώ το έχω κάνει. Θα το κάνει και ο Τένος λογικά. Λογικά μπορεί να το κάνει κιόλας ήδη. Έχω κι άλλο ένα παιδί. Οπότε...
To the 11th we go. FearX need 2 more rounds. They were 6-2 down. He found a huge clutch. And since then it's been able to turn the tide for them. The previous round pretty dominant. The one concern for FearX has certainly been, as we've been talking about, the entry battle.
Ναι, bro, οκ. Να φανταστώ έβγαλαν καινούριους πλανήτες και ιστορίες τέτοια. Όπλα να φανταστώ σίγουρα. Δεν το συζητάμε. Καινούργια όπλα στο Helldivers. Μάλιστα. Παιδιά, τη Lair τώρα που παίζουνε, το map αυτό το έχουν επιλέξει FearX, οι οποίοι βρίσκονται πίσω στο σκορ αυτή τη στιγμή με 4-6. Το επόμενο map το έχουν διαλέξει την καφέ του στο Γεύσκι η Οσάκα και σε περίπτωση ισοπαλίας το τελευταίο map που θα παίξουν είναι η Bank. Έχουν διαλέξει και οι δύο ομάδες με Decider, ανάλογα με τα bans που έχει κάνει κάθε ομάδα. Βγαίνει το Decider map στο τέλος. Οπότε ουσιαστικά παίζουμε στο map αυτή τη στιγμή που έχουν διαλέξει FearX και παρόλα αυτά χάνουν. Παίζει το ρόλο του αυτό σίγουρα, γιατί σε περίπτωση που κερδίσουν οι Osaka Gaming, το επόμενό τους map είναι δικό τους, είναι αυτό που έχουν δουλέψει αυτοί, αυτό που έχουν επιλέξει αυτοί. Οπότε σίγουρα θα έχουν ένα προβάδισμα ακόμα παραπάνω, μαζί με το εις score. Θα έχουν οι FearX στην πλάτη τους. Και τώρα βάζεις και attachment, okay. 2v3.
Certainly capable. Mephi as well, 2 of the top fraggers for FearX, and time is now into red time. Arcali knows where he is, up close, left side, with the Vendetta, should get this kill. They trade, it doesn't matter, CAG have got the numbers,
Και το map πάει στους Osaka Gaming. Πρώτο map win για τους Osaka Gaming. Επόμενο map που θα παίξουν θα είναι πάλι τον Osaka Gaming pick. Είναι καφέντο στο γεύση. Σε πολύ λίγο θα πάμε και στο άλλο το map. Δεν νομίζω να αργήσουν πάρα πολύ. Κρίμα. Ξαναλέμε, είναι best of 3, έτσι όπως είπαν και οι casters. Οπότε ακόμα δεν έχει κρυθεί τίποτα. Αλλά όπως και να έχει, αν θέλουν να κερδίσουν κάτι FRX από όλο αυτό, πρέπει οπωσδήποτε το επόμενο map να το κερδίσουν, ώστε να πάνε σε decider map, η bank, και να παίξουν εκεί all-in και οι δύο ομάδες για την πρόκριση. Επόμενο map, παιδιά, μετά από αυτό είναι η Elevate με τους Wildcard. Best of 3 και αυτό. Η ιστορία αυτών των δύο ομάδων, από ό,τι βλέπω, είναι 2 νίκες υπέρ των Elevate παραπάνω. Έχουν παίξει ένα map 15 Οκτωβρίου του 22. 2-7 είχαν κερδίσει τότε οι Wildcard. Το match το οποίο είχαν κερδίσει, τα δύο match που είχαν κερδίσει οι Elevate ήταν τον Ιούλιο, 14 Ιουλίου του 22. 5-7 για τους Elevate. Είχαν κερδίσει αυτό το game. Και 24 Μαρτίου του 22 πάλι είχαν κερδίσει οι Elevate 4-7 τους Wildcard. Οπότε ουσιαστικά, βάσει στατιστικών, οι Elevate έχουν περισσότερες νίκες απέναντι στους Wildcard. Για να δούμε αν θα είναι η εξαίρεση τώρα. Θέλουμε να περάσουν οι Wildcard. Έχουμε βάλει predict να περάσουν οι Wildcard στην επόμενη φάση. Για να δούμε τι θα γίνει. Πάντως στα τελευταία 5 μάτς, η απόδοση γενικά των ομάδων, στατιστικά, win rate έχουν 80% οι Wildcard και οι Elevate 40%. Δηλαδή ουσιαστικά αυτό το στατιστικό δείχνει ότι οι Wildcard αυτή τη στιγμή που μιλάμε είναι σε πολύ καλύτερη φάση από ότι οι Elevate. Έχουν καλύτερα score, γενικά καλύτερη απόδοση από τους Elevate. Όμως αυτό γενικά όταν φτάνεις σε ένα τέτοιο stage, σε μια knockout φάση, δεν παίζει απολύτως κανένα ρόλο, παιδιά, να ξέρετε. Στα knockout απλά παίζει ψυχολογία, πιστεύω, κατά 80% και μετά η απόδοση. Ένα 20% είναι η απόδοση. Αλλά 80% είναι ξεκάθαρα η διαχείριση της ψυχολογίας, το πώς θα μπει η ομάδα στα knockout stage και πώς γενικά θα το αντιμετωπίσει όλο αυτό. Είδαμε και στο Invitational του PDS να είχαν μια τρομερή απόδοση όλου του τουρνουά και στο τελικό να βλέπεις μια ομάδα η οποία δεν άξιζε να είναι στο τελικό. Μια ομάδα η οποία φάνηκε σαν να μην κατέβηκε στο τελικό. Μιλάω για τους BDS στο Invitational. Η απόδοσή τους ήταν πολύ φτωχή, πολύ κακή απόδοση. Και φαινόταν ξεκάθαρα το ότι είχαν τρομερή πίεση όλοι οι παίκτες των BDS. Δεν μπορούσαμε να εξαιρέσουμε κανέναν και από τους 5. Ήταν όλοι πάρα πολύ πιεσμένοι, φαινόντουσαν από τον τρόπο που έπαιζαν και γενικά διαχειριζόντουσαν το τελικό. Οπότε αυτό τους στέρισε το τελικό. Παρ' όλα αυτά, οι BDS άλλαξαν roster. Ένα ολοκένουργιο roster το οποίο άφησε πολύ θετικά στοιχεία στο συγκεκριμένο τουρνουά τώρα που είδαμε αυτές τις 5 μέρες. Παρ' όλα αυτά αποκλείστηκαν οι BDS, δεν πέρασαν στο knockout stage που είμαστε αυτή τη στιγμή. Παρ' όλα αυτά όμως είναι ένα καινούριο team το οποίο πρέπει να παίξει μαζί, πρέπει να δεθεί το συγκεκριμένο team. Μπορώ να πω ότι θα περιμένουμε πάρα πολύ καλά πράγματα από τους BDS, να ξέρετε, στα επόμενα τουρνουά. Είμαι σίγουρος γι' αυτό. Και επίσης το πρώην roster των BDS με Psycho, με όλους τους γνωστούς που είχε πάει στο Invitational, πλέον έχουν γίνει Team Falcons, που οι Team Falcons έχουν περάσει στο knockout stage. Θα παίξουμε τους W7M
FearX, I'll tell you what, they might be fan favorites, but they did not.
Οι οποίοι έχουν παίξει μαζί,
We had hoped
έχουν προϊστορία. Δεν το ήξερα αυτό, τώρα το είδα μόλις.
for this series. We thought that they were
Έχουν προϊστορία οι Team Falcons με τους W7M, όμως όχι το ίδιο roster. Το παλιό roster των Team Falcons. Έτσι, δεν είναι το ίδιο roster, αλλά σαν οργανισμός έχουν προϊστορία με τους W7M. Είχαν παίξει 10 Φεβρουαρίου του 2025 στο Invitational και Best of 3 τότε. Και είχαν κερδίσει οι Team Falcons 2-1 τους W7M. Το κρατάμε αυτό, έτσι. Αλλά ξαναλέω, δεν έχει καμιά σημασία γιατί ήταν άλλα roster τότε. Οπότε ουσιαστικά δεν μπορείς να το συγκρίνεις. Απλά το αναφέρεις. Αλλά παρόλα αυτά, προϊστορία που έχουν οι δύο οργανισμοί, είχαν κερδίσει Team Falcons με 2-1 στα maps. Δεν το ξέρω. Το μάθαμε κι αυτό. Πολύ ωραία. Παιδιά, το R6 έχει φτιάξει τρομερή σελίδα που λέει τα στατιστικά γενικά, όλα τα analytics που είναι για τα e-sports events που διοργανώνει. Είναι ακραίο, παιδιά, το τι data έχουν από πόσα τουρνουά που έχουν διοργανώσει. Είναι απίστευτο η δουλειά που έχουν κάνει.
Now we did get to miss just a small graphic.
5 λεπτάκια, παιδιά, για το επόμενο map. Σας είπα, είναι short γενικά τα breaks όταν είναι ειδικά best of 3, δεν είναι πάρα πολύ μεγάλες οι αναμονές. Οπότε καμία σχέση δηλαδή με τα group stage που περιμέναμε και μισή ώρα για να ξεκινήσει το επόμενο map.
This doesn't even show what FearX has been displaying throughout, whereas on the exact opposite end,
Βλέπετε, τα στατιστικά είναι υπέρ των FearX, το βλέπετε εδώ τι γίνεται. Αλλά παρόλα αυτά δεν έχουν καμία σχέση τα στατιστικά. Τα στατιστικά είναι απλά για να τα λέμε. Έτσι. Το θέμα είναι η απόδοση της κάθε ομάδας και η ουσία, αν θα κερδίσει ένα round, αν θα κερδίσει ένα game. Το είναι.
But to be able to slowly progress it through the tournament, come to the main stage, be not the favorites, they were getting booed as they were walking out, and to have the crowd against them and to still be able to play so flawlessly, Lair is a map that FearX should have won. I don't see it going any other way on map 2.
That's a little tough, but you know what? It is time for us to go and have a very quick chat with some of the players. This is something I'm super excited for. It's the mid-series interviews with Maria.
Yeah, CAG is winning for now, and the first map is over. Now we have Cafe, but let's talk to you first. How's the feeling of playing in front of a crowd for the first time?
I'm very happy to play on the Steel stage. I'm trying to very hard for Brazilian fans, so we're gonna win next map.
Okay, let's see, Mafi. Good luck.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, CAG just won, so you have many reasons to be happy as hell right now, and you guys just were having a lot of fun.
Yeah, it was. I think I got like 12 kills. I think, yeah.
What?
Yeah, I was destroying them, like, and yeah, but it's not yet over.
Yeah, you don't seem nervous at all.
Oh, not at all. Not at all.
That's great. Also, congratulations on your first map, and good luck for the Cafe.
Thank you.
Εν τω μεταξύ, παιδιά, βγήκε καινούριο Elite του AMA, είναι διαθέσιμο αυτή τη στιγμή στο store, μπορείτε να πάτε να το αγοράσετε. Ένα πολύ ωραίο σκηνικό. Θέλω να βρω το βίντεο λίγο να το δούμε παρέα, το Elite, γιατί το είδα από το κι εγώ. Να δω λίγο αν το ανέβασα. Είναι από τα καλά Elite, είναι από τα όμορφα Elite. Πού είναι? Έβγαλα. Τέλεια. Όπο χάλια πήγε το.
Rivalry that goes back well before probably even 2020 at this point, unfortunately will fizzle out if Fear X do not get back on that horse. They've got to dust themselves off because whatever we just saw on Lair, that was not it. We move to Cafe now, Fox. Do you have a little more hope for this roster?
Not really, not for Fear X, because there's two takeaways, right? When it comes to Cafe, small linear map, remember that. What is CAD good at? The shields. So Fear X has to go out the gate, take the shields off the board, or else that's going to be something that you don't want to deal with Aniton on the shield. Second thing, Fear X had a very difficult time entering on Lair, which is a huge map. We expected them to be a lot more fluid, being able to get in, cause a lot of chaos. Cafe, you can't really do that. That's a big issue with a lot of aggressive entry teams, is getting your foot in the door is the first step. Fear X needs to be able to figure that step out, or else Cafe will just not go in their way.
I mean, not only is it a linear map like you're talking about, but it's a lot of top-down or up-top. You have to be able to figure out how you want to approach the map, and that's where Fear X, when we saw it on their attacks, they did not know how they wanted to approach either site. I don't think they abused any of the vertical pressure. You want to talk about map ban, well, op bans. We need to see something from Fear X that's going to instill more success from them. And again, the biggest thing for me is being able to adapt, being able to problem solve, and that's just not what we were seeing. Again, it was just body after body, and you're talking about a very condensed map like Cafe. One body's only going to make it through that doorway, and if you can't find success off that entry, you're going to keep struggling.
Λέγε εσύ τι λέει, πώς είσαι ρε, παίζεις κανένα γκέμάκι, τι κάνεις? Αν ναι, τι γκέμάκι παίζεις τώρα?
However, Maria got a chance to speak to Dark on their way back into the stage.
Okay, here we are with Dark. Now I want to know about Cafe, because Fear X is the team who plans the Fuser the most in the tournament, but you couldn't do that in the first map. How do you plan changing that?
Yeah, second map now, I think we want to play more fast because we start very slow in first map, so it's not time to miss the attack again. We're gonna win this game, can trust.
Are you sure?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, let's see. Thank you.
Well, I believe in Dark, and I believe that Fear X can certainly bring this back, but it's not going to be easy. Also, here at the desk, I think you've got to ban out those shields coming into a map like Cafe against TAG, because obviously for Fear X, they haven't really been in this position so far.
Μέχρι να ξεκινήσει το ματσάκι, πάμε να δούμε λίγο το καινούριο Elite του Αμάη. Για να δούμε.
There are many ways to describe the emotion behind the game. It's strategic, nail-biting, electric. Working as a team, tactically clearing your way through a map, or setting up an impenetrable defense is key. As a player, Rainbow Six Siege, there are many ways to describe the emotion behind the game. It's strategic.
Welcome to Reload.
I don't wanna last big things to see. Back on my bullshit, I do it for G's. Tuli kafunga tuka tuka kids. Squeezing and goofing in a little bill. Hey, we be getting more paper, no joking no more. We don't need no favors. Hey, and they know all better. We be getting more dough when they need more flavors. They must be hard, I want to see, I wanna wow. Ever since I made it, wanna wonder wow. We just wanna get shower, to do a careful wow. Bully, do me and me down on, not wow.
Οκ, εντάξει. Καλό. Ξαναλέω, παιδιά, μπορείτε να πάτε να το αγοράσετε τώρα στο shop, είναι διαθέσιμο. Και τώρα πάμε στο δεύτερο map που είναι καφέ. Το πρώτο map το πήραν, υπενθυμίζω για όσους μπήκαν τώρα στο stream, η Osaka Gaming.
the end, CAG got the job done 7-4 in a pretty convincing fashion, and they were able to win in a lot of areas that they've struggled with at this event so far, entries being the most notable one at that, but also, even from an individual level, seeing Arkali, seeing Sharif perform, two players that haven't been able to perform to the level of the likes of Anaton or Blackray at Reload, that has added firepower to the CAG roster, and for FearX, a roster that has seen really most of their players performing at a very high level. Outside of Rin, you're looking at names like...
Είναι best of 3 replay να. Best of 3. Καλησπέρα κιόλας, Ζέι. Εδώ δεν το έχουν ανανεώσει καν. Εδώ όμως ναι. Εδώ.
Well, we went into this one with the expectation that we'd probably see Trip Shield ban once more from FearX, but instead electing to take the Ram off the board, vertical nature of the map, but it does mean that the Blitz and the Blackbeard both open and available for Anaton to kick off this half, and we know just how deadly he can be, often regarded as one of, if not potentially the best Shield player in the world. Rehost confirmed.
Αν πάρουν και αυτό το map η Osaka, τελείωσε, ναι. Τελείωσε. Θέλω να δούμε λίγο τα brackets, έτσι όπως είναι αυτή τη στιγμή. Βλέπουμε ότι οι Osaka έχουν πάρει το πρώτο map, οπότε είναι 1-0 για τους Osaka στα maps. Το επόμενο match είναι Elevate Wildcards, W7M Team Falcons, Loud, Furia. Πολύ ωραίο ματσάκι. Αυτό να ξέρετε, παιδιά, τους Loud τους έχω για φαβορί του τουρνουά. Να πάνε μέχρι το τελικό. Είναι από τις πιο σταθερές ομάδες η Loud Gaming. Έχει κάνει τρομερή εμφάνιση στο τουρνουά που βλέπουμε. Επίσης, πάρα πολύ καλή εμφάνιση έχουν κάνει και οι FearX, άσχετα αν το αποτέλεσμα λέει άλλο αυτή τη στιγμή. Επίσης και οι Wildcards έχουν τρομερή απόδοση. Δεν βλέπω να μην περνάνε οι Wildcards. Βλέπω να περνάνε και πολύ άνετα μάλιστα οι Wildcards. Παρ' όλα αυτά η Elevate στην ιστορία των δύο οργανισμών έχει το προβάδισμα με 2 νίκες και 1 νίκη για τους Wild Gaming Card. Πού είσαι last to go? Για πες το Wamai Elite τι λέει. Είναι καλό. Είναι ωραίο. Είναι τίμιο. Είναι κυριλέ. Είναι αρκετά καλό. Λίλα, στα τι κάνεις?
So you get to kind of see the first 3 rounds and say, okay, what's affecting us more? Is it something like the Ying? Or is it that shield play? And if so, then is it the Blitz or is it the Blackbeard? If you go double shield already straight off the rip, you know, the Ram can certainly be useful with the Boogie Auto breaches and tearing up a lot of the floorboards. So I don't mind it. I mean,
οι G2 παιδιά αποκλείστηκαν, οι SSG αποκλείστηκαν, οι Dark Zero αποκλείστηκαν από τους G2, οι οποίοι αποκλείστηκαν στο ίδιο match και οι δύο ομάδες. Δεν το έχουμε ξαναδεί ποτέ αυτό. Επίσης έχουν αποκλειστεί και οι BDS, έχουν αποκλειστεί πάρα πολλές ομάδες, μεγάλα ονόματα. Έπαιξε στο είδες, γιατί το έχουν στείλει? Το έχουν στείλει last. Δεν νομίζω να το έχουν στείλει, να ξέρεις. Καλά μωρέ, μόλις μπήκα σπίτι τώρα τρώω. Τι καλό, τι καλό θα φας.
I'm not going to be too happy. I don't think FearX will be too happy either.
Δεν έχω δει, όχι, δεν το έχουν στείλει. Δεν το έχουν στείλει last ακόμα. 8 η ώρα. 8 με 7 η ώρα, αν μας το στείλουν. Σπανακόριζω. Δεν συγκινήθηκα. Είναι καλό, είναι δυνατό σαν φαγητό. Κάτσε καλά είναι. Αλλά δεν συγκινήθηκα. Για πάμε.
So we're getting back underway here for Cafe.
Λέει, πώς πήγε η μέρα σου σήμερα, ρε?
Into the opening round, but some fist bumps, some smiles.
I believe
BRB, ναι ρε, είναι. Καλή όρεξη.
Just a formality at this point to get them back into the server. And yeah, that's going to be the case. So very intrigued to see how this half plays out. Can FearX rebound, or can Cyclops keep the good times going?
I mean, I believe in FearX. I think also beginning on the defense is going to aid them quite a lot here, just to kind of get, you know, a couple of rounds on the board. You think about Lair first half, CAG were able to get to that 4-2 lead and then kind of continue on in the second half. It's a lot easier to kind of continue on once you've built that momentum, and I think that's going to be for FearX.
Replay το αγαπάς πολύ το Σπανακόριζο. Το βλέπω. Το αγαπάς. Το αγαπάς.
No, 50-50 heading into that game, so at the event.
All right, we can finally get underway. Second map. It's been a long series so far. Do we get a third map for the sake of making it even a little bit longer? I know for the Koreans, they would certainly hope for that to happen, even for the locals here to hope for that to happen. Choosing FearX as their mascots for this opening match.
Brazilian coach, Cyclops knocked out Liquid, you can kind of understand why. Interesting site choice, though, to kick things off. We go to mining. Round one, Cafe.
10 seconds left. And I'm looking to Good Boy. Good Boy is my target in this match. So he was 1-9 on Lair. He had a 41 EPS ranking. And coming into this match today, he was ranked 19th overall with a 111 EPS, plus 9 on the KD, 6-6 on the entry. And unfortunately, he pretty much failed in all departments on Lair. So they really need more from Good Boy. They need more from...
Είναι το μόνο φαγητό που δεν τρώω. Τρώω τα πάντα εκτός από αυτό. Καλύτερα να μείνω νηστικός. Εγώ έτσι είμαι με το Σκότι, bro. Το Σκότι δεν μπορώ καν να το μυρίσω. Μου έρχεται να κάνω... Ναι, δεν θα πω τώρα γιατί μπορεί κάποιοι από εσάς να τρώτε. Αλλά ναι, δεν... Το Σικότι και ούτε τον Αρακά. Δεν είναι το ότι δεν θα φάω, αλλά δεν ρε φίλε, δεν. Δεν συζητάω για φασολάκια αυτά που έχουν και την τριχούλα από πάνω. Δεν τους συζητάω αυτή τη βλακεία. Πώς το τρώνε αυτοί κάποιο, δεν ξέρω. Και τις μπάμιες. Άστο. Και τις μπάμιες, δεν μπορώ να τις βλέπω. Μπορώ να τις βλέπω.
Not a sight that's typically as common, especially in the APAC region. Sometimes you kind of just bring it out as a little pocket strat. So FearX kind of just straight off the board here into their strategy as to how they want to really dictate things on this map. It is the map pick of CAG, just to remind everyone, Lair was the pick for FearX. So this is what CAG wanted. Boogie trying to get that Nitrocell back. Good Boy, though, is going to be the opening death. Well, I had my eyes on him to perform a little bit better than Lair. Coded does eventually through the Nitrocell get rid of...
Ναι ρε φίλε, δεν. Πάντως ούτε το μαρούλι δεν σ' αρέσει ρε φίλε. Του βγάζει αυτό το χωματιλά που λες, χωματιλά.
Full top floor control for CAG has been established. And you see the footholds as well. Red stairs, something that Rin's going to want.
Αυτά εντάξει, άμα δεν έχει τίποτα άλλο να φας. Έτσι. Κλείνεις μάτια και μύτη και ταξιδεύεις. Και ταξιδεύεις στον παράδεισο της γεύσης. Ναι. Και μετά σου έρχεται μια γεύση από το λαιμό και πάνω. Ακραίο. Μπρο, όντως δεν μπορεί. Όντως δεν μπορεί. Αηδιάζει. Αγκούρι μαρούλι δεν είναι τρόλ αυτό, όντως. Ξαναλέω παιδιά, η καφέ το έχουν επιλέξει στο map αυτό ή Osaka Gaming, δηλαδή είναι το map των Osaka, οπότε ουσιαστικά έχουν πολύ καλύτερο προβάδισμα από ό,τι έχουν οι FearX, γιατί θεωρητικά όταν επιλέγεις ένα map το έχεις δουλέψει και γενικά για να το επιλέξεις το map αυτό θεωρείς ότι είσαι καλύτερος σε αυτό το map. Παρ' όλα αυτά και το layer που πήραν οι Osaka Gaming το είχαν επιλέξει FearX, οπότε δεν έχει καμιά σημασία αυτό. Είναι ξεκάθαρα το πώς θα παρουσιαστεί η ομάδα στη συγκεκριμένη φάση, ψυχολογικά και το τι απόδοση θα πιάσει. Δηλαδή έχουμε δει πάρα πολλά match, τα map που έχουν επιλέξει οι αντίπαλες ομάδες να τα έχουν κερδίσει. Οπότε ουσιαστικά το έχουμε δει πάρα πολλές φορές αυτό να γίνεται, δεν είναι ένα συνήθως φαινόμενο, αλλά αναρωτιέσαι κάποιες φορές γιατί γίνεται αυτό. Πραγματικά εγώ αναρωτιέμαι. Και ένας παράγοντας είναι ξεκάθαρα το κομμάτι της ψυχολογίας. Ειδικά στο stage που έχεις και τον κόσμο, έχεις μια άλλη Μπορεί να έχει μια άλλη επίδραση σε σένα αυτό.
Leaves that top floor a little bit longer as well for FearX, and a good start to win the opening round, especially when you choose a site like mining. You've got to be very much confident in your ability to win that site. Not the best of starts for Good Boy, who again...
Τενάκο έκανε το τέτοιο, το πρώτο mission για να ξεκλειδώσεις το co-op. Έχουμε και αγκώτη, έχουμε και high-tech. Έχουμε full άτομα, να ξέρεις. Παίρνω. Στον αγκώτη έστειλα και σε αυτόν το βίντεο για να ξεκλειδώσει το co-op. Το ίδιο έκανα και στον high-tech. Μέχρι στιγμής μόνο εγώ το έχω κάνει. Το πρώτο mission για να παίξουμε co-op. Λέω τώρα, λέω. Γιατί βλέπω να μπαίνουμε το βράδυ και να μην το έχει κάνει κανείς. 4 pack δεν έχω δει καθόλου τα drop. Κάτσε να δω. Καθόλου. Ναι, 4 packs. 2, 4, 6, 8. 4 packs, αλλά μέχρι πότε είναι? Μέχρι αύριο. Οπότε, παιδιά, αφήστε να φαρμάρει. Γιατί αύριο θα γίνουν reset. Τα drops.
They have flank watch available as well, so Mephi needs to be very careful. The track still is red ping. It's not really a play that he can go for.
It doesn't have a deployable shield either, so it's a dangerous area over towards VIP now for Mephi. Wants to stay alive, play the warden, can look through smokes and flashes.
Τι είπες με το game με τα ζομπιά? Ότι για να ξεκλειδώσεις το co-op, αυτό που έλεγα, για να ξεκλειδώσεις το co-op για να παίξεις τα ζόμπια πρέπει να παίξεις το πρώτο mission. Και βρήκα ένα βίντεο το πώς μπορείς να το κάνεις μπαμπαμ για να μπορέσεις να το ξεκλειδώσεις. Το έστειλα στα παιδιά, αν θες να στο στείλω και σένα. Εμείς με τα παιδιά θα παίξουμε σήμερα, σίγουρα. Σήμερα το βράδυ θα παίξουμε. Αν θες να μπεις και εσύ και έχεις spot, έλα.
Shield provided coverage and is able to go deep over towards coffee.
And they get the plant down behind said shield, avoid any nitrocell. There is only one, it's VIP.
Ναι, στείλ το, okay.
And he's not in a position to deny it with the nitrocell. Yokai drone is effective, does deny the plant from going down, but CAG find a kill. Finally coded, activates down the corridor, kill onto Chipitsu. The Yokai is still in a position to deny once again.
Η κούλα το έχει κατεβάσει στο game, έπαιζε Call of Duty από το πρωί. Εγώ της είπα να το κάνει, δεν το έχει κάνει ακόμα.
There's no time remaining. Finally, the drop down into Freezer from Black Ray deals at least with one of the Yokais. One more still up, now dealt with. No more.
Οικίστηκα. Λες και Call of Duty δεν μπορεί να παίξει άλλη φορά.
Black Ray made his way down. It's only Woogie. Well, he won a 1v2 post plan back on lair, but a 1v3 surely should be too much.
Αλλά το έχει κατεβάσει το game.
Into bar he goes. Needs to clear.
Ένα V3 για να δούμε. Πριν είδαμε clutch. Από τον Woogieman. Έστρωε.
A little scrappy, a little bit hectic.
A little. I mean, the win con from Cycle.
Στο στείλα DM last.
The plant condition for them, dropping down with the Osa, going deep over towards coffee. It was perfect. It baited the smoke util into the wrong position. But then we see the 2-1 split, 2 players above, and the Yokai continuing to pester the plant. They had no ability to actually deal with.
Πολύ ωραίο shot εδώ από τον back. Με το που άνοιξε, φίλε, πήρε το kill. Πάρα πολύ καλό. Οκ. Εγώ, παιδιά, πάντως σε αυτό το σημείο που ξεκλείδωσα το multiplayer μου πήρε κανένα 20 λεπτό, δηλαδή δεν είναι πολύ. Και 20 λεπτό δεν το πήγα και speedrun, γιατί λούταρα κάποια πράγματα, γιατί ήθελα να λουτάρω. Οπότε 20 λεπτό μαζί με loot. Οπότε αν το κάνεις και speedrun, σε 10 λεπτά το έχεις κάνει.
After this round as well, each team will get one extra, and we kind of pose the question in regards to shield play. And so far, it hasn't been ultra prevalent by CAG, but in this round, they did hover over the Blackbeard, electing to not bring it.
Yeah.
So, do you ban shield then?
Εν τω μεταξύ, θα πάθετε πλάκα με τα γραφικά που έχει το game, παιδιά. Εγώ το έχω ξαναπαίξει μέχρι πολύ. Δεν το είχα προχωρήσει σχεδόν καθόλου. Αλλά είχα προχωρήσει, είχα κάνει ένα progress. Για τα γραφικά που έχει το game, είναι σε Unreal Engine 5. Είναι ακραίο το game. Ακραίο. Δηλαδή τα details που έχουν τα κτίρια, οι χαρακτήρες, έχουν κάνει πάρα πολύ καλή δουλειά. Και το game, η εταιρεία που έχει βγάλει το game αυτό, έχει βγάλει το Warhammer, βγήκε τώρα το καινούριο Warhammer. Έχει βγάλει έχει βγάλει πάρα πολλά game. Το Quiet, αυτό που είναι με τα τέρατα, που δεν πρέπει να τρέχεις, δεν πρέπει να... που έπαιζε η Kiki on stream, δεν το θυμάσαι εσύ. Το Quiet Place, πώς το λένε, ρε. Που είναι και ταινία. Αυτά τα game τα έχει βγάλει αυτή η εταιρεία που έχει βγάλει το Dead Island 2. Τι game είναι. Μπορείς να παίξεις και solo και co-op zombies, αλλά είναι πάρα πολύ rich story game και το έχει Epic δωρεάν. Solo leveling. Solo leveling, ρε. Όχι, ρε. Το Quiet Place, ρε. Το game, λέω. Solo leveling εντωμεταξύ νομίζω υπάρχει και εταιρεία που βγάζει games. Δεν είναι το άνιμα, γιατί μου ήρθε το άνιμα στη φάση. Πολύ ωραίο γελαδά από τη χιμπάνα. Νομίζω υπάρχει εταιρεία solo game. Οπότε replay αν πας στην Epic Games και πας στα free games, κάτω claim γιατί δεν ξέρω μέχρι πότε είναι enable. 50 ευρώ κάνει το game. Βγήκε το 23. Καλό.
Well, Blackray is on a heater, but he cannot win that round single-handedly. And FearX will find a second, and we head into the mid-half ban phase.
Yeah, big moment from Woogie. Lowest rated.
Για να δούμε τι bans θα κάνουν.
Series, but help shut down site. Grim Valk.
Grim Valkyrie, okay.
An additional shield ban. FearX clearly confident and I think understands.
Έχουμε time out. Time out για τους FearX.
Contrast to my doubts that they can deal with Anaton, who hasn't posed all that much of a threat yet to find a pick in this game. Cyclops, tactical timeout.
That's an early one, but I don't mind it. Although if you think about it, we had the early one in the previous match of Lair for FearX, and maybe in the end was that a little too early. That was after 2 rounds, this one after 3. For CAG, I think the 2 attacking rounds is probably the pass mark for this half. And take into consideration their numbers, their stats, the map itself. So they don't really need a whole lot more. 3 rounds to probably find one. Good spirits right now for CAG. Of course, 1 map up in the series.
Στο επόμενο time out γενικά θα δείξουμε μια γρήγορα το καινούριο Elite για σήμερα στον Wamai. Εδώ έχει μπάνα, φίλε, νομίζω ότι θα έπαιρνε και αυτό εδώ το kill. Αν έπαιρνε τον Castle θα ήταν huge play από τη χιμπάνα. Και πολύ πιθανό να κερδίζαν το round η Osaka και όχι η FearX. Αλλά ήταν πολύ τυχερός εκεί ο Castle που δεν πήρε headshot εκεί χιμπάνα. Πολύ τυχερός.
So good innovation from FearX, doing their homework, doing their preparation heading into this game.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Unfortunately, Good Boy though still 0-3. Everyone else though starting to lift a little bit here on Cafe in comparison. Blackray 8-2, but they only have 1 round to show for it. Blackray, the second highest rated player on CAG coming into the playoffs. And I was just having a quick look at the overview. So that's looking at the entire series. So Lair plus the first couple of rounds of Cap.
Πάντως πρώτη φορά και οι δύο ομάδες περνάνε σε stage. Δεν έχει περάσει καμία από τις δύο ποτέ. Πάνε μόνο μέχρι τα group phase σε knockout stage δεν έχουν περάσει ποτέ και σε κοινό εννοώ, μπροστά σε κοινό, δεν έχουν παίξει ποτέ καμία από τις δύο ομάδες. Είναι πρώτη φορά και για τους δύο. Ωπα, μύρισε κρεμμύδι. Ποιο κρεμμύδι έκοψε εκεί.
Well, Murphy has shown he's definitely willing to be aggressive, even if he is playing the smoke.
Well, wants to stay alive, keep the gas babes up. They have the mirror to instead use that.
First time seeing top floor as well for FearX.
Shibisu will be desperate to get value from that shock drone to try and clear these mirror windows. It is critically important. Early gas babe. No one's there. Nobody's there. Good boy's first point of contact, washroom. Unless it's perhaps to dissuade the swing in, that's potentially the play.
Yeah, Arkali is on the window, white corridor. Woogie finds the opening kill onto Arkali with a nitro cell.
Πολύ καλό kill με nitro.
That was indeed the man on the window, rappelling over. And we're ready for him. Good boy again, losing his life. Now 1 in 13. And they lose Rin as well, and CAG is starting to make their charge towards...
Πώς δεν τον είδε εκεί, ρε μαλάκα, πώς δεν είδε τη μοίρα.
Towards backstop.
Πολύ καλό angle εκεί, μάγκες. Πάρα πολύ καλό angle. Τρομερό angle. Αν και πιστεύω η μοίρα μπορεί να το σκότωνα. Μπορεί αυτός να μην είχε καθαρό vision στη μοίρα, αλλά η μοίρα τον έβλεπε. Πιστεύω αν έπαιζε κάποιος με ACOG εκεί, κανένας dog, κανένας rook, θα είχε πεθάνει η Twitch. 1000%. Γιατί γενικά τέτοια angles αρκετές φορές advantage έχει... Okay. Δεν ακούστηκε ποτέ μάλλον αυτός το τύπος.
There's not a lot that really Mephi can do. Blackray make it 11. Talk about performing on the biggest of stages for Blackray for this CAG roster. And they tie things up 2-2.
Blackray just continues to open up win cons late round. Is a threat that FearX are struggling to deal with. Good swing in. Rest of the team follows up and just breaks down that defense.
Coming into this match, you had the 19th EPS in Good Boy and the 21st EPS in Blackray. Well, there's an absolute gulf between the two of them in this series right now. Blackray won 37. That is staggering.
In that replay package as well, Rin going for the run out. That was an idea for sure, and did not pay off.
And that's a second attacking round now for CAG. I mean, that puts them in a really strong position mentally going into the remainder of this half with 2 rounds to follow. They've already got kind of job done on their attack in camp.
Πάντως εγώ ένα έχω να πω. Ο άλλος έκανε rappelling και παρόλο που έχουμε καινούριο ήχο στο CGX, δεν τον άκουσε κανείς. Εγώ αυτό έχω να πω, τίποτα άλλο. Εκτός αν εκείνη την ώρα, δεν ξέρω, έσκασαν κανένα flash, κάτι τέτοιο και δεν τον άκουσα. Αλλά ήταν λίγο ύποπτο. Ήταν λίγο ύποπτο και sad που δεν ακούστηκε πάλι. Ραπελίν.
Well, we're back to mining. CAG looked rusty on the execute last time out. It was the opening round of this half. FearX with that pocket pick on the objective were able to make it work. This time out though, slightly different line up. The Blackbeard in play and the Ying as well. And that combination could be really deadly, and especially once Blackray has gotten to work on his hard breach and he has the license to run around, we have seen him be a massive threat in the kill department as well.
Σίγουρα οι FearX δεν πρέπει να χάσουν και αυτό το round. Αν χάσουν και αυτό το round, είναι πολύ επίφοβο να χάσουν την ψυχολογία τους αυτή τη στιγμή. Και να χάσουν και το match όλο. Και δεν βλέπω να πάει καλά, μπρο, για τους FearX. Δεν βλέπω να πάει καθόλου καλά, μπρο. Ούτε damage δεν έχουν σκάσει στους Osaka. Wow. Έφαγε 50 damage σχεδόν η Hibana. Ακραίο.
And for Good Boy, he's certainly got
wow.
It's
Πολύ δύσκολα, παιδιά, για τους FRX τώρα. Να ξέρετε. Πάρα πολύ δύσκολο. Αυτό το round ήταν καθοριστικό στο κομμάτι της ψυχολογίας. Πιστεύω θα τους επηρεάσει πάρα πολύ. Tactical time out για τους FRX.
Right? They hound the bar. They domain, of course, well, not to be bar, but no problem, that's happened. They domain, they kill, and they fucking safe. He stair safe, he cocktail safe, right? Don't do that. Let's repeat again here. The train again. Same strat, but boy, let's change the Wamai. Put some Mozi, bro. If you need to change, you can do that. Organize with the boys. Put Mozi in every stat, take the initial drones we don't see. They don't like to repeat attack, so high chance for they go to domain second floor. Anyway, they're bad in execution, right? Remember the first round we play in train? They domain, they're fucking bad execution. But do the first step a little bit more aggressive, right? A little bit more. We're not fighting the first step, right? So let's do that with more power.
Well, I mean, to be honest, from Dark there, I actually kind of like the fact that he's not getting overly heated. He's not getting overly invested. He goes straight to the strategy and says, this is what we can do. This is what we can do better. Let's back ourselves in. We're going to repeat. We're going to go back to mining, which that in itself is a brazy and bold and call. But to be fair, they had won this site previously back in the opening round. CAG struggled to unlock mining. This time they kind of just waltzed in, sheer firepower. FearX weren't ready for it. I think they were maybe too much in their heads about the strategy behind defending mining that they kind of just allowed CAG to just walk around the map. And to be honest right now, you've got to find a way to shut down BlackRay. He is a difference maker in this match. Siege is a team game, but when you have a player playing this good on this much of a heater, that is scary.
Bomb located by attackers.
Yeah, the double down to Brazen Claw. Cyclops with the perfect counterplay on attack there in the prior round of completely ignoring the map clear and instead just oversimplifying it. White stays hit horizontal across, extract value from the Blackbeard, allow BlackRay to do his thing. He's clearly being enabled.
Okay.
Same lineup, essentially, or close to it. They bring the Mozzie. We heard Dark say that in the tactical timeout communication. And they bring the Legion. So what this offers for FearX is a bit more roam power. So if CAG do kind of try to play the same way as previously last round, they'll be met a little bit more by-coded by Good Boy. But unfortunately, Good Boy has only found one kill through 2 maps. So CAG might not mind seeing a Mozzie early on in this round and say, hey, that could be an entry position for CAG. And they bring pretty much the same looking lineup.
Loading new mag.
Basically, just make space for BlackRay and let him do his thing right now. That's honestly the number one game plan for CAG. 3 attacking rounds found on Cafe, winning the opening map. Best position possible for this roster to get into a top 4 finish at an event. They are not that far away. But that's where you've got to, as players, just put that out of your mind. Focus on this match round by round. Entry from Anaton in towards Cocktail. Anaton swiftly up close. Mephi traded though. A little battle towards top white stairs, and it's going the way of FearX. They're actually able to meet them head on this time, rather than allowing them to get map control. And they dealt with BlackRay. Huge piece off the board, and with Arkali falling, finally, this is the FearX roster that we saw a lot of back in the group stage. And while Jibitsu does find that kill, certainly with a 3 versus 1 opportunity, FearX should be able to tie the half.
Yeah, has to collect that kit as well. FearX mating them. Withstanding the pressure, good trade game. There is info though. He could isolate it to a 1 versus 2. Missed it. A bad timing, however.
Missed his opportunity, I feel like. Good yellow ping information. He has a minute to think through this, and as you said, a minute to also isolate some of these players.
We're in 1 shot.
Yep. Well, so far, we've seen some crazy things in this series. This would be one of the crazier ones. If CAG win this round, you may as well throw in the white towel if you're FearX. They have to just play smart. Don't play scared, but play smart. You've got the numbers. Play the site. Yes, he's got kit. That's okay. Over towards Pillar. Now it's about trying to reacquire information. With that shot, they now know where he is. Play off of that. Little time remaining. Smoke is out. Woogie can play contact. You don't want Rin playing contact. And there he is. There's the boogeyman through the smoke.
Μπράβο. Πολύ δύσκολο στο να μπορέσουν να διαχειριστούν την πίεση που τους άσκησαν επειδή πήραν οι Οσάκα και το προηγούμενο round πριν το timeout. Πολύ σημαντικό το ότι μπόρεσαν και το διαχειρίστηκαν αυτό και πήραν το επόμενο round. Πάρα πολύ σημαντικό. Το κομμάτι της ψυχολογίας.
FearX have done enough to remain
Μπράβο,
competitive.
μπράβο στους FearX.
But I can't help but feel and echo the same concerns.
Πάμε να δούμε λίγο το Elite του Wamai. Νομίζω έχουμε tactical timeout και από την ομάδα των Osaka. Ναι.
Could prove to be too much of a challenge for them considering how they've played up until this point.
Όχι, έχουμε ban. Για πάμε λίγο.
I don't wanna last big things to see. Back on my bush, that do it for G's. Tuli kafunga tuka tuka keys. Squeezing and goofers in a leap of bills. Hey, we be getting more paper, no joking no more. We don't need no favors. Hey, and they know all better. We be getting more dough where they need more flavors. They must be hard, I want to see, I wanna wow. Ever since I made it, wonder wow. We just wanna get down, what you do, I can't be down, bully. Do me, I'm down, no, not wow.
And with the way that they've kind of been playing from behind in a lot of rounds, I feel like they may look to the shields. You think back to Lair, they were losing a lot of entry battles. So the shields may actually enable them to get better position, therefore better entry fights to go their way.
Yeah, use Woogie to play that front line, get info, a bit of space, less risk.
It's on the Fuse. Of course, Fuse can have a shield as well. So second half, CAG, Defense Cafe, 4 more rounds to see them book their place into a semi-final. So up to FearX to find these attacking rounds. They've been a really good attacking team at this event, 4th overall, but their entries have left a little bit to be desired. In saying that, they are 5th for plants. They're actually 1 better than CAG. But I think at this point you can just throw a lot of the statistics out because when you're at a 3-3 half second map facing elimination, it just comes down to instincts. Game sense here for FearX. And for Good Boy, it has to probably be confidence. If he can find a kill or 2, get that confidence flowing, he's more than strong enough as a player to get himself back into this game and offer more firepower to this FearX roster, who are essentially, dare I say, playing a man down at the moment.
Oh, he was second best.
It's 1 and 15.
Yeah, he was second best on the team coming in, 73% cost.
Rin, opening kill, huge, on to Anaton. Not a lot of lost utility, and I think Anaton actually went for a run out. The FearX need these opening kills. It's been quite 50-50 so far here on Cafe. With that, though, they now establish a little trend. 4 of the last 5 rounds have gone the way of FearX, and no surprise to see that scoreboard starting to go more in their fashion, dealing with some of this utility over towards default. This is actually really good pacing for FearX. I feel like they're getting a lot done early in this round.
Oh,
Walking straight towards White Stairs. He's 8 and 3.
Well, Good Boy might not be getting kills, but he flushed him out with that utility.
Good utility usage, and now in for the site, looking to get the plant down. Really well orchestrated attacking round from FearX, and just believes in themselves enough that maybe they can bring this series back. Black Gray, well, I mean, I'm not too surprised that he finds that headshot through the soft wall. But with Sharif down, that's the Robin Dawn for the Batman, and Rin the double kill, and FearX make a statement to begin this second half. That was a swift attack, well orchestrated attack, and shows how good this team can be when they are all firing.
Yeah, not showing a lot of fear there through the mid-round, which was, you know, really nice to see. Did a good job dismissing the initial run-out attempt, gave themselves that advantage, that breathing room. They leaned then into the utility of the Ying to flush out the stairs, and then from there, able to crunch side, overwhelm, trade out. Good opening round for the attack to find a bit of comfort and some confidence. Now we look at Cyclops to respond. We go downstairs, over towards kitchen. A site, especially with the compositions that I'm kind of seeing off screen, is going to lean itself into being very much focused on the late round, which has been scrappy on this side in rounds gone by. So,
well, they just looked like they had confidence in their attack.
Yeah, they're just taking. They weren't afraid to take on these fights, and for the most part, they had either supporting utility or someone close by to trade.
And I think the onus actually came at the end of the first half. It was that final 6th round. What did they do? They kind of changed up their mindset. Let's go head on. Let's kind of bring the fight to CAG. And they kind of then embody that, started then off in the second half as well, where they say, hey, let's play pretty fast without it looking rushed, because it wasn't. You can find kills and get good map space early in rounds without it being sort of rushed. It was well orchestrated. Bodes well for FearX if they can continue to play such as that. And like you said, even though Good Boy didn't find a kill, his utility usage certainly helped enable them to win that round. 4-3 lead for FearX. First time they've led in this match since round 3. It's been a little bit back and forth.
Rayora back in the fold. What do you think the win rate, the win rate has been with her at this event?
30%.
33.
Oh, I'll tell you what, I'll take that. I mean, a good margin there. Sharif over towards brown stairs. There is actually one towards bot white. Mephi, is he ready for it? Knows there's one inside of VIP, but he's also conscious of that long angle. Woogie though. Ooh. Andrin open things up for Fear X. That front door has just been beaten down. They've made their way in, and Fear X is starting to put the fear into CAG.
I'm hearing the crowd, Jake.
I'm hearing Fear X.
Yeah.
And this is the Fear X we expected coming into this quarterfinal, and the Fear X we're starting to get. And Coda just said in chat, good boy has logged in. GG.
Hell yeah.
Well, they've been playing a man down. I cannot put it any other way. At one point, you're 1-15 in a best-of-3 series. You're losing a lot of firepower there over the course of many, many rounds, but flawless there from Fear X. And again, I think it's really startling if you're CAG. The 2 rounds that have played out in this half have just been so utterly dominant.
Yeah.
New drone, good day.
Cafe is a very difficult map. I mean, difficult in online, but especially Cafe, to get that ground without trades.
Τι έχασα, chat.
And so to do it in such a dominant
Α, η FRX το πήραν, μπράβο.
Very impressive effort. I love the mentality that Fear X have brought in that final round of the half, the double down decision there, I think, to then confirm it and transition that into attack. It's worked out really nicely for them. Cyclops now, much like their counterparts, they go to mining. Will Fear X have the same teething issues on their first attempt attacking into this site? Now, in contrast, they do have the Ram available, so Vert is going to be the wing con for them. They want to get that control above, cut the flanks with Gridlock, and Woogie on the shield. So they have the ability to play forward info, play it safe.
On the map of Cafe right now, Black Ray is a 189 EPS. The next player on CAG is an 81. That is a gulf. That is a chasm. I mean, like, it is not even comparable. Black Ray needs help. Otherwise, this map could very much get away from CAG.
He's on the pulse for this round, so arguably his role on paper is to actually gather info and aid others. Honestly, he might just be doing it for self-sufficient info.
Τι εννοείς εδώ, ρε?
Well, to be fair, the pacing this round for Fear X not quite as... not as quick as...
No.
They have certainly been slowed down. They've got the Monty, though, that can obviously aid in that more slower pace.
Το quest το έκανες για να ξεκλειδώσεις το online ή όχι ακόμα? Για να ξέρω, γιατί θα μαζευτούμε. Ποιοι το έχουν κάνει, ποιοι όχι. Γιατί εγώ βλέπω αυτή τη στιγμή μόνο εγώ να το έχω κάνει, κανείς άλλος.
Black Ray.
6 of the last 7, and with Black Ray down by Good Boy, the tide has well and truly turned into the favor of Fear X.
Μια χαρά.
And Fear X are about to log off CAG here on Cafe. It's an onslaught in this second half. But hey, a free one for Akali.
Doesn't matter.
It doesn't really matter though. They are just swarming.
Έχει ακόμα με ένα φίλο, okay.
That third map is very much waiting.
Άλλο ένα round, παιδιά, για τους FRX. Για να πάνε σε ισοπαλία το match. 1-1 στα map για να πάνε και να παίξουν μετά το decider map, το οποίο είναι η bank. Ένα round μακριά είναι.
And since then, they've believed in him.
Yeah. He's been a massive difference maker, and Good Boy switching on as well. I mean, he gets the key kill there on the
Πλάρα, φίλο, πλάρα. Πλάρα.
Put it back in the pocket, tried to find a pick back to help his team fight back into the round. But they cannot just be relying on that one individual. Everybody around the map just breaking down, losing their ones, losing that control. 3 map points, Fear X. I cannot believe I'm saying that sentence after what we have seen so far.
It was a 3-2 lead in favor of CAG. Since then, bang, bang.
Τι ώρα θα ξεκινήσουμε όταν μαζευτούμε ρε εσύ και το έχετε κάνει. Εγώ γι' αυτό λέω να το κάνατε, για να μην καθυστερήσουμε κιόλας και στο να περιμένουμε ο ένας να το κάνει, ο άλλος να το κάνει, ο άλλος να το κάνει, για να παίξουμε απευθείας παρέα. Εγώ γι' αυτό σας είπα κάντε το. Γιατί εγώ ξέρεις τι βλέπω, να μπαίνετε σε call, να μην το έχει κάνει κανείς και να πρέπει να το κάνετε όλοι και να μην παίξουμε σήμερα. Ξέρεις. Εγώ το βλέπω αυτό να γίνεται. 1000% αυτό που σου λέω. 100%. Που λέμε. Ό,τι θέλετε ρε. Απλά δεν μπορώ να καθίσω να σας περιμένω να το κάνετε, αυτό λέω. Αυτή την άποψη. Γιατί θα είμαι και live παράλληλα. Θα βλέπουμε τα match. Yeah. Το καπιτάο πώς δεν τον πήρε εκεί ρε φίλε.
That's massive. That is a massive moment for this round. FearX, Mephi specifically, getting away with it. And that utility will come into play later. The flames, the smokes, depending on what kind of play they want to go for, if it's like a washrooms clear, a drop, skylight, etc. A couple of different options available, but that will be a very important tool in about a minute and a half time.
And it allows FearX to just slowly make their way into the site now, knowing that the first shots from CAG has grazed them. Jibitsu towards Cocktail, knows there's one on the rappel.
Well, I mean, washrooms is good here. It's really just...
Τελείωσε τώρα να πάω να φάω.
Keep that in mind on the Mozzie. He has captured one.
Here we go, they've got a player isolated.
Woogie on the Monty. He's just making his way back, drop down coded in front of them. There was a one-for-one trade between Akali and Rin. The timing is everything, and Coded gets rid of the Mozzie. Slight advantage now for FearX, still plenty of time.
Bravo. Bravo. Βεβαίως.
But it is looking done. Needs help from Anaton. Needs help from his warden. But Blackray says, I don't need the help. I'll do it myself. And he does indeed have yellow ping information.
Θα γίνει το plan, τι θα κάνετε ρε μάγκες τώρα. Και δεν πλαντάρουν.
60 seconds.
Άιντε, κατεβείτε από White.
Already having a tremendous map, needs to go a little bit more. It's up.
Μπράβο.
And he sends the message for Blackray. Anaton is the last man standing for Cyclops. 50 seconds for FearX to send us to a third and decisive map.
Cyclops are done here. Anaton, 1-6, 1 versus 3. FearX firing on all cylinders.
Δεν έχει κουνηθεί εδώ και πόσα σεκ.
Taking the shield man into account, needs to deal with.
Άντε ρε, πλάντα ρε.
There's one above. He's wary of that. The shot's ring.
Nice. Jesus. 1-1 στα maps, παιδιά. Οπότε το επόμενο map που θα δούμε είναι η Bank. Ο ένας έχει πάρει το map του άλλου. Ακραίο. Ωραίο match. Καλό match. Καλό match.
Them out. We thought Cafe was going to be a write-off. We thought they would struggle on attack.
Blackray was 12-2 and CAG was seeing. But FearX are the ones now in control of the orchestra. We are heading to Bank. A third map is needed here.
Λοιπόν, chat, πάω να φάω μέχρι να ξεκινήσει το επόμενο και το τελευταίο map για αυτό το game και επιστρέφω. BRB και εγώ.
FearX, they come back. They outshine CAG on Cafe, and now this series has legs. Now it gets more interesting for this APAC North rivalry. Honestly, a much more put together FearX in this. Of course, the highlights we're checking out right now presented to you by Games Pass. If you guys want to redeem and win some rewards, just make sure you're playing once it launches. It's pretty simple. But Lax, as we start to deep dive into this one, it just looked like a different FearX.
This is the beauty of a best three, baby, is the fact that you can not show the best showing the first map, but immediately come out the gates in the second map to show pure dominance. And this is exactly the FearX that we were seeing in Phase 1 that was putting up such a good performance. They were confident, you could tell. And realistically, I don't think Keg played very well into the bans. We're on that exact opposite end. FearX absolutely abused it, especially on that Monty. And even in that last round specifically, Wuggy Man was doing such a good job on that Monty. And in that round, Coded gets a kill, making it a 1v3 and starts BMing for a good 20 seconds. And then he also closes out the round, making it a 7-3. FearX is back.
Yeah, FearX played really well. The biggest issue we talked about was getting inside the map, getting your foot in the door. They didn't have an issue with that. They were easily accessing the building, and once they were in, their attacks were phenomenal, always focusing on getting that execute down. CAG looked like they were playing a more individualized Siege, which was the biggest issue. Yep. And it's very interesting to see both teams kind of flip-flopping each other's maps, just because on a bigger map, you'd expect FearX to be better. On a smaller map, you'd expect CAG to be better. But it was the opposite. CAG had a very difficult time of being able to shut them out, getting into the building. And then once the sides swapped, CAG's attack, they just looked really bad. They looked like that worst attacking Ray team today in that map too.
I mean, talking about CAG, Black Ray needs help. Yeah. He dropped 16 kills, and I think the highest kill underneath him was maybe 5. So if we're going into the third map, which we are going to, everybody needs to step it up. It's do or die.
Gents, as much as I love hearing from you, there's one thing I like more, and that's to hear from the players. Maria's courtside to have a little bit of a conversation.
What a game from FearX, and now you have all the love from Brazil, from the Brazilian crowd. Can you feel it?
Eu te amo, Brazilian!
Thank you so much, also. You're doing so great.
Thank you so much.
You spoke about the aggressiveness in the second map from CAG, but what happened?
I don't know, it just didn't work out. I think someone stole my mouse. I don't know what happened. My aim was just all over the place. I don't know what happened.
Okay, now for this third map, you have to have aim.
Yeah. I don't know what happened, but you know, Bank, next one's map, Bank is gonna be easy.
Ooh, let's see.
Έγινε, δεν ακούω. Thank you. Thank you.
Big things to see. Back on my push it, I do it for G's. Tuli kafunga tuka tuko keys. Squeezing and goofers in a little bills. Hey, we be getting more paper, no joking no more. We don't need no favors. Hey, and they know all better. We be getting more dough where they need more flavors. They must be hard, I want to feel when I wow. Ever since I made it, wanna wonder wow. We just want to shower, what you do, I can't be gone. Bully, do me, I'm down on. Wow.
Ήρθαμε ακριβώς. Στα 30 σεκ που ξεκινάει το δεύτερο map, ό,τι καλύτερο.
FearX re-entered the room to a standing ovation. Not really, but almost. It was a round of applause, very loud, very vocal. I guess the Brazilians are happy that they've pushed it one map further. We head to Bank now, gentlemen. This map might be a little bit more open. It might be a little bit bigger, but what can we expect, Lax?
I mean, realistically, you got to put the clamps on FearX right now if you're KEG, because they are looking confident compared to what you were seeing the first map. And again, that is what has pushed them through all of Phase 1 and finding themselves here. And again, it's a best of 3. So you can come back from this. KEG can easily understand where they went wrong. And me personally, where they went wrong is they weren't abusing the shields. They were not playing into the bans that they set up in those operators. So especially coming into Bank, a far bigger map, you can use these bans against your opponent, but you really have to stay on top of it.
And I'm glad you brought up the bans, because KEG obviously did not respect FearX on Cafe running that Monty. They didn't ban it. And so obviously KEG has to be able to now anticipate that, but also on the flip side, we know the shields aren't going to be available for Anderson. We know the shields aren't going to be available for KEG. And that looked like it really struggled. The Blackbeard wasn't working for KEG. They need to be able to find a new avenue to get those attack wins. That'll be the most important thing for KEG going into Bank. Because if they can't get the attacks down, their defenses looked very sloppy. And if FearX has that confidence, especially in their defense, they are going to be able to run away with it.
The game's a little bit up in the air at the moment. Momentum might be back in FearX's favor here, but we've seen individuals pop off on CAG as well. Do you have a favorite here, Lax? Do you have someone you're leaning toward?
I mean, like we said, Black Ray had a huge performance on Cafe. I'm not looking at one individual player. I'm looking at everyone from KEG, because this is it.
Yeah, I mean, I think Black Ray, if he can keep that level of play, he just needs a little bit of help.
Yes.
Arcolian first map had 12 kills. In the second map, you dwindle down a little bit. If he can pop it back up in third map, they'll be set.
All right, gents, thank you very much for joining us here for the pre-map. It is time for us to get underway with Bank, but before we do, Maria had a chat with Diddy, man, the coach of CAG.
Right now, you need to win this map to stay alive in the tournament. So what was the conversation during the pause?
生き残るためにこのマップを勝たないといけないんですけれども、このマップの前のチームとの話はどうしましたか？
そうですね、あんまり喋れてはないんですけど、トイレで。チーム全体、ちょっとふわふわした状態になってたんで、チーム一丸となって最後のマップは取りに行きたいと思います。
So yeah, we didn't talk yet because we were in the toilet all, but the conversation is going to be basically, we were like a bit shaky in this previous map, so just, keep it together and go for the map and win it.
Thank you.
So both of our APAC Titans have traded blows now, 1-for-1, both stealing each other's map picks as well. Sets us up perfectly going into Bank, and honestly, I don't know who to really root for or expect to win this map, but for FearX, they've got the momentum going into it.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like all of the expectation setting that we have done in this entire series thus far has been meh at best. I mean, I thought FearX were going to take this in a two-way fashion. Map 1, bit of a disaster. The desk thought, especially Cafe Attack, FearX, going to be a struggle. Anything but. So Bank is a blank slate. We get to jump in, let the better team win.
Blackray was immense on Cafe, but it wasn't enough. He needed others to stand up. I was looking at some of his numbers and also the numbers of his teammates on that map. 166 EPS, went 16 and 7. Everyone else was 69 and below in terms of EPS. That's not nice.
No. Yeah, Cyclops really found it rough there on that prior map. Social prediction now leaning back towards FearX.
Ultimately, though, it's 50-50 as we head into Bank. The deciding map here of this quarterfinal between our two APAC juggernauts. Will it be FearX? Will it be CAG to make a semi-final? We're about to find out. So it comes down to this, the final match between these two partners, FearX, CAG. Korea versus Japan, APAC v APAC. Only one, though, can now move forward to that semi-final. Only one can continue to progress, to impress. Who's it going to be?
I was going to ask you, who do you think it's going to be?
Well, the respect is certainly there for both of these two teams. I'm going to say that first and foremost. I think, though, FearX have the momentum. I also like Bank for them as well, a little bit more of an open kind of map. They're a really good attacking team. The entries, not really supposed to be a strength of CAG, although they've found a little bit of success so far in this series. CAG also do begin on the defense, right? That's probably where you want to be if you are CAG right now. They ban out the Monte, they ban out the Dokkaebi, Inverse, the Mirror, and the Kaid off the board.
CAG respecting the Monty on this occasion. They take it out. We have seen Woogie thus far be quite impactful on these shields. Not necessarily in terms of getting kills, but that's never really his role. Instead, to gain information, gain space, and do so in a fashion that is a little bit safer. So that's a big change up heading into this map. All the other bans across the board are pretty on meta from what we have been seeing thus far here on Bank, Kai, a classic, Mirror, very good on multiple sites. And Dokkaebi as well will aid on such a large map. Clear. To basement we go though round 1. A site that has played out, you know, rather similarly to what it was pre-Siege X. Some teams elected to go for open holds, hatch drops, etc. Others a little bit more contained, turtling down. So we'll see what CAG look to bring this time around. But there's initially a rainbow was open, should be soon an elevator, and so FearX will look to break that down.
Cyclops need to start well here because all the momentum's with FearX. Ever since that tactical timeout midway through Cafe from Dark, it's been a FearX onslaught. And you're on defense Bank, and especially with basement as well being the opening site, this is where you want to begin well if you're Cyclops, get some momentum and energy back into the team as well. I know you've had the break between the maps. And curious to see how they're going to actually play this out, because it's not entirely the most conventional looking lineup. You've got the Ala, for instance, over towards Blue Stairs. I mean, the rest of it's pretty much on brand. Tuberia can, of course, delay with his auto canisters. You got the Fenrir as well to deny the ability to kind of just pushing freely.
I'll be honest, with no catch and no warden, if you're not clearing Blue Stairs here, FearX, you're not setting the tone very well for the half.
It's an aggressive lineup as well from FearX. They bring the Sens, which can be utilized in a couple of different fashions. Depends if they want to go for a vault here or rather default. Block off a lot of the long lines of sight that you can typically see towards lockers and CCTV. And it is a full 5-stack down below basement for CAG. No contest whatsoever here on that first floor. Now, to be fair, Anatta playing the Ala at some point if he wants to activate from Blue Stairs. If FearX are electing to not go in that direction, he could go on a flank.
Shotgun, though?
Probably not.
Mephi as well, not having to use any death mark.
Oh, Akali is deep garage as well, by the way.
For the late round sweep. Calculated play.
I think Anatta's just going to want to hold this position for as long as possible. Probably won't look to push out. Drone over towards Vault. We have seen a couple of teams so far at this event really go for those Vault-centric attacks for Basement Bank.
Yeah, with the Sens to cover the drop.
And you've got the Blackbeard as well to facilitate the drop far more successfully. With the shield up, very difficult to die straight away. Nitro Souls, of course, do go out really, really early. Although it hasn't exploded, his pre-plays that should get shot out or at least be noticed. 50 seconds, by the way, in terms of time here for FearX, and CAG are very much bodied over towards Vault.
Whoa. Aggressive over towards main. Blackray
No
Very good
surprise.
on the last map.
And there's one stuck in towards Elevator now. That's Good Boy. Caught out by that Gas Babe. Can't push forward. No pressure over towards the server side. It will be the drop. Woogie will fall. Trade does come through. 30 seconds. Still some time. Don't have to panic here if you're Fear X. The kid's still in a bad spot. Only just now picked up by Rin. Got to make your way towards the site. While you do have this vault control, you haven't really cleared out the site itself.
20 seconds on the clock. A 1v4. Cyclops resilient in this opening round.
I mean, that's just not the attack to open up here. Third map, decisive map of a quarterfinal for Fear X. The whole way through, it was clear to be Elevator, clear to be Vault-centric. Nothing towards server side. Nothing aiming towards CCTV. There was no red herring. There was no deceptiveness. And that made it very, very comfortable and easy for CAG to read.
It was easy to read, and I'd go as far as to say it just isn't the right play into that comp anyway, right? And no Warden, no catch. Blue clear should have been the play, at minimum, to isolate one and then go from there.
The ROUs either, too, were not effective.
They were to some degree, but I mean, it was more so like the backline gold, etc. and others over towards Elevator that just didn't have impact. Good regress as well, main, right? Blackray massive with the shotgun main. He was very, very pivotal back on Cafe. Cyclops, though, need to be mindful that they aren't fully reliant on him on this map. Despite popping off, it was nowhere near enough for them to win that last map.
So CAG on the board. Third and final map of this quarterfinal, the All APAC Showdown. And again, as I said, I think for their own sake of momentum building, that's really the way you want to start. A very convincing round. Everyone was well positioned. Everyone understood what they needed to do. And for Blackray to go and find another 2 kills as well to add to his overall tally. Do you want to know how much he's got now in terms of kills overall?
25 plus.
He's up to 26 kills.
I was close. I'll take that.
You did say 25 plus.
Yeah.
It's a little bit cheating, but that's okay.
So top floor. One of the sites, especially in Siege X, that's probably impacted the most with bans. We've talked a lot about the range double hard breach, but it won't play a role here in this particular round. I suppose Monty Banana won't be a win con. One thing as well to keep in mind, with that diffuser going down on this site, typically and traditionally very difficult retake. And again, Siege X, when you vault out, the inability to ADS immediately can prove to be a problem. But oddly enough, it was actually Rin. I think that hit an insane hit-fire jump out on this site.
Speaking of Rin as well, he has 25 kills so far, so it's going blow for blow between Rin and Blackray for their respective teams. Rin on the Blackbeard for this round as we go top floor. Mephi needs to have impact on that Glaz. I imagine eventually could go top square, could go airlock if they want to be super aggressive. Arkali towards Alice, and Good Boy is going to lose his life again. A nightmare series continues for Good Boy. Opening kill for CAG for the second round running to begin on Bank is a great way to begin for the defensive team. And another one. How does Arkali find a second? This time onto Woogieman, and you lose the Capitao. This round is falling apart for Fear X, and this is a horror start on Bank. Although Coded, with an entry in towards CEO, finds the double kill.
No diffuser.
Diffuser is a long way away, but Mephi is there to collect. He will be able to acquire the diffuser. And Blackray is very low, and suddenly with still over a minute remaining, still very much a winnable round here for Fear X.
Coded on camera though. Cyclops may look to crunch that position.
Mephi has to stay alive. He has to stay alive here.
Chasing one. Arkali though, able to escape. Can now play the cross, the triangle with the rest of the team top floor.
Coded has not moved an inch. And he finds another one. 3 in the round from Coded. The sloppy start for Fear X now in the back of their minds and firmly feeling like they could take this second round. Blackray so low on health, but he only needs a sliver to stay alive. And without Anaton now, it's a quad from Coded, looking for the ace. But you just know Blackray will not go down without a fight in Janitor, but so low on health. 20 seconds left here for Fear X. They must stick to plan, and Coded will be shut down. Blackray with a monster kill, and Mephi now needs to decide, do you go for the plant or you go for the kill? He will go for the plant.
Mephi will stick, and Blackray needs to clutch up.
So close through the soft wall. Blackray, so instrumental on Cafe, but couldn't get the chocolates, and now a chance to steal a crucial round here for CAG. Mephi pinged out, position now known towards airlock, and he can play the castle barricade. 28 seconds for Blackray to think this through, but his low health come back to bite him, and Mephi gets it done.
Okay.
So close.
Okay.
FearX bite back in round 2. The start, the initial push was poor, but they were able to recover nicely. Coded 4 massive kills, and Cyclops, they elected not to crunch that position. I believe they had some info off the Echo. Instead, fortified, they went for the triangle. Coded able to chip away to break it down, and despite dying, the Glaz able to clutch up.
I mean, a crucial round. Considering it started so strongly for CAG, it felt like it was going to be that foregone conclusion that there maybe wasn't a way back into the round for FearX. Akali's so dominant towards towers, he found 2 kills early in the round, dealt with Woogie and the Capitao, so lost a lot of that utility, and it's this moment here. At 5v2 at that point in time, and Coded was able to go and find 4 kills up top in sight. But Black Ray, well, he never wilted, never panicked. And in the end, yes, Mephi was able to stop him, but it was because he was so low on health, and you just almost felt like it was meant to be for Black Ray.
Πολύ καλό pick από τον Glaz. Εγώ νόμιζα ότι θα το είχαν το fight εκεί. Με τον Gastel. Πολύ καλό pick από τον Glaz. Πολύ δυνατός πράγμα. Το Gastel καλά το πήγε. Αν και δεν έπρεπε να πάει από μπανάνα, αλλά ίσως τον προλάβαινε εκεί. Αν πήγαινε από long desk και δεν πήγαινε από μπανάνα, ίσως προλάβαινε να τον σκοτώσει τον Glaz όσο πλαντάρα.
What sort of impact may that have on the roam clear here from the attack? From across. Our Cully, though, close by, has supportive utility, keeping barriers. Oh, it's aggressive. Akali.
Up close, the blitz in your face is a nightmare to deal with. Has been able to get away, though. Up close, Rin can't win the battle with the Blackbeard. Shield up, it doesn't matter. Chibitsu finds the angle with the shotgun. Opening kill goes the way of CAG for the 3rd round straight to begin on bank.
No follow-up with Rin. He had the pressure, he had the jump, but he just didn't have the means to actually kill the player up close. And again, Cyclops, early round advantage.
Yeah, but it didn't help them last round, did it? FearX are never out of these rounds.
Well, I would pencil that as an anomaly, even with Coded still up.
And to be fair, it is only 1 player down at the moment. Plenty of time still remaining for FearX. CAG well positioned. Defending Starfin open. Mephi down below. Still 2 Adrenal Surges available for Coded, by the way, so that can get Woogie back up to full health. I'm surprised he hasn't elected to actually just kind of use this now, just to get that blitz back to full strength. One in towards Elevator, you've got to get this kill. Cannot allow him to get away, surely not. And indeed, Sharif cannot find an exit.
Yeah, that's better. So 4 versus 4.
Please use this Adrenal Surge to get Woogie back to full health. Got 2 available. If Coded goes down here, that'll keep Woogie at half health.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, suppose potentially saving it for.
Well, I know, you want to probably save it, but it's 45 seconds. I mean, how much longer do you need to kind of save this for? You're going to want Woogie to drop. There is that first Adrenal Surge. And Coded does find the kill onto Akali. Standing up, looking for the response is Anaton. Tucked in deep back of the corner and eventually overwhelmed. And now up close is that blitz. A little higher on health, courtesy of that Adrenal Surge. And yeah, FearX.
Πάρα πολύ καλό round από τους FearX. Πάρα πολύ καλό round.
Second round found running for FearX.
Well, we saw them test a couple of different points of that defense very early on. We had the stock extension with the Azami and then up close and personal inside of the kitchen tuck over towards quad wall. One worked out, one kind of didn't. Rin fell early, but then they used the other pieces still available on attack to break down and isolate other picks. Chibisu, great job there. Instaff. Woogie, though, responds immediately with this clear. Critical over towards Elevator, so 4 versus 4. They recompose. Eventually, the headshot works out. The print to jump in was massive as well in helping to break the cross and dislodge a lot of that defensive structure. FearX, where they found themselves in the positions to sort of pounce mid to late round, they have actually been taking them really well for the most part. I mean, Cafe, a very, very good example of that, so.
Well, Blitz is banned out now.
Yeah.
Good response. Of course, with the new ban system, you can kind of adjust mid-half of these rounds.
Well, we go to basement again, right? And we're not seeing the warden, we're not seeing catch. So Anaton's going to post up blue, and I think FearX need to test that. They need to be going for the util dump, clearing it, cutting it off, open the hatch, force pressure in towards that position. For me, at the very least, try to isolate him and get the pick, and then maybe, if you want to consider the gold rotate or you want to consider some kind of other execute, go for it.
You need pressure on both sides.
The immediate gold hit, and I think they might go for it. I'm really not a massive fan of, at least the way in which they played it last time, and what's making me think they're going to go for it again is the same.
I mean, the same lineup, right? That's the thing. So you can obviously play this, certainly on a default server hit in towards CCTV, but naturally you're going to expect them to look to, as I said, replicate what they did in the opening round and go for that vault-centric drop. But what you do need to do, as you said, put pressure towards Blue Stairs, force them away from that position, get them out of server, force them back into sight, then go for the hit, because now they're going to worry about both sides. Even a bit more main stairs pressure rather than a hatch drop, which is what we saw later in that opening round. The fear X also have the momentum now. They're winning 2 rounds running. Pretty much a full stack below, except for Chibitsu, who was first floor elevator, has now dropped. We'll give that position up. F-Not Mine's in place for any kind of elevator pressure. Anderton once again posted up towards Blue Stairs. Does actually pocket his Grismont Mines for now. Especially if Fear X are going to go for this full focused vault drop again. You may as well just kind of keep them and then use them later in the round.
Ice cold metal. I don't think it's going to take CAG too long to clue in as to what this push is going to be. They know that Fear X are leaning into the back push from their experience last time.
Woogie has droned out Blue Stairs.
Yeah, I mean, Anderton now might perhaps find himself under a little bit of pressure, but the clear util from Fear X is not great.
They are putting way more pressure, though, towards the server side of basement. 90 seconds. Woogie postures top blue. Up close is Anderton.
They have potential flash dump from Coded.
So they look to clear this position. It would severely weaken the defense of CAG. And talk about a big win for Woogie. Clears out Blue Stairs. And now puts that CAG defense under an immense amount of pressure. They have to factor in both sides. Shreep is posted up in Vault. They're still expecting pressure from Fear X on that drop. But now that they've cleared Blue Stairs, they can certainly go for the more direct avenue of a server side hit.
Yeah, it's looking a lot better. I was pessimistic on the...
Ποιος το πήρε? Α, δεν έχει, όχι, δεν έχει τελειώσει το round ακόμα. Είναι το round που φύγαμε. Τόσο γρήγορος ρε μαλάκα είμαι. Μπαμπαμ έβαλα κάφα. Μπαμπαμ. Έχει να γίνει τώρα.
And I think Rin's utility might be the trigger.
This is definitely going to be a default hit. No one postured on the elevator or vault side of the map. You got players playing hatches with the RIOs, the Candelas, for example, to try and help deny the ability for the defense to stop the plan.
They're going to go hatch drop. Woogie has the diffuser here.
Going to look to go deep. 1 gas babe available for Blackray. Time will be a factor as well to consider. If Woogie does die at some point here while going for this plant, it could be a disruptive moment for Fear X. Inside of CCTV, really deep. Certainly an off-angle position, but the Nitro does hit its mark from Sharif.
10 seconds on the clock. The gold hold from Sharif needs to be strong. Now just 5 and Rin re-attempting the plant. Will it be stuck? The answer is yes, and it's round over. Sharif isolated, and Fear X have made it work.
Even despite that Nitro cell, it does not...
Μια χαρά πάει, μια χαρά. Μακάρι να ξεκινήσουμε με το δεξί τα predictions. Μια χαρά. Για πάμε λίγο.
Yeah, I think you do.
It has been taken, of course, by CAG. I should reference that. The Coded has been immense so far. 8-2 here for Fear X.
I mean, how much better was that attack, though?
Much better.
Instead of the one-dimensional, let's...
Από τα καλύτερα attack που έχουν κάνει οι Fear X αυτό.
They tested the waters. They made sure main was held with the Ying. They cleared towards...
Τα καλύτερα attack.
Got a little bit fortunate.
I mean, Anderton has been really struggling in this series now. 6 and 18, 61 EPS, and 0-4 entry. So if you're playing that Blue Stairs position, you may not necessarily be like an entry bragger kind of player, but you're going to have to know that you're going to be one of the early targets in these rounds.
Didn't waste much time and took no one with him, so... The plant denial, the Nitro was absolutely huge, but then snappy response, Rin able to execute plant attempts, number 2. And yeah, Woogie gets the pick before being disrupted by the Alamine, which is critical. Not much time left on the clock, and Murphy actually didn't elect to go for the drop in the end there, and that worked out. And the crowd, who clearly are big FearX fans at this event.
At least in this matchup.
At least in this matchup, until they potentially take on a Brazilian team. Are very much on their feet.
And no blitz, no worries as well, because you can just kind of cycle over to a different operator with the shield, in this case the Blackbeard.
Yeah, that worked really well.
CAG have got to get the next 2 rounds. Yeah. Although I say that it is bank, and if it does end up being a kind of more open style sort of bank where the attackers can kind of roam, get a lot of map control, certainly CAG could find success on their own attacking half to come. But they just don't really want to allow their scoreboard to get out, blow out. You think about the first map that they won, they had that 6-2 lead, so they were able to kind of close that out 7-4. Second map, they had a 3-2 lead, but then FearX were able to just run away with it and eventually win 7-3 on Cafe. And that previous round as well was the first round that FearX actually got an opening kill. The other 3 rounds went the way of CAG.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Well, Woogie goes down really early on the Ossa, and that's not ideal. No shield available. Big kill from Blackray. Having a monstrous series so far. Maybe more is required of him as well if CAG had to get themselves out of this hole. But certainly a good start for this 5th round, but you've got to convert. So far, 2 opening kill rounds for CAG were not converted into round wins. One of those being a 5v2.
I think questions to be asked of Good Boy as well in this round as we switch to his POV. On the Nook, lurk potentially either up through main or blue. Nobody currently in basement at the moment from CAG. Mozzie intel is absolutely massive at the moment though, and Rin spotted above. Quad Nitro.
Yeah, something to consider. Certainly the firepower available for CAG in this round. They've fully given up that top floor as well, so don't be too surprised if you hear a couple of those Nitros ring out over the next 20-30 seconds.
They need to flush somebody down towards Good Boy, or Good Boy needs to make a play up. It's the only way they break open the defense. I mean, there is a player in elevator to flush.
It has been a rough series for Good Boy. Could this be the time that he activates on the Nook? Indeed, he will.
Okay.
Akali caught napping inside of elevator from below. Good Boy activates.
They didn't have to work hard for that pick either.
Still got those 4 Nitrosols available for CAG. You've got to start throwing some of these out, put some pressure up above, but right now no one positioned inside of stock for FearX, although Mephi back in. He is postured for that hatch drop with the diffuser.
Oh, they're on drone.
Coded, eliminated at the hands of Blackray. Over towards Archives. I think Rin is
yellow ping.
Thinking about a drop as well from Janitor. Good Boy. Oh, it's another one for Good Boy. Needs a little bit of help though. Started to run out of space, and Rin in a 1v2 with no time remaining. Cannot make it happen. Shut down by Chibitsu. And CAG find their response after that tactical timeout. 3-2.
The Mozzie in that last round, massive impact. We saw the drone above feeding the vert info, and whilst it may not have necessarily translated to massive direct amount of kills, it fed a lot of info. The one in towards stock late as well, so the reposition for the inevitable execute, again, well played. Those on site doing their job on the anchor roll. And Good Boy was a threat there. He was able to get a nice 2 kills, but unfortunately for him, kind of put in a challenging position where he at minimum had to find the 3rd then to open up the late round trade potential. So.
He had to do a little too much, didn't he?
Yeah.
So final round of the half. It was a 3-3 half on the second map. It was a 4-2 lead for CAG back on the opening map of Lair, which feels like a lifetime ago now. It's been a long series, but a good one. It certainly has lived up to the billing for the APAC showdown. But Anaton continues to struggle, guys. He is such a star player. Top 15 player at the tournament coming into this quarterfinal with a 112 EPS, plus 10 KD. That plus 10 KD has evaporated into thin air because he's minus 13 in this series and 0-5 entry. Sharif is also 1-4 on entry, but to bring the positive, 6-1 entry for Blackray and 4-1 for Akali. Blackray has been the clear standout. And Sharif again falling another.
Πολύ τυχερός εδώ ο Γκόι. Πολύ τυχερός στο τσακ γλίτωσε.
Initial aggression in the round from FearX to help unlock this first floor control. Cully now up above, GBC also second floor. FearX should have a read.
Can Cully get anything from this position in Janitor where he's now quite low on health? Tricky position, doesn't really have a lot of help.
Basement site, by the way, so third appearance in the half.
Yeah, I mean, does he just kind of try and get something before he eventually goes down? I don't think he's getting out of this position. Not with a player in stock. That's a great swing from Jibitsu. Gets rid of the Habana, helps out Arkali, stuck over towards Janitor. May think about a rotate now, and he does do so through the hatch. He's out of there, well timed. The fact that he's alive, out of that position, is courtesy of Jibitsu.
Secondary hard breach available still for the attack, losing the Habana, not necessarily the biggest of losses, certainly could have been worse.
Yeah, but it's coded.
Yeah, that was more so what I was going to follow up with, right? Not necessarily the operator on this occasion, but the player behind it.
More droning from FearX to find out if there's any lurkers on this first floor, of which we know there are none. Four-man stack inside a basement now for CAG.
I know blue stairs hold this time around, so do FearX look to actually lean into that? Is that maybe a little bit too predictable? Into the Echo now on the board. Does the back hit the play? There's a lot of decisions to be made in the next 60 seconds for FearX.
Good information there as well off the Yokai from Anaton through the hatch to just see if they're postured up in that position. Right now, this very much could still be either side in terms of the site for FearX as to where they want to kind of hit this. Because those secondary hard breaches helping them be able to unlock these hard breaches. They've now opened up all of them.
Anaton with good info.
Yeah, great info on both hatches as well. The RIO out. Still got Vulcan canisters as well. He's actually able to ping that. Drop, good boy. Doesn't even make it down. Trade does come through swiftly. And it's time for FearX to get going.
20 seconds then. Woogie needs to find value. Method deep shotgun in hand, but traded.
Yeah, but traded from a player in Garage. How much more can Arkali have in terms of a say in this round? Feels like this is the time that Anaton needs to activate to the level that we know he is capable of. Deep inside of CC, Rin moving through the hallway. That kid on the floor, there's no time left. There is Anaton.
They knew he was there. They had the Blackbeard watching that player.
Έλουσαν εδώ. Έπρεπε να πάνε για το plant απλά, στο άλλο το bomb. Έλουσαν, πολύ κακό play.
Chaos getting the better of FearX in that round. Cyclops, to their credit, withstand the pressure.
We go 3-3 at the half. We are all tied up here in this deciding map. And this is the beginning of the round for me, because you lose Sharif, you lose the pulse, you lose a lot of information, you lose the body. Chipitsu knows as well that Arkali is stuck towards Janitor. That swing kind of helps get him out.
They knew Anaton was there. The Blackbeard is staring at him for 10 seconds before that.
I mean, for Anaton to still get those kills with so little time remaining on the clock and knowing how chaotic that end of round was for a player that's been struggling in this series, could that waken him up?
Wasn't even the shots. We saw just how much info he was relaying off the Yokai as well before that. So massive round for him in a series that hasn't quite gone his way.
Αυτό το ποτηράκι που πίνουν, τι είναι, πάντα αναρωτιόμουν. Αυτό το ποτηράκι είναι, πίνουν νερό, είναι κλειστό, είναι με... Πες το, πώς το λένε ρε από πάνω, είναι με περιτύλιγμα, είναι πλαστικό. Νερό πίνουν. Απλά στη Βραζιλία έχουν αυτά. Εμείς έχουμε τα κανονικά μπουκάλια, αυτοί έχουν αυτά. Για μικρά, έτσι, μπουκάλια νερό, ας πούμε. Πολλές χώρες το έχουν αυτό, να ξέρεις. Το έχω ξαναδεί και σε χώρα που έχω πάει το έχει, δεν θυμάμαι ποια ήταν. Έτσι τα πουλάνε, ναι, αυτό. Το έχω δει και εγώ live. Πολύ περίεργο. Πολύ περίεργο. Και το μεταξύ το από πάνω μέρος είναι από αλουμίνιο. Δηλαδή, ό,τι να είναι. Πιο ακριβό τους βγαίνει, έτσι όπως το φτιάχνουν. Μπράβο, και στο αεροπλάνο, ναι, και στο αεροπλάνο δεν είναι. Ναι. Που το αλουμίνιο θεωρητικά έχει μεγαλύτερη... Είναι πιο ακριβό ρε φίλο να το μπιλντάρουν. Να τα μπιλντάρουν όλα με αλουμίνιο από πάνω. Πολύ κουλό. Δεν ξέρω. Παίζει.
Well, on this map so far, there's no one below 3 kills, so all 10 players are starting to have a bit more of an equal level impact, which is really good to see. Certainly in the previous maps, you could point to individuals standing really far out. Oh, look for the trade. Now, Sharif does deal with that mirror, but almost loses his life for it.
Yeah.
The shock drone now can also get to work as well and dealing with a lot of the utility towards stock. And who can handle the nerves a little bit better here?
Oh, wow. I mean, that's a really good shock drone. A lot of info.
Όχι, όχι, όχι. Κανονικό νερό είναι. Κανονικό νερό.
Very, very good.
The setup is good, but the execution and the finish has to be better.
Yeah.
Claymore's placed as well for any potential jump outs from FearX. More work from Sharif down below in Archives to just kind of dislodge the position of FearX members above. And in the end, Coded will lose his life. Wow, it's a trade. It's a 1-for-1 trade between Arcali and Coded.
And Mephi has had this mirror window in pocket the entire time, yet to mention it.
That does fortify this janitor position and makes it more annoying unless it gets immediately dealt with. Oh! Almost found more than just the mirror. Almost got the mirror. Mephi's so low.
Shock drone to follow up.
He's got the only nitrocell remaining for FearX on the defense, and the shock drone does deal with that second mirror in pocket, and the mirror herself will go down at the hands of Sharif, and Additon makes his way in through janitor.
Things are getting dangerous here for FearX. 45 seconds, a lot of time, and Sharif finds another.
All eyes on Woogie. No, even his eyes are now sealed shut for the remainder of this round as Good Boy in a 1v4 has struggled so much in this series. Can he make this his moment? There's one down the end of the corridor is another. One on the upside down repeller, but with that plan successfully put down by Anaton, virtually impossible, surely, for Good Boy to save this round for FearX. You got one outside on the rappel, Sharif towards top square, Anaton airlock on the blitz, and Sharif puts the final nail in that coffin for the round, and CAG take the lead on bank for the first time since the opening round.
That was a really chaotic top four hit. So much counterplay centered around that mirror inside of Jan. The initial vert below from the Buck could have potentially been a kill either way. In the meantime, Shock Drone got to work, info util clearance. Then we saw the second mirror come out of the pocket to again place on that Jan wall, face towards the default plan, which has been very much favored at this event over towards the CEO windows. And again, we saw the butt contest, we see the Twitch contest. That time successfully, Mephi put on an island, rest of the team under a ton of pressure with so many lines of sight then available to Cyclops.
Όταν πλαντάρουν στο CEO ακόμα και 1v2, σαν να είναι ανίκητο ρε φίλε, πρέπει να γίνει. Ισχύει, ισχύει. Ισχύει, έχει πάρα πολλά παράθυρα, είναι όντως GG. Δηλαδή, αν ξέρει να σε χολντάρει ο άλλος, έχει άπειρες επιλογές στο να σε χολντάρει, να σου κρατάει cross από παντού. Όντως πρέπει να γίνει ένα rework, συμφωνώ σε αυτό που λες. Ίσως να αφαιρέσουν κάποια παράθυρα, δεν ξέρω. Αλλά συμφωνώ σε αυτό που λες.
And FearX still with their tack, I believe, right?
FearX do still have their tactical timeout, and I tell you what.
Γι' αυτό κιόλας και σε αυτό το objective στο CEO δεν πρέπει να τους αφήσεις να πλαντάρουν. Γιατί αν τους αφήσεις να πλαντάρουν, είναι άπειρα δύσκολο να το κλατσάρεις σαν defender. Δεν πρέπει να πλαντάρει ο άλλος. Ενώ σε άλλα map έχει πολλές περισσότερες πιθανότητες και σε άλλα objective πολλές πιθανότητες ο defender να μπορέσει να το κλατσάρει και να κάνει diffuse.
Their head coach will have a word. And the good thing with Dark as well, he doesn't come at it from a negative aspect. He doesn't berate his players. He's a confidence builder. He's a team lifter. We saw that as well back on the previous map of Cafe. Rin just takes a little bit of a shoulder shot. 5-man stack down basement for FearX gives up all semblance of top floor control, middle floor control here for CAG. They bring the blitz once again with Anaton. Swapping max. But where do they go for in terms of a hit for CAG? Will it be more default? Will it be for that server side hit into CCTV?
The Goyo out for Tachanka on this occasion. Typically regarded as weaker overall, but given the meta on this site currently with teams constantly switching back and forth and trying to bait out either side of the push, it could actually allow Coda to be a little bit more adaptable in the round.
If you pre-place those Vulcan canisters towards a default hit, you've got nothing on that vault side from the Goyo, so essentially useless. But as you said, with the Tachanka, you can kind of change things up with the Shamika launcher. Minute left here for CAG. All hatches have been opened up, and Blackray finds the opening kill. But deals with the Tachanka. That's a big piece off the board now for FearX.
One Nitro now for Denial. That's a massive loss for FearX.
Who can stand up now? Coded's presence has certainly been dealt with in the last few rounds. Drop down from Anaton into CCTV. Cannot get close though. Oh, no. Nitro cell. Well, that almost worked out if he blowed us away. Woogie does get Anaton, but Sharif gets the kid onto the floor. And this becomes a post-plant scenario, which is still in favor of CAG, but a big kill. Woogie's going nuts. But they've still got to deal with this kit. They've got to clear above.
Easier said than done. Rin and Woogie now to try and fight their way back into what's
Guys, got to move. Guys, you've got to move. Do something. Something has to be done. You can't just both double stack on the kit. Where's the clear above? They're both above. They're both going to be watching this hatch, hoping that Woogie can win the battle. He can, but who can win this war? Down to Chipitsu versus Rin. And Rin has got it. Of course, Rin has got it.
Μαλάκα.
And that's the second
God damn it, bro.
Won a post that they should never win.
They're cagging. But a huge play from Woogie and Rin. They didn't need to clear above.
Well, they didn't have time, and then the Lions game stalled it out. They just had to commit to the Hail Mary, and
the Hail Mary.
Bro, εντάξει, ακραίο το ότι πήραν αυτό το round. Ακραίο. Ούτε σεκ, ούτε σεκ. 0 κόμμα, 0 κόμμα ήταν. 0 κόμμα. Πλάσματα. Ακραίο. Wow, wow. Πολύ ωραίο μάτς, μπράβο. Πολύ ωραίο μάτς. Γενικά και τα προηγούμενα δύο ήταν πάρα πολύ καλά μάτς. Νομίζω αυτό είναι το καλύτερο. Μπράβο τους, μπράβο. Μπράβο και στις δύο ομάδες που μας δείχνουν, ρε φίλε, μας παρουσιάζουν τρομερό θέαμα. Όντως. Πολύ ωραίο θέαμα, μπράβο. Και δεν είναι σούπα, πολύ καλό.
Insane. Scopos in play round 9. Good boy given the license to roam around. Try and build a little bit more confidence in a series that hasn't quite gone his way thus far. But others stepping up. On the side of the attack, Ram available. And so Vert will likely be an option for the CEO hit across, flush out those archives back into side, force them into corners, and then clear them late. And Anaton doubling down on the blitz. Looking to try and see him activate. Got caught by a very awkward Nitro in the last round.
So far on this map, only 2 opening kills along the way. FearX make that 3. It's an area that they have lacked, of which now they gain ascendancy. And good boy said...
Έλα ρε, παίζει το σκοπό ρε. Ρε το δικό μας ρε, το brother παίζει. Ορίστε. Είδαμε και σκοπό ρε. Check up.
Prior to this round, only had 2 go their way.
Σίγουρα και το map παίζει ρόλο, ρε. Σίγουρα.
Execution that has given FearX a way back in. Well, this time FearX are on the front foot. They got the extra player.
Which is, again, Cyclops, the worst team on entry. Number 20 going into this game. It's number bizarre. 20. I can't believe it.
But it's been a big area of strength for them in this series. And probably why this has been so close.
So Falcon play this round, and I'm watching Rin very, very closely. He's been flicking them. There's one square, and there's also another one in lobby as well. Looks like the third is open, if I saw that correctly.
Chibitsu can set drones. CRG feel a little bit stalled out now. Their attack has slowed down. It's been hindered until Blackray, of course, stands up and gets rid of Good Boy.
I mean, he might be playing a lot of hard breach, but he's getting in there and doing
He's the fragger in this
work.
series, absolutely. Sharif has also really stood up in this final map. Keeper barriers go out. For Woogie Man, deep side.
Oh, Rin.
Over towards Staff.
Rin flank, bot blue.
What can Rin do from here? Now top blue stairs. There was one below.
Timing.
Natterton stays alive. Just barely, never mind. Eventually taken off the board by Coded. Rin does get traded. Keeps things rather equal with 30 seconds left. Mephi. There is Sharif towards blue stairs. Will he be aware of that? Or will Sharif...
Αλλά πολύ κακό timing εδώ είχαν οι FRX. Πάρα πολύ κακό timing. Ακραίο. Μπράβο.
Can't win the second. Keeps this round alive with 20 seconds left. Mephi, Woogie, both sides. 15 seconds left here. Black Ray and Arkali, the dynamic duo, to make their way in. But with the Batman off the board, it's all down to Robin. As Arkali pushes forward, he knows he's got no chance to stick this plant. Has to go for the kills.
Μπρο, νόμιζα θα το έλουζε εκεί Αζάμι που γύρισε από δεξιά. Όπο φίλε. Όπο.
Have taken the lead deep in this map, and they've still got their tactical timeout in the back pocket. Bans coming our way, entering the 10th round.
Και τα τρία μάτς και τα προηγούμενα δύο που δεν είδες, ναι, ήταν πολύ δυνατά. Αλλά αυτό είναι μακράν το καλύτερο από όλα που έχουν παίξει οι δύο ομάδες.
They responded to the quad hit really nicely. The Azami provided protection, Coded with the aggression, tucked in the corner, good for one. Rin as well, applying his own pressure from bot blue. Black Ray did his best for Cyclops to get them back into the round after losing that opening pick, and Good Boy escaping on the scope post. But not enough. The repositioning at the end there from FearX, superior. And a one-round lead. We go to top floor, and it is the ranged hard breach. So this site for FearX is primed and ready for them to take match point.
It's set up perfectly for FearX. They got the crowd on their side. They've got the momentum. They've been winning all of the close 50-50s. Can they look to now close this out? It was said they were favored that they would take this series against TAG, against their APAC rivals. Reload. It hasn't quite been that easy, not that simple. TAG have put up an amazing fight, but it feels like they're just maybe one or two punches away from landing that knockout blow. Feels like a must-win round for CAG. That added pressure of 2 series points to FearX would be immense.
Σίγουρα από τα λάθη θα κρυθεί ποιος θα περάσει, έτσι. Εννοείται αυτό. Χωρίς λάθος δεν θα έβγαινε κανείς νικητής, ρε φίλε. Από τα λάθη κρίνονται αυτά. Αλλά γενικά το θέαμα που έχουν προσφέρει είναι πολύ clean. Είναι ακραίο. Εκεί στο 3-4 λέω πάει το χάσανε οι FearX και το γυρίσανε να λούσαν οι άλλοι κάποια shots. Ναι. Και το τελικός να ήταν. Τέτοια μας θέλουμε να βλέπουμε έτσι. Πάμε λίγο.
Oh, he does eventually get pushed into a bad position, and Arkali will punish. The Azami off the board weakens that airlock control.
Difficult to be critical of Good Boy there. Displaced by the frag grenade, caught on the cross.
Good clear from CAG.
Very difficult position to play. There really wasn't much you could do. Especially if you haven't got catch on the board, you're screwed.
Oh, and the dust just settles a little bit here in the 10th round. But again, this is where you've got to feel like, as a player, you could be called upon at any moment. Look at that yellow ping information here from Chibitsu. And Coded will be eliminated off the back of that ping intel. And so far, CAG has swiftly dealt with this defensive hold from FearX without response. It's a 5 versus 2. But we've been in this position before, where FearX have come back from a 2-5 differential and still been able to win out the round, but so much more difficult now in the defense when Woogie's so low. CAG could look to tie it all up at 5-5 as they start to swarm in towards the side. Additive deep, flawless from CAG, and this boxing bout still has more rounds.
No Kanto wall, no issues for Cyclops. They concentrate their efforts and their utility and the clearance directly on the side. The Ash for the mirror, dislodge those around, and it worked out
Hey
well.
guys, listen to me. 2 rounds here before we close this map here. This one, we play basement, right? Instead of Penera again, let's use Solis, let's use Tachanko Smoke, you can choose that, no problem. Lin, let's use some Valkyria. Good boy, I want to just fake the hold open area, you know? Just fake that. You can choose maybe Maestro to bomb side to know something more to be more strong, or just a Goyo if you want to play like a Goyo in PC hatch where they think we're gonna hold very strong open area, you know?
Oh yeah.
And I want to leave Valkyria for we have intel for main stair, right? Because if it's possible, we go up in main stair, we take some kill, but that's not the focus, right? We have a Solus, we have a Tachanka, we have intel, they cannot blend, right? So do that to fake your open area, don't need to die open area.
I don't wanna last big things to see. Back on my push it, I do it for G's. Tuli kafunga tuka tuko keys. Squeezing and goofers in a little bill. Hey, we be getting more paper, no joking no more. We don't need no favors. Hey, and they know all better. We be getting more dough where they need more flavors. They must be hard, I want to feel when I wow. Ever since I made it, wanna wonder wow. We just want to shower, to do a careful job, only do me and down on not wow.
You win this round.
Πολύ ωραίο μπιτάκι έχουν με το Elite. Πολύ ωραίο μπιτάκι.
Here we can't see it on the replay, but there's a massive yellow ping on Coda's position. Some really good drone work from CAG in that previous round. Netted them a whole array of kills.
Some FearX fans in the stands, willing them on towards a semi-final appearance here in Rio. Both teams, though.
Οκ, bro, έβγαλαν βιντεά. Κάτσε λίγο, δεν θα πω τίποτα. Δεν θα πω τίποτα.
FearX will extend somewhat above. They have the castle in tow once more.
Δεν σου λέω, ρε. Έσω χτύρ.
Rather basement-centric currently, so they may look to actually lean towards the turtle.
I've put my stats away at this point because they should as well in game. At this point now, there's two.
Νομίζω να τα μάθει όλα. Όχι. Όχι. Όχι.
Who's more ready for their moment? Basement's a very difficult site here for CAG. At least it should be. If we get back to overtime, that's when you can kind of dig deeper into the numbers. But for right now, it's just a matter of who can find the opening kills, who can get into good positions, who can stand strong defensively. Both teams moments away, but only one can progress. And certainly has lived up to the billing for this bout. So far, CAG, they will be very comfortable. There's no aggression whatsoever from FearX. It is a 5-man stack down in basement. No contest whatsoever.
Yeah, they dropped the Chanka for this round. They have the smoke to be a little bit more adaptable if needed for the gold hit or the rear hit, and they have Good Boy's utility on default, but it is being cleared pretty nicely in combination with those castle barricades. Those Rotero drones have been effective.
And while there are positives to the Tachanka, if you lose the Tachanka, then you don't have anything, whereas at least with the Goyo, those are pre-placed Vulcan canisters. It means Good Boy can be a little bit more aggressive.
Specchio sensor on.
Hey, Woogie Gold.
Good info.
Feels like days gone by where you'd situate the pulse in that position.
So that's, I'm pretty certain all of the Vulcan canisters dealt with a minute left over towards default. And gas babes have gone out. Good Boy does lose his life. Chipitsu has really risen on this map. Candela's to go and followed by Arkali, who still has one more remaining. The Kwan Hive Launcher still has some B canisters too available for Black Ray, so they've still got good utility through CAG.
Well, they've invested quite a bit there, not got a ton of value. Last gas babe out though.
Yep, that's the final one, so they can actually time this now. You only got to think about things like Nitro Cells potentially denying plant, but they're not available.
All Candela's used, by the way, and only one Grim B launcher left.
Does Rin think about a flank here on the castle? 30 seconds left in this decisive fifth. 5v5 moment, Cherie, big kill, and the kills continue to follow for CAG. Rin, Mephi need to go big, must deny this plant. Anaton will get it down successfully, and it becomes virtually impossible for Rin. As good as he is, and as good as he's been, surely this is a task insurmountable even for Rin. And CAG will secure match and series points. They are one round away from booking their place in a semi-final. And after a dark tactical timeout, FearX cannot find a round win.
FearX είμαστε, ναι.
And that could be what
breaks their back here. They must now go alone into that night of that 12th round without Dark's guidance and do it their own on defense to try and send this to overtime.
And it puts them in quite a difficult position regarding site choice as well, but we'll look at that in a moment's time. The highlights from
Δεν ξέρω ρε φίλε τι κάνουν, αλήθεια. Αλήθεια.
Cyclops did a good job absorbing a large portion of that utility. Some of the timing and the overall economy management may not have been the absolute best.
Αλήθεια δεν ξέρω τι κάνουν.
Could have potentially proven to be costly, but they had good positions elsewhere. The hatches are being watched very, very cautiously. And overall just made the plant denial essentially impossible, and definitely no retake attempt on the cards as well ever in that particular scenario. So solid from Cyclops.
The largest lead of this particular map was the 3-1 lead to FearX back at the conclusion of round 4. Since then, no lead has been larger. Back and forth in its very nature. And as CAG went fourth, can FearX now bring it back in this round? 5-6 on defense. And it's a chant that we've heard before back in Sao Paulo, ringing around the stadium, which essentially means never give up. And that's what FearX now need to think. We cannot give up. It's not a big...
Είναι 4-5 γιατί να πουσάρει μένει στέρος ο Κάστιλ, φαϊδάρει τον άλλο στα τέλερς ή να πάρει κανένα χατσαράζι σαν ποντίκι μέσα με 0 contest, τους άφησαν πλαντάρου. Ναι ρε, τους άφησαν ελεύθερους απλά. Τους άφησαν ελεύθερους. Ξεκάθαρα. Τώρα πολύ δύσκολο ρε φίλε. Και εγώ πιστεύω θα το χάσουν τώρα. Είναι δύσκολο.
Position bot main, Aniton pressure square drops down. Could look to contest close here, but needs to be mindful that he's low on HP.
Yeah, very low now, very gettable. And Coded gets the opening kill, but they do lose Woogie.
Έγινε trade. Έγινε trade.
A big thorn in the side of CAG, but Good Boy activates at an oh so important time. Can the stars now align for FearX to force overtime? Aniton low, they've got numbers. Blackroy sputtered over towards Electrical. It's starting to shape the way that it's necessary for FearX. 90 seconds left. And a little moment here for CAG to think their way through this round.
No, you can't get quad. That makes it so challenging now to crack open this objective.
And they can bunker down in that quad position as well, courtesy of those mute jammers. Aniton, as low health as he is, will need to be the one to facilitate, and we watched it perfectly there. Good teamwork with Arkali. They get rid of Rin. And suddenly it's all equal once again, 3 versus 3, but as we just saw, the site is rather secure for FearX. They must play to that strength. Big kill from Good Boy and deals with the blitz.
That is a massive move to make. That's pretty risky, but it works out 3-2.
Oh, through beepers. Arkali, though, gets the trade. Coded and Mephi. Arkali and Blackray.
No diffuser.
It couldn't be very much any closer than this with 35 seconds left. As you mentioned, no diffuser available. Well and truly towards Talers. And doesn't seem to be on the minds of CAG. They want to clear the site and clear out FearX, and they will do that! The Titans have been slain as CAG book their place into a semi-final, a top 4 appearance.
Wow.
Japanese Titan slaying team.
Cyclops have been waiting.
Ο Κάστιλ γιατί να τρέξει απλά ρε μαλάκα έτσι, γιατί, why? What are you doing?
To a semi-final, and they do so on that final map in quite the fashion.
It was an amazing run this tournament for FearX. And an amazing series.
Όπως και να έχει παιδιά, δεν πάβει να έκαναν όντως μια καλή πορεία, πολύ καλή πορεία για τους FearX, καλύτερη του οργανισμού. Οπότε GG's I think bro. I think GG's. Το τσόκαραν ρε φίλε, γάμισα εδώ. Στα τελευταία 2 rounds το τσόκαραν. GG's. Πολύ ωραίο match πάντως και στις δύο ομάδες. Ακραίο match. Μπράβο τους. Και συνεχίζουμε chat με το επόμενο match που θα είναι λογικά σε κανένα μισά ώρα I think. Δεν νομίζω να... Κάνα μισά ώρα 20 λεπτό. Elevate με τους Wildcard Gaming. Σε αυτό το match, παιδιά, έχουμε ποντάρει να κερδίσουν οι Wildcard Gaming. Οπότε θέλουμε να κερδίσουν οι Wildcard Gaming. Μπορούμε? Για να δούμε.
Basis, but they showed both of them what they're capable of.
Yeah, both teams absolutely giving their all, and you can see the emotion from these players at the conclusion of the match. FearX will be sensing that they let this one slip away, but they gave it their all. It only takes a couple of mistakes here or there, a couple of misplays, you know, in this particular round or that one, and it can prove costly. Those are the kinds of stakes in these kinds of matches.
It feels as if for CAG now this could be one of the tournaments for them to finally break through those CAG curses that we've seen previously. They qualify for events but then don't really go on deep runs. They look so great and then it all falls apart. Well, now they've finally put together the best performance for CAG that we have seen for a long, long time as we go to Ian for an interview.
Yeah, commiserations to FearX. For CAG, you're right, it was just a fantastic performance, and it was a long one. Tough opponents, but you were confident coming in, and you proved why.
Oh my God, I'm speechless. Like best of like what? We're top 4 now, but it's not yet over. We're here doing it.
Ele falou que ele tá sem palavras agora, eles são top 4, ele tá muito feliz com esse momento. E people in Brazil are not cheering for you because you eliminated Liquid. Do you think that adds more pressure?
No pressure at all because, you know, they're booing right now, but I'm just ignoring.
Ele tá ignorando, ele não se importa muito com a torcida do Brasil.
E Brasil, esse engraçado. É do Barão, bro, Barão. Ποια είναι αυτή? Λέω κι εγώ δεν θα γράψει κανείς, ρε μαλάκα. Κοιτάω και έβρε, όλη η Αθήνα σ' άκουσα. Κοιτάω κι εγώ.
We're just gonna play like we always play, you know, and just do the best as we can. Looks nice. That shoe looks nice.
Bom, ele falou que ele vai fazer o que eles estão fazendo aí, vai continuar o bom trabalho deles. And we have 3 APAC teams. Now we have only 2, but we had here 3 APAC teams at Reload. That means a lot for the region, right?
Well, technically 1 APAC team. You know, the other one is a fake APAC team, you know? I mean, no disrespect to Elevate, but yeah, tomorrow, I'm excited for tomorrow as well.
Νάτος κι ο άλλος.
Time brasileiro, apesar de jogar na PAC, mas deixa aí meus agradecimentos.
Νάτος κι ο άλλος. Αυτό δεν είναι το μαράκι. Αυτό είναι αναβάθμιση από το μαράκι, να ξέρεις. Αναβάθμιση Μπραζέο. Πώς το λένε το κόμμα, δεν ξέρω. Εσύ θα το βρεις. Εγώ δεν ξέρω τι είπα. Λοιπόν, chat, σας έχω βιντεάρα. Για να δούμε κιόλας αν θα είναι break. Break θα είναι λογικά. Σας έχω βιντεάρα. Είτε. Οκ, reward class, πάμε λίγο. Θα το βρω, το ξέρω θα το βρεις, τέτοιος. Εννοείται πως θα το βρεις. Λοιπόν, πάμε να δούμε και ξανά το βιντεάκι άλλη μία για να το εμπεδώσουμε. 4 λεπτά για να ξεκινήσει το επόμενο match. Μπαμ, μ' αρέσει αυτό, μπράβο σας. Μ' ακούσατε που δεν είναι τηλεοπτικό το να βάζετε 30 λεπτά break ανάμεσα στα match. Δεν είναι καθόλου τηλεοπτικό. Λοιπόν, πάμε να δούμε το Elite του Wamai και το βιντεάκι πάλι με το rework της class και επιστρέφουμε σε πολύ λίγο. BRB.
You know what they say. Small changes can make a big difference. Go on, try me.
assim. Vá com uma puxida do infantis. Tulica, fuga, tuca, tuca, kiss. Squeezing and goofing ali pro bill. Hey, we be getting more paper, no joking no more. We don't need no favors. Hey, and they know all better. We be getting more dough and they need more flavors. They must be harder what you feel when a wow. Ever since I made it, when I wonder wow. We just when it get down, what you do, I can't be out. Bully, do me and me down, no, not you, wow.
Rainbow Six Siege. There are many ways to describe the emotion behind the game. It's strategic, nail-biting, electric. Working as a team, tactically clearing your way through a map, or setting up an impenetrable defense is key. As a player, you experience those hair-raising moments every game. But the esport, well, that takes it to a new level.
You must remain within the designated mission area.
Let us take you on a journey. Even if you've just started your Siege esports adventure, you can get behind your local team, right? Across the world, there are hundreds duking it out for a slice of glory in the regional leagues from North America to Asia. A season is broken down into stages where teams fight every year for regional supremacy. Seemingly around the clock, there's action going on, and you can follow their climb all the way to the top. You can enjoy a game from Brazil here, South Korea there. This is where the true legends are born, at the bottom of the mountain. And you can say, I was there. This is where the cream of the crop ply their trade. The next level are the majors. Only a select few teams have the honor of testing their mettle here. If they can prove they are the best in the regional league, they make it to one of the majors across the year.
Op 4 eliminated.
Touring the world, one major after another. These events bring Siege esports directly to fans. And let me tell you, the energy is so electric, you'll feel it. The majors bring everyone together. In person or at home watching along, you ride the exhilarating highs and lows and storylines collide. It's a test of nerve, both for those playing on stage and the fans. The team who manages to reach the summit, though, they are truly on top of the world. They are the best. For now. Because nothing crowns a true world champion like the Six Invitational. Oh, the Six Invitational, this isn't just where Siege history is made, but esports. It is the pinnacle of competition. Siege's world championship and yearly celebration of our entire community. Heroes and villains are made here, logic defied and spectacle created. All legendary moments chasing after one dream, lifting that hammer. Siege's most coveted trophy. It's the most terrifying gauntlet of them all. The pressure is immense. There's a roaring crowd chanting for whoever their allegiance lays with. The bright lights on the stage are blinding. No matter whether you're in the arena or watching along at home, the energy is amplified through every kill, every call, and every clutch. So, do you want to be part of the next chapter of the story? Get behind your favorite team? There's no better time to get into Rainbow Six Siege esports. Join us by checking out our official website and social media for what's coming next. And tune in on Twitch and YouTube to follow the action.
Hey Milosh, how's it going, man? I'm a big fan of Milosh for a long time now, but seeing him like this has me a little bit worried. I hope he's okay.
Cara, o Milosh é um cara legal, mas parece que ele perdeu o brilho, não sei dizer.
Recently, Milosh hasn't been the same person.
A Tortuga lê o jornal.
E eu acho que eu sei o motivo que o Milosh, ele tá um pouquinho para baixo. Ele sente aquela falta do Brasil, né?
A tartaruga lê o jornal. A tartaruga lê o jornal.
Now that's perfect.
Muito obrigado, Rosa.
De nada.
Thanks.
Congratulations. Mas é o seguinte, eu vou avisar ele que o próximo reload vai ser no Rio de Janeiro.
A tartaruga lê o jornal. They were 20 of 20 coming into this matchup.
Έλα ρε τσατσάρα, we are back. Πανικακού. Πανικακού, παιδί μου.
The detail presented to you by Blacklight. Lax, what moment have you chosen?
Round
Θα σε έχω άλλο ένα βιντεάκι special. Special όμως, πολύ special.
And this was a moment here in round 8 where Woogieman and Rin, in an unwinnable situation, in my opinion, when you're watching the top-down point of view, it was just a cluster.
Πολύ special και full fresh. Πριν μισή ώρα fresh. Πολύ φρέσκο. Καλό βιντεάκι που αφορά ένα πολύ σημαντικό κομμάτι του Siege, το οποίο πονάει πολύ. Πονάει.
This 1v1, 9 seconds left, jumps back onto this bomb, and this is why this was the detail, because it's heads-up plays like that. It's key moments like this that keep players alive. Sure, FearX didn't make it here. They couldn't get past Keg, but in the end, it's plays like this that everyone's going to talk about and going to remember.
It was a really hectic round, but it goes to show that consistency and being teammates for a while, you make plays in the
Πούντο. Τώρα το βάζω, το ετοίμασα. Λοιπόν, πάμε να το δούμε παρέα, ούτε εγώ το έχω δει. Βάλτε ακουστικά, βάλτε ακουστικά. Ακουστικά, όλοι. Όλοι ακουστικά. Πάμε.
You know what they say. Small changes can make a big difference. Go on, try me.
To get you ready for Siege X, today I'm going to show you how to use reverb to your advantage. Here we are in Bank, and I want to show you how to use the reverb in Siege X to help you identify what type of room the enemy is pushing you from. So to our left we have one attacker, and they're set up in the main lobby, and that's a big, echoey room. To the right we have another attacker on the B site, which is a smaller, more dampened, carpeted room. Let's take a listen to the gunshots and the footsteps and see how different they sound. So you really get a sense that that person's in a big, echoey room. So in this one sounds like it's in a much smaller, drier space. So combined with your map knowledge, you can really use this information to your advantage.
Spit things to see. Back on my push it, I do it for G's. Tuli kafunga tuka tuka keys. Squeezing and goofing in a leap of bills. Hey, we be getting more paper, no joking no more. We don't need no favors. Hey, and they know all better. We be getting more dough when they need more flavors. They must spit hard, I want to see, I wanna wow. Ever since I made it, wanna wonder wow. We just want to shower, keep you a careful job, bully, do me and me down on.
Οκ. Μάλιστα. Μπρο, άκουγες πόσο καλά ακουγόταν Εβάν? Μαλάκα, ακριβώς εγώ τα άκουγα ακριβώς που ήταν. Που ήταν πίσω αριστερά. Και ο άλλος δεξιά ακριβώς εκεί. Οκ. Πριν μισή ώρα τα ανέβασα αυτό το βίντεο, μπρο. Ολόφρεσκο. Παρτάραγε. Πού είσαι Ραγκώτη?
Fox, you look at this roster. I mean, are you surprised to see them make main stage?
I think everybody's surprised to see the amount of NA coming out. You wouldn't expect Wild to be the remaining NA life. And obviously, if you watch the way they play, there's a really good reason why. They're able to identify the issue and focus on the objective. They're just playing really smart Siege. It's almost giving me ideas of the unwanted roster, the Beast Coast roster. Never making wasteful plays. They're always looking forward and they've earned their respect.
Όχι πάντα. Δεν ισχύει πάντα αυτό. Δεν νομίζω. Και τι φοράει ρε μαλάκα? Εκεί όλα καλά. Πες μου τώρα. Όλα good. Το βλέπω. Μαλάκα μπορεί και βλέπει. Πώς είσαι έτσι ρε Κιτσά? Σε βλέπω ρε, έτσι θα μάθει. Είναι το καινούριο Meta VR της...
But the most important thing is Baby Shark. Baby Shark's only had T2 EUL experience essentially, and Dash previously on W7M. So they've earned the ability to have us say their
to
get the attention from the viewers. They've earned it. Essentially, all of these players have been playing for a month together. So to be able to make it to a main stage after a month of work, when most of these players have no real competitive experience besides Dash and Kansan, that is really impressive.
But that's the thing, you know, you Baby Shark that is brand new doesn't have that experience, but then you have to look at the Dash pickup that we've talked about time and time again. That is a...
Δεν θα σας πω τι είναι, δεν θα σας κάνω spoil. Κάποια στιγμή όταν φορτίσει, όταν γυρίσει και από το escape room θα δείξει τι είναι.
And when you can add two players that bring that experience and especially bring that exposure to someone like Baby Shark, that is only gonna boost.
Baby Shark, Baby Shark, όχι μέσα εδώ κολόνια. Βάζει μέσα εδώ κολόνια και δεν μπορώ να πάρω ανάσα ρε. Red chat. Έχω μπλέξει ρε chat. Λέει τι είπες. Λε.
Focus, no matter what the round count is or man advantage, man down, they are able to focus exactly where everything needs.
Ας αναβαθμίσουμε λίγο και το score.
This is round 4 on console against.
Είμαστε updated.
And so essentially they make an amazing play to run into admin. And this C4 double play from Bay and Baby Shark to be able to.
Και από εδώ έχουμε.
Behind the desks, once they get him down, they're able to.
Το βλέπω λίγο chat, να ξέρετε.
Up the stairs, and now this was just a beautiful 2v3 situation where the plant's going down. They know, hey, we need to be able to stop the defuse. Dash has the C4, he walks up, and he has his teammate able to hold yellow so that nobody else can walk through and get Dash down when he goes for an aggressive play. So they identify exactly.
Τώρα είμαστε ανανεωμένοι, updated.
In their own right, are relatively new as an entire roster. How do you feel about this matchup?
Πνίχτον. Βανίκα μαζί μου πρέπει να είσαι σειρά μαλάκα. Με τον Κίτσο είσαι. Δεν πάνε.
I'm going to feel extremely confident that I can take on this. Wildcard has played against far better opponents and put up a far better performance. Where again, Elevate, there are two games that they struggled so hard against were APAC teams, and the two teams to first go out, which was PSG and Scars. So for me, if I'm Elevate, you really have to reel it in here because this is Wildcard, and they have been playing teams like Falcons, like G2, like SSG, and Secret, and finding success off those games. Wildcard by no means had an easy route to get here, where Elevate, again, had the far easier shot of getting here.
I mean, Wildcard deserves to be here. Every single game that they played was so close. The only loss went to Falcons. And obviously, in that game, it looked like it could have gone either way. And you can't even say, oh, maybe it comes down to the map, because they've played one of the wider ranges of maps compared to everybody else in the tournament so far. And they have a very deep bag, because it doesn't come down just to the maps. It comes down to the fundamentals of understanding how to win and making disciplined plays. So every time they get an advantage, they don't give it away. They're able to focus on what's next. And the innovation that they bring in operators is always keeping the enemy team on their toes, because you're never going to be able to really band them down because they don't crutch on anything. I mean, we talked about it on console. They bring the Pulse. I haven't seen Pulse since like 2018, so that's a beautiful sight to see that they're even bringing old operators. They're making very creative plays.
Well, there are many different factors that ultimately give a team an edge. However, we just saw in that best of 3, CAG and FearX, that went to 3 maps. Let's go ahead and start to break down what this will look like. Lax, I'll give it to you first. We start out on Chalet, then to Consulate if we do.
You know, these are two regions. Well, I mean, I don't really want to consider Elevate an APAC region. It's full of Brazilians, but Brazilians and NA do like Chalet. Now, given how Elevate has currently been playing, granted they did pick this because Scars did recently play against Wildcard, which Wildcard won that 7-1. I do think that they want to go for a counterplay, but that's the thing that Fox was talking about. Wildcard is so good at being on the fly, being able to switch things up. And what
να βάλουμε άλλο ένα reputation, το sound, το καινούριο sound, ή δεν θέλετε, δεν γουστάρετε. Να δούμε την class, το rework, το καινούριο sound και το elite του Amai.
So here's the ideology with Elevate.
Θέλετε άλλη μια ρεπέτα.
That they don't really want to play. So they're going to comfortable maps, and they have footage on both Chalet and Concert, which are two of Wildcard's best maps. Wildcard, obviously, you're in a situation like
μια ρεπέτα.
not going to play your best maps. Yes, there's footage, but at the end of the day, confidence is key. So it's a little bit riskier of a play for Elevate because they're not going to their most confident maps. They're going to things that they have an understanding that we can maybe counter wildcard.
Εντάξει ρε, 20 sec είναι το καθένα. Μπαμ μπαμ. Θα παίξω και τα τρία. Μπαμ μπαμ. Έλα, το βάζω. Βάλτε τα ακουστικά όσοι δεν το έχετε ακούσει. Το καινούριο sound, παιδιά, που θα κάνει release με το Siege X. Για πάμε να ακούσουμε λίγο. Για πάμε. Μέχρι να ξεκινήσει το ματσάκι. Πάμε.
Small changes can make a big difference. Go on, try me. You're in for a real shock.
To get you ready for Siege X, today I'm going to show you how to use reverb to your advantage. Here we are in Bank, and I want to show you how to use the reverb in Siege X to help you identify what type of room the enemy is pushing you from. So to our left we have one attacker, and they're set up in the main lobby, and that's a big, echoey room. To the right we have another attacker on the B site, which is a smaller, more dampened, carpeted room. Let's take a listen to the gunshots and the footsteps and see how different they sound. So you really get a sense that that person's in a big, echoey room. So in this one sounds like it's in a much smaller, drier space. So combined with your map knowledge, you can really use this information to your advantage.
Δώσε μας λίγα παραπάνω στοιχεία, ρε.
Last big things to see. Back on my bushy that do it for G's. Tuli kafuga tuka tuka keys. Squeezing and goofers in a leap of bills. Hey, we be getting more paper, no joking no more. We don't need no favors. Hey, and they know all better. We be getting more dough when they need more flavors. They must be hard, I want to see, I wanna wow. Ever since I made it, wanna wonder wow. We just wanna get down, what to do, I can't be out, bully, do me, I'm down, no, not you, wow.
They take their seat at the big boys table.
Λίγο παραπάνω θα έπρεπε να μας δώσει, ρε φίλε. Δηλαδή, εγώ ξέρω γιατί το έκανα αυτό. Μας έδωσαν ένα hint, τώρα μας κάβλωσαν όλους. Και τα υπόλοιπα την Κυριακή.
If only Elevate can make the region proud. It only took 1 month for a new wild card roster before they showed everyone that they have an ace up their sleeve.
Nothing's going to stop us. We're going to win with whatever it takes.
With 4 wins in 5 matches, they silence the haters with the perfect mix of talent and international influence.
This is why you pick up a Brazilian! Wildcard are getting hard carried as this man dashes around the server.
It's time for quarterfinal number 2 at Reload. It's time for Elevate versus Wildcard.
We are 1 quarterfinal down. We are now reloaded and ready for another. We are live in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. My name's Ian, this is Nivi. Nivi is a Brazilian resident. She loves it here. We all love it here. I've got to say, you see the pictures at home of Brazil. I think we should do an event here every year. I'm putting it out there. I just love it so much.
I agree, but I have to ask you, what do you prefer, São Paulo or Rio?
São Paulo or Rio? I like them both the same.
Okay. We love both.
How's the audience doing? We've got people are starting to filter into the building right now.
Πότε κάνει release? Release το Siege X κάνει 10 Ιουνίου, δηλαδή μαζί με την αλλαγή του season. Και μπορούμε να παίξουμε και τη Δευτέρα, τώρα αυτή τη Δευτέρα, το TTS που θα βγει, με όλες τις αλλαγές. Εννοείται πως θα παίξουμε. Εγώ λογικά μόνο TTS θα παίζω μέχρι να κάνει release, γιατί δεν θα το προλάβω το release, όχι τίποτα άλλο, να το ευχαριστηθώ.
I've got a feeling these guys are going to really like the next team that are about to come out here. It is an APAC org with an all-Brazilian roster looking to take them to the next level. It's Elevate!
Eles que jogam na PAC, mas escalaram uma seleção 100% brasileira, com alguns nomes super experientes e outros que...
Ele brasileiro, λέει, brasileiro.
E a galera grita o nome do Psycho. Com exceção do nosso brasileiro Dash, que é campeão de Major, essa é uma line praticamente estreante nos palcos e campeonatos Tier S. Pode vir pra cá, Wild Card!
It's a roster that feels like a shuffled deck from all over the world, looking to become the ace of the pack. Wildcard, cool, calm, and composed here in Rio de Janeiro. All right, myself and Nivi are going to have a quick conversation. Spiker, come and join me, Semper, as well. Let's start with you, Spiker. I need to just get a check on how you're feeling right now. You look pretty dialed in, pretty locked in, ready for this opportunity in front of you.
Τόση ώρα για αυτό δεν μιλάγες, την έψαχνας. Έκανα scout.
Wait, sorry. Are you focused on that noise that's going to be coming your way as well?
No, we have Dash, so we'll get some support eventually.
Muito bom. Eles têm o suporte, inclusive, do Dash. Estão confiantes. Vamos ver como que vai se desenrolar esse jogo aqui. And it is your first time in a stage like this, right?
Yeah.
How are you feeling?
I'm calm. I just gotta play and win them.
Falou que vai vencer aqui. O pessoal pediu pra você falar um pouquinho de português. Fala um pouquinho de português pra galera também.
Vamos ganhar desses gringos, porra!
Wait, what did he say?
Let's gonna win.
Now, I've got to ask, do you feel like a wild card out here at all? Do you feel like underdogs or do you feel like big hitters?
We've been underdogs this whole tournament and we made it further than we thought we would, so we're just happy to be here.
I think you've impressed a lot of people out here and I'm sure that you don't believe that this is where your journey ends.
No, not today.
Okay, so are you prepared?
Yes.
Are you prepared?
Yes.
So let's start the game.
Shake hands. And best of luck, let's do it.
Welcome on in, second game here of the main stage, and Pengu, look, these are the two unlikely heroes of Reload so far. On the one hand, this team that everyone is saying an APAC team, let's be honest, we heard what Semper was saying. He is Brazilian through and through, and the crowd will be on his side.
Yeah, they will. That's the thing. Wildcard also said Spiker, they made it further than they thought so far. So, like, less expectations perhaps, and I think pressure right now is the big enemy potentially here. Big stage, gonna be a big crowd later on as well. And if you win today, it's only gonna get crazier and crazier.
That's it, and of course both of these teams were likely predicted, placed to be going out during that Reload to Survive stage, and now we're guaranteed to have at least one of them into the semi-finals. Both of them with actually a surprisingly lack of experience. Elevate and Wildcard both have 3 players on their teams making their debut at this event. For Elevate, it's Romeo, Naka, and Semper. For Wildcard, Spiker, Bay, and Baby Shark. That's 6 out of the 10 players in the server who have never played an international event before, let alone in front of a crowd.
That's fair enough, but then we say Psycho, right? You said 8-year anniversary yesterday for his career. Kansen, who was a god back on Sonics. Dash, who won a major. Yes, you have inexperienced players, but you also have veterancy and experienced people at a big stage.
That's right. It's a real contrast. We've got these leadership figures. You've also got Hoaxord as well, formerly of Team Liquid, coaching this Elevate team. We've seen his tactical timeouts in the past. Both of these rosters have those leadership figures, those veterans, as you said. And I do want to bring some attention to Psycho. He was one of the most infamous Ashe mains in the game.
Yeah, he was.
Back in the day, back in your heyday as well, you played against him numerous times. And of course, he is a world champion back in the day on Ninjas in Pajamas. And now he's playing with what is an unlikely roster of, in a way, misfits, up-and-coming Tier 2 players, a mix of some experience in Tier 1. But do Elevate really have what it takes to make it to the semi-finals? I think that if they looked at the bracket, they...
Ξαναλέω, παιδιά, η Elevate σαν ιστορία με τους Wildcard έχουν παίξει σύνολο 3 φορές, χωρίς αυτή τη φορά εννοείται, Έχουν 2 νίκες η Elevate, 1 η Wildcard. Η ιστορία των δύο οργανισμών. Αλλά η Wildcard στα τελευταία 5 με 6 μάτς η απόδοσή τους είναι 80% καλύτερη από ό,τι είναι τον Elevate.
As many matches so far. Also true. As Elevate, they lost 2 and won 2, and those 2 that they won, as you said, PSG and Scars, the 2 worst teams at the tournament by far. Technically, yeah. Elevate beat the 2 worst teams in the tournament and made main stage. So even though they've got a lot of hype behind them, and they'll no doubt the crowd will be on their side, Wildcard have actually kind of proved their place here a little bit more than that by beating teams like G2, SSG, and Secret, all of which are really formidable scalps to take.
Elevate also only played 4 matches, whereas Wildcard played 5 because Elevate qualified earlier in the tournament. They've had a long time off, and I want to say here, when you are a less experienced team, I think it's easier to stay in it day by day, playing today, tomorrow, the 3rd day, than to have like 2-3 day break, then hitting the stage kind of cold. So once again, I do think Wildcard, given the circumstances, so I'm looking to Psycho now. Can he lead this team into the right mentality, into the right match prep with his experience? Because Psycho has also been the worst performing.
Για πάμε να δούμε λίγο τα brackets, πώς έχουν διαμορφωθεί μέχρι τώρα, δηλαδή μετά την ολοκλήρωση του πρώτου match. Από ό,τι βλέπουμε η Osaka Gaming πέρασε στην επόμενη φάση στα semi-finals, οπότε ουσιαστικά η Osaka Gaming περιμένει αυτό το match για να δει ποιον θα έχει αντίπαλο. Ή τους Elevate ή τους Wildcard. Πολύ πιθανό ξεκάθαρο φαβορί είναι η Wildcard λόγω απόδοσης στα τελευταία 6 μάτς. Έχουν πολύ καλύτερα αποτελέσματα, αλλά αυτό, έτσι όπως είπαμε και στο προηγούμενο μάτς, δεν έχει απολύτως καμία σημασία και οι FRX είχαν κάνει πάρα πολύ καλό tournament. Παρ' όλα αυτά δεν πέρασαν στα semi-finals. Γιατί είναι μια άλλη ιστορία, μια άλλη κουβέντα, λόγω ψυχολογίας, λόγω έλλειψης εμπειρίας, πολλά μπορεί να παίζουν ρόλο. Και αργότερα έχουμε τους W7M με τους Team Falcons. Οι Team Falcons, ξαναλέω, ουσιαστικά είναι η ομάδα που πήγε στον τελικό του Invitational πριν λίγους μήνες, η ομάδα του Psycho δηλαδή. Οπότε και εκεί πιστεύω θα δούμε ένα καλό match και εννοείται τελευταίο match και για εμένα το καλύτερο match της ημέρας, Loud Gaming με Furia, πολύ καλό match. Για να δούμε ποιες ομάδες θα παίξουν αύριο, ποια θα είναι γενικά η διαμόρφωση των ομάδων. Η Wildcard Gaming νομίζω replay ότι είναι από τις πιο νεαρές ομάδες του τουρνουά ηλικιακά.
Shown anything of so far. In fact, Elevate have not played any of the 3 maps that we'll be playing today. One of the benefits of only playing 4 matches and only having to win 2 matches is they actually haven't shown a lot of their strat book.
No, and whether that's deliberate or not, it's hard to say. They played Clubhouse back to back for Elevate.
Βλέπω πολλούς προ με μικρά ποντίκια χωρίς καλώδιο. Είναι βολικά άραγε. Ανάλογα ρε εσύ, ανάλογα το πώς σε βολεύει. Μικρό ποντίκι τι εννοείς ρε bro? Από ποια άποψη μικρό ποντίκι? Ας πούμε εγώ έχω το Super Light το 2. Το θεωρείς μικρό ποντίκι? Είναι μικρό. Είναι υποκειμενικό ακριβώς. Λοιπόν, το κοινό είχε ψηφίσει 67% υπέρ την νίκη των Wildcard και μόνο 33% για την νίκη των Elevate. Για πάμε να ξεκινήσει το match. Αντικειμενικά, ναι, Gast είναι μικρό. Πρώτο map, Sal. Δεύτερο map, η Consulate. Και τρίτο map είναι η Night Labs. Σε περίπτωση ισοβαθμίας. Τα maps.
They've only played 16 attacker rounds in 5 games, only won 6 of those. So whenever I'm making notes for this team, I'm going, oh, they got great mini plays, they can punish their opponent, they're good at getting opening kills. All those things that they're good at is on the defensive side. They're gonna start there, but in 7 rounds time, I really want to see, have to figure out their problems and weaknesses from the group stage.
Yeah, we know Wildcard are so good on this defensive side, and perhaps they can get a little bit of comfort by starting there.
Τους Wildcard, παιδιά, τους έχω για φαβορί, να ξέρετε. Είναι πάρα πολύ καλή ομάδα.
As we dig into the bans, speaking of how challenging it can be to attack, the Grim taken out alongside the Blackbeard, the Blackbeard being quite a staple ban. Yeah. The Grim is a really powerful operator that actually rarely gets banned. Perhaps we'll see a little bit of reprisal of that with the new format of bans. But yeah, a wild card for sure. They've got their work cut out for them. They start on the favored side, and I think they need to kick this off with a strong statement against Elevate.
It has been a very similar story for Wildcard so far. They like banning out the shields and also heart-breaching operators in maps where that's more relevant. I wouldn't say Chalet is a map where you do like double heart-breacher bans necessarily, so again, it makes a lot more sense to see stuff like the Wall Denier in the Kaid, Asami of course, the Holding Library, extending out the map. Chalet is like what we can call almost like a mini border.
Από ό,τι βλέπω έχουν κάποιο τεχνικό πρόβλημα με τα ακουστικά νομίζω. Πρέπει να λύθηκε ήδη. Πρέπει να του άλλαξαν τα ακουστικά απλά. Πολύ βολικό ποντίκι. Έχω ακούσει πολύ καλά λόγια για το συγκεκριμένο ποντίκι. Από πολλά άτομα.
Make Elevate work for it.
Yeah, I think that's a good move, and I also wouldn't mind seeing.
Το δικό σου, άμα παίξεις αρκετό καιρό και το συνηθίσεις, είναι βολικό για τα flex και ελαφρύ. Ναι, όντως είναι πολύ ελαφρύ το Super Light. Υπάρχουν και πιο ελαφριά ποντίκια. Ας πούμε αυτός εδώ με το move το ποντίκι είναι το Super Light, λογικά το ίδιο που έχω και εγώ. Και οι δύο ομάδες έχουν πρόβλημα.
Gaming and stock, and they just wasted so much time. And what I want to see Dash let off the leash. Yes, we saw it on Consulate. If he can replicate that kind of success here on Chalet, it's really going to disrupt the momentum that Elevate have going into this match.
Αλλά έχω μικρό sense και θέλω βαρύ ποντίκι με καλώδιο. Αλλιώς μου φεύγει σε κανένα τείχο.
But they are from Brazil. They know his playstyle. They know him as a player. They've been in the same region for a long time. I do feel like we have to hover a little bit of attention towards Kansen as well. He's been phenomenal so far on this roster, individually, with his team, always setting up plays together. And it feels like for me, Wildcard, they have good communication. So while I do want to see an unleashed Dash to start things off, if that doesn't work, I want to see that clear communication with Wildcard players, getting mini plays to go 2 versus 1, 2 versus 2. Don't rely on individual, gun fragging capability, because yes, you have that, but don't rely on it solely. You don't have to clutch, but it's great when it happens.
Yeah, we can rely on Dash. Obviously you don't want to expect that. It's not part of the plan, but I mean, the guy's actually got a nearly 2.0 KD in the tournament so far. Yeah, 50 kills and 28 deaths. That's one of the highest number of kills of anybody in the tournament. He's made a massive statement with his performances so far. And it's quite funny because in contrast, despite Elevate being very highly ranked and qualifying very early on for the main stage, their top-rated player, Naka, is actually only 28th ranked in terms of how strong the players are at this tournament. So Elevate don't have the kind of star power potential that we see out of Wildcard. And in my view, they rely more so on their prep work. Like you already said, they had 2 very challenging opponents out of the get-go. They played Clubhouse, which in my view was likely a throwaway map. They're like, we're not planning on playing Club, so let's just play it against the good teams, get really low on bullets, and then they played 2 maps that they really liked against the 2 weakest teams in the tournament, bet all their points, and then made that huge rocket up into qualifying.
Exactly.
So Elevate haven't actually really been tested when it comes to the mid-game adaptation. It's all in the preparation. Now, to their advantage, Wildcard have already played all the maps that we're going to be playing today at the tournament so far. So Elevate, Hugsword in particular, and the rest of the support staff can really knuckle down and prepare for this one.
It's a lot of prep work, and I'm happy to say that I believe we are back in the server.
Hell yeah, we are.
Έχω παρατηρήσει πάρα πολλούς σε αυτό το τουρνουά να παίζουν σε Glass Mousepad. Πάρα πολλούς. Η πλειοψηφία δηλαδή των παιχτών που έχω δει παίζουν σε Glass Mousepad. Okay.
You need to now rely on adaptation, and that's something that for even the best teams in the world, it can be really hard to combat at the highest level because not only are you problem solving strategically, mind to mind, but while doing so, you're holding those angles, waiting for a gun swing, and you have to be super sharp on the reaction time. And some players, when they think about the game a lot, they will start slowing down a little bit because you can't think and act at the same time.
Yeah, no, it's one of the most challenging parts of playing this game. Trying to talk while do, while think. It's like, dude, pick one maximum. That's all I can do.
Yeah, that's why we have roles, but IGLs, injury fraggers, roamers, anchor players. Can't do it all.
My brain is really telling me Wildcard should be favored in this matchup, but that's why I'm looking at Elevate right now. They've got quite an aggressive opening lineup. They've got this Blitz, this Ying, and the Dokkaebi.
Oh, yeah.
Not to mention I mean, literally, a operator on this lineup.
It's all fast, baby.
Exactly.
And it's going to be a direct take, right? In fireplace window, the Blitz, into bar, distraction, Ying de la spam, library, and of course the bar bomb side. Lion scan, Dokkaebi call. They're waiting for Dokkaebi right now. Call, Lion, go, hit the side.
A sneak in from the backside from Iron. He's on that thinker, his adrenaline surge will assist when he decides to use it, but a big C4 from Kansan, straight into the side from Naka. He needs to find this kill though, devilishly dancing around, Spiker taken out. But meanwhile, Wildcard have recomposed. This heavy execute from Elevate, unsuccessful so far. However, it has netted them control of the bomb site, but guess what? Information for Wildcard. Baby Shark with his drone on the site. Might not matter if Elevate's able to get away with a few more of those. Another drone goes out. I like this change of pace from Elevate.
Very genius switch up. Go fast and go slow. Get the drone. Bomb going down. C4 prep can't find it. They have no info. Baby!
What are you doing?
It's all up to Dash. It's a 1v1 against a low HP Blitz. All he's got to do is land one bullet into the feet, and this round is his. We've seen big...
Βλέπω ρε μαλάκα.
Started this game with a statement. They want to play it pacey. They want to get up in Wildcard's face. And Dash now has to pay the price for his teammates' mistakes.
Το νόμο. Το νόμο του.
He does not have the Yaka for it. And Dash will quad kill and clutch up for Wildcard.
Oh my god. Speaking of him, it happens. Baby Shark, the C4, I mean, that's just unfortunate. But I want to praise both teams there.
Πω μαλάκα, τι πήγαν να λούσουν. Έλεος.
Expecting Wildcard rather to lash out first, hold the angles, get the kills, and Wildcard goes slow. Drones are coming out. There was one moment where Wildcard kind of messed up. We saw Baby Shark upstairs on the monster drones getting information. While that happened, Lesion just walks into side through a smoke grenade, 2v1 and dies. And that's when the numbers got even back down. Blitz tried to play the distance, forcing, Dash close for a flashbang. I think he got a bit nervous at the end. He was walking forward away from cover, and Blitz was dying.
Sprinted, which means that his legs would be exposed.
He was going fast.
When he's low HP, you just really cannot afford to do that. Need to try and set down the timer. So this was what happened. Dash, I think he had an idea. Wow, he came down for 2 kills from Fireplace. Unbelievable round from this guy. I gotta say, like, W7M obviously getting rid of this player in favor of Palu. You kind of can't blame them when a player like Palu becomes available.
Πραγματικά, έτοιμος ήταν.
He's still hitting his strides. He's not slowed down whatsoever after moving to a far inferior roster. And he's taking that championship winning potential with him to Wildcard.
I would love to see Naka on the bid stage, just like playing by that half one. Again, make Dash come to you because you got coverage, but again, those split-second decisions are so hard to make correct, and we all know he was down to 1 bullet of HP, so...
Μαλάκα, έχω ποντάρει στους Wildcard τώρα, μαλακιστούν. Έλεος. Πραγματικά έλεος.
This time again, Glass, Sense, Deimos, pick out the pocket straps. The great thing about this lineup to me is that they can go for a normal like roam clear, take top floor control, hit the bomb site later, or if they see an opening or get the Glass and the Sense to our positions, they can go for a direct bomb site attack as well. So very flexible, dynamic attacking lineup that can do it all.
Hostile tag.
Oh, careful peeking that, Baby Shark. After the mistake he made last round, let's not do it again. Dash is trying to see if he can catch the bait here, but Semper sneaking up from behind. I don't think it's been heard. Aggressive play though from the defense, and well, they are caught out. Baby Shark at least finds 1 refrag onto Iron, and the Deimos is dealt with, but he's been droned out, he's been cornered, he has been trapped. He'll try and escape, but he's going to be vulnerable to Romeo. Lying in wait outside the main door of lobby, leaving it all up to Kansan.
Well, again, with that lineup, Sense, Glass, you wouldn't think that's going to be a room clear and bar, right? But they still play aggressive in positions. Sense walks up from basement to cut off the crosses. They recognize Wildcard. Oh, and Kevin's gonna challenge it! But Kansan, good for 2, with 2 more to go.
And now the round is in his control. Still, it's going to be a challenging clutch from here on out.
Diffuser in library.
He just has to wait. Oh no, he's not looking the right way! These 2 players! Completely oblivious, but Semper finally finishes the round, and Elevate not going to become victims to yet another of Kansan's clutches.
So close. If Kenton sees that person at the edge of his screen, that might just be enough. And we win a 1v1, has a good position, can totally make that work.
Anyone that watched Six Invitational in 2022 in Sweden will remember Kansan's infamous clutch. I think most people named that corner of Bank open area after Kansan now.
Kansan corner.
I think that was against at the time Damwon Kia, now FearX roster.
Yep, that it was. I was casting it actually, and it's one of those moments where the round is over, it doesn't matter, right? And then a hero play out of nowhere. And I think that was one of the moments where Kansan kind of solidified himself as the guy.
Yeah.
Nice attempt, but doesn't find the round victory. But again, Elevate expecting an aggressive roam game. You said it, unleash dash instead of bar, right? Getting down there, he was. Two people assisting him, but Elevate were in all the right positions. Fireplace door, library double window, one guy base in blue staircase, and then Deimos baiting inside a bar as well. So they're everywhere. And Wildcard chose where to fight them, but Elevate had more guns.
Yeah, it's an interesting dynamic because Wildcard, as you said, want to play aggressively. They want to use their firepower to their advantage, but Elevate have read that and they're playing in a way to kind of counter roam, and then Wildcard are aware of that and they're doubling, tripling down on it. We had 3 players in engagements in the first tiny exchange of bullets in the round. It was about a minute in.
Yeah, it was very early. And it comes down to Wildcard to make the right adaptation, because I think Elevate will just simply counter. They go for a heavy roam, either you match that roam counter or you hit the bomb site. You have 2 options really. If Wildcard start playing more utility or oriented operators, as you see here, we see the bot was shield from the Frost, but now we're spawn peeking with Vigil, so they're getting utility and the spawn peeking, but that's a Monty. That's not gonna take any damage. Well done from Cycle. Figuring out, okay, are they gonna go for something cheesy? Yes, they are. Everybody else kind of stays back in the beginning.
I feel like we don't see a lot of Monty these days in CJX with how often it gets banned out with the new ban format.
That's true.
But Wildcard decided just to get rid of that black bit in terms of the shield capability, and Psycho will bring the immovable object.
It's also about, like, after this round, we'll get a 3rd operator ban on both sides. But Elevate playing a lot of different variety operators, what will Wildcard ban out? They're always gonna have options. Fire pipe shot's gonna explode momentarily. Nobody taking a lot of damage downstairs. Spiker did elsewhere, but got Doxton back to full HP. So yes, they fought each other, but that dog is keeping Wildcard alive.
Still trying to hold on to control downstairs. There's a player in West Main and a player outside the window. Oh no, this is dirty! So unfortunate for Dash. I guess it's the only way you can kill the bloody guy. You find a nice angle. Bay gets a wall bang, making it 2 for the round. Holding definitely onto this position on the solar stairs, looking for another one. Forced down! Threads the needle for Bay! And now Elevate have their work cut out for them. They need to get desperate. 2 versus 4. Bay completely untouchable on this staircase. I am the last one, and Bay will make it a 4K. Huge rounds. And Wildcard looking solid here on Chalet defense.
Now, the Frost actually injured Semper on piano window jumping as well. So the one kill that Bay didn't find, Pockmat, just like that, shuts him down. Beautiful.
Για να δούμε, χολντάρουν ακόμα. Χολντάρουν ακόμα, δεν κακό.
Solarium stairs means if that capital fire were to be in his area and he goes, gonna get shot from behind, just doxed him, tank the fire. Again, Wildcard showing they can play a roam, they can also anchor down that bomb site. Deimos Fenrir? Okay.
Yeah, I was wondering, based on that round, how proficient the Monty ended up being, how influential, would they end up banning it? The Monty must have been the one that died from the frost mat, ironically. The only one that Bay couldn't headshot with the shield in front of his face. But yeah, the Deimos I think is a good move because Wildcard want to keep playing these aggressive roams. They don't want to be hunted down. Especially when you've got hero player potentially, you don't want to have one instrumental roamer or one instrumental key player like Bay in the case of that round be really targeted by that Deimos.
It frees you up. Vigil, Mute no longer needed to be played every single round to avoid Deimos, for example. But does for example, Dokkaebi, shields up as well, like the Monty, like the Blitz. We saw Glass earlier, we saw Sense earlier. So now that Elevate knows the full playing field, they can really handpick the right operators, not having to fear, oh, if you show like Monty 3 rounds in a row, they will ban the Monty, then we gotta do something else. Whereas for Elevate's attacking side, Fenrir's gone. So whenever you're entering or pushing the bomb side, looking for an aggressive gunfight somewhere, you don't have to fear getting nearsighted and missing out on an easy kill.
Where is Dash gonna put his bandit batteries. Oh, office. Curious.
Oh, they're doing the office hole?
Because I was wondering, look, we just saw the Fenrir ban. We've seen Dash really good at that. Operator and Elevate, if they want to play more aggressively, Fenrir is definitely an operator you want to ban.
Yeah.
And at first I was like, is Dash literally just picking bandit for the MP7? I sure hope not. But no, he does have a clear idea of where he wants to put down those batteries to try and fortify this office position.
Yeah. Slow down Elevate on their entry points, make them fight for those simple things that normally comes to you for free. Very few teams hold office. You hold top blue, you hold mezzanine, maybe you hold a little bit of piano and they fall back. They're playing to fight, playing to stay. Dash is not going to have any real way back once Elevate gets enough guns in this particular position. Blitz droning out, looking, how bad is this setup? I see one guy right now with, of course, a body system. Deployable shield as well to help him. Dash has to now play to live. Not to swing crazy aggressive, but live as long as...
Μαγκές, πιστεύω το Siege X θα παίξουμε και τη Δευτέρα κιόλας και θα το δούμε και στην πράξη. Θα είναι πανέμορφο, ρε φίλε. Θα είναι πανέμορφο, δηλαδή έτσι όπως έχουν φτιάξει τα χρώματα μέσα στα maps, το φωτισμό που έχουν ανεβάσει τα textures στο Θεό, το details, δηλαδή και την ανάλυση γενικά των textures. Φαίνεται πανέμορφο, ρε φίλε, το game, αλήθεια.
Baby Shark now feeling a lot more pressure at his position. He no longer has as much capability to support Dash inside of office.
Yeah, I think now if you can get Blitz on the exterior door to office and just take that 1v1 inside, that could be a free pick. Like I said, the sense wall cut off his supply force of his teammates. Look at that, he's stuck in the corner. And they can now alleviate that. The further left we go, he has to be in that corner. He has to be there. No nades left for IQ though.
Oh. He's not checking the right side. He didn't know. Oh, but this Dokkaebi call is going to give him away. Romeo's still not aggressing. He might get caught in an awkward position. Oh, the timing is not there for Elevate. The Ducks lined up, but they missed their shots. Now Wildcard have control. Psycho desperately. Bullets waylaid into the top floor. He can't even find Baby Shark. Wildcard looking dominant as ever on their defensive side. There is a reason why they are the best defensive team at this tournament. And Iron...
Η καλύτερη ομάδα στην άμυνα είναι το τουρνουά.
And now they know exactly where he is. This round is in the bank for Wildcard.
Get that crossfire. We see Spiker proning blue staircase, just waiting to exit this door. Then they can shoot him together.
Και δεν θα έλεγα μόνο αυτό, και είναι και η πιο σταθερή ομάδα στο τουρνουά. Πολύ ωραίο σου το Abdoka.
There's 15 seconds left, you gotta go right now.
I mean, these are just exit frags. There's also an angle all the way up from the hatch upstairs. That's a really gnarly one. Nothing to be done here for Iron. They've tried their best, but Wildcard continued.
Πολύ κοντά τα shot εκεί. Να σκοτώσει τη Valkyrie.
Keep in mind though, like we
Άλλο ένα round πάει στους Wild Gaming.
Even throughout the entire of the 5 matches they've played so far. For Elevate now, a tactical timeout is called.
Tô ouvindo? Ó, pra todas as nossas caçadas blocadas, vamos fazer com nome na comp. Eles estão ganhando por causa de reação, entendeu? Vamos travar a reação nossa do mid round quando a gente fizer a caçada blocada. E se a gente for fazer solário, vamos pôr sempre, sempre.
Yo, let's run the 2.1 bunker. Evan, I'm gonna play mutant so I can nitro over the wall. If they're bucking below you, I want you to play bandit and put bandits on the wall, okay? Shark, instead of playing the fish, actually, Shark, instead of playing the fish, you play bandit. Evan, you play tube, okay?
Yeah.
And then put all 4 of your bandits on the 4 office wall, Shark, okay? Dash, do not get that closet wall, you son of a bitch.
Okay. Cara limpa, porra. Bora. Pô, os caras atacam mal, velho.
That's cheeky.
I love that cheeky smile.
Oh my god. Okay. So, can't speak much to Elevate, sadly, because I don't speak the language. No.
Σαν να λέω εγώ στο Βανίκα πάνω στο... πες το... στο Night Labs. Κλείνεις με το μοίρα τα Rainforest, σαν σου λέω μην τύχουν και τα κλείσεις. Μαλάκα μου θυμίζει κάτι τέτοιο. Ό,τι καλύτερο. Ό,τι καλύτερο.
They did cut corners on office, right? It's been 2 grenades, a lot of drones, saw bandits stuck in there.
Why did
then they rotated away?
Why didn't they just ignore it?
Honestly, get the blitz over there, get the 5v1, right? Get the freebie, take IQ to avert anything, then do your original plan. Don't do plan A, and then do half plan B, half plan A, and have bad timing, because Dash flashed out, IQ with the way, got the free kill. Spiker calling the shredding at their technical timeout portion. Get the 4 office walls right now. We see Baby Shark in this position. They're going to bandit trick this. Then I'm guessing that downstairs in fireplaces might be a soft wall, and then you can basically hold it vertically, and all they're taking 2 brow. So basically what they're doing right now is, again, locking Elevate out of achieving the hot breach destruction needed to go for bombs that execute, and forcing Elevate into just pure gunfights.
don't forget Pengu. Shark, don't you get that closet wall, you son of a bitch.
And he didn't.
No, he didn't.
As far as I know. Important to play the right strat with the right people together as one. Despite playing the Bandit, we did see Baby Shark going for a very aggressive spawn pick. Perhaps pre-placed Bandit batteries is enough. He's now like a lose-free element on the roam. Again, a wildcard having this big focus on trying to deny elevate on the entry points. There's nobody in library. There's nobody mezzanine. So it could just be CF4 downstairs, perhaps.
Drone is deployed.
Good clear. I like this from Elevate. Point of least resistance, just get in the building. It's a good step one. But as you said, it's going to be really challenging to clear the batteries off this wall and prevent the Bandit juggle.
Oh yeah.
Like Nomad gives you fewer things to think about. Oh, bro.
That's not...
What? Oh my god.
Yeah, just a mistake, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Oh,
sometimes that
gonna
can
get
happen.
caught.
Okay.
Well played from Semper.
Yeah, it is. Again, a good no.
We've got so much of that this tournament. Oh, riling up the crowd.
You know what? You can spend 5 seconds to
Okay.
think it's worth it at this point.
Especially if they can hear or at least feel a little bit of that crowd reaction. Surely that would fire them up.
But here comes problem-solving time. The Vert from Office. The Bandit batteries get cleared out. No active tricking. They got the 2 bros installed for time, though. Exothermic charge going out. Will they contest this wall or the one downstairs? Yes, they will contest. You can install for 12 seconds at 3 separate occasions, so the wall will get opened up eventually. There's a jammer on this one. Gonna need to rotate the nades from Semper likely to toss it up over, get the jammer to pop the wall. Office wall almost open, just 1 more second and it'll be there. This nade should clear the jammer. Yes. Elevate, they've done the hardest part of this round because once these walls open up, they're gonna have both the glass and the sense available.
Wait, is it still? Is the exothermic charge still there? I thought I heard it get zapped. It did. How did that get shot? How did that get destroyed? Because that could be the round in the bag.
Maybe the C4 at not entirely sure, honestly, to tell you. But yeah, this could be the round differentiator. Now we gotta see Psycho go crazy on the glass and all pick of his. 40 seconds left. They got man advantage again. They got the right tools. It comes down to a brawl downstairs.
Without an avenue onto the site, Elevate will need to get desperate. Semper has a flank opportunity lurking up from the west main stairs. Naka has found his opening. Elevate are looking to push everywhere at once, and they've got the 2-player advantage to do so. They need to isolate some 2 versus 1 fights, some 3 versus 2 fights. If they keep trading 1 for 1, it won't matter. There'll be no one left from Wildcard to hold their sights.
Το χρειαζόντουσαν αυτό οι Elevate για την ψυχολογία. Τους βοήθησε αυτό αρκετά. Αυτό το round.
An impressive one at that. Still not sure what happened to the exothermic charge, but I also heard the zap. I looked impact grenades, not in pocket. C4 maybe could have done it. Mercy? Nah, no mercy for Wildcard.
Still, Elevator really being pushed pretty hard here.
They're both being pushed in different ways, right? I like that Wildcard are trying to set these like mini traps for Elevate to play into, but they've been able to problem solve very effectively. Psycho now is still attacking in phase. He's hovering the Twitch. Yes, right now Psycho is 0-4, but his role right now is to be the problem solver for the team. Whether it's the glass or the Munty, a Heartbreach, or a Twitch for any side of utility denied. That's very big to have for problem solving itself. Semper is playing Sense 2 rounds now in the basement, going for those cut-off rotations. If he dies, that could be monstrous for the team, right? But he gets to kill both of those rounds.
Ρε φίλε, τόσο γρήγορα τα... Αν τα κάνουν τέτοιο ρε φίλε. Πρέπει να κάνουν insta clip. Πώς βγάζουν τα highlights σκέφτομαι. Πώς βγάζουν τόσο γρήγορα τα highlights του προηγούμενου round. Πρέπει να τα κάνουν απευθείας highlight το κάθε kill. Και μετά τα holdarουν και τα βάζουν μαζί και παίζουν. Δεν εξηγείται αλλιώς. Μάλιστα.
The average when it comes to their defensive sides. They can no longer do that. All they can do is hit half of the course, and that's only if they win this next round, putting all the more pressure into this next 2.5 minutes.
They've gone master bedroom. Don't want to go downstairs. Psycho from Twitch into IQ. Aggressive entry here.
Don't mind that.
No, taking the risk and the gamble. Tons of info. Can't quite vault through. He gets caught in the vault out.
Άξιζε όμως ρε φίλε. Το ρίσκο. Δεν νομίζω. Δεν νομίζω ότι άξιζε.
He saw all of that unfold, but was not actually in a position to get that kill. He brought out the pistol afterwards, but he obviously isn't going to make that work.
It's unlucky early death there. I think Elevate was trying to like go really off pace, go for an opening kill, get back out safe. When Psycho saw nobody was home, he said, okay, let me get back outside. But now you lost your foot in the map. You're stuck outside on the balcony. All of a sudden, Semper dies elsewhere as well. Monty's solo library hasn't accomplished anything in this round, and no one's there to help him do it either. So, not sure what this attack is trying to accomplish right now.
Don't do it. Dangerous.
Okay, never mind.
Credit.
Okay.
Not easy at all to find that kill. Good map control. A final piece back for Elevate. Wildcard still have the numbers advantage. Elevate have had the numbers advantage every single round. The last 4 rounds in a row, they found that opening pick, and yet they've only won 2 of them. Now from a numbers disadvantage, I still find
Αν σου μπει ο Monty εκεί, εκτός αν έχει βάλει Goomine, που λογικά θα έχει Goomine στο wall.
There is one benefit though, with Babe dying on the smoke, there's no real plan to deny. No C4, no toxic babes, there is an egg.
Γιατί να χάσει το Yukai, ρε μαλάκα έτσι.
The flank is wide open, however the timing is bad.
Oh, but apparently nobody's ears are on here. For Ion, he loses his life. And
Oh my god.
RIO is completely caught off guard. Now out on the balcony, he's the last one left, low HP.
Πολύ καλό flank από το Vigil εδώ.
Great position, but they certainly had more to it than what we just saw.
Important to know when the flank happened from Baby Shark, the rest of his team aggressed on Master Bedroom Office as well. They don't make these solo plays. If there's something happening in one portion of the map, something will happen elsewhere at the same time. Romeo, we gotta sharpen up the bullets right there because they are not going in a straight line. I mean, with 20 seconds left, James, I think this one is done. Yeah. Unless?
I think, no. There's no unless.
No, unless.
There's no unless here. Wildcard hitting par for the course. I mean, it's going to be an exit frag. He's going to get 1 exit frag there. Shark goes down, and now Spiker and Cans are going to be like, guys, come on, chill.
No more trolling, guys. Come on.
We've done enough of that so far in the tournament. Oh, there we go. Kansan finds his kill by the end of it. Wildcard lock in the 4-2 split at the half.
Άλλο ένα round για τους Wildcard.
Anything to be smug about though? No. They're about to move on to their attack, and that.
Νομίζω είναι αρκετά σταθερή.
That's my biggest question mark.
Είναι αρκετά σταθερή, chat.
Haven't seen them attack almost at all this tournament. They only had some rounds.
Πάνε πολύ καλά. Μέχρι τώρα.
They had 4 attack rounds against Falcons. They lost all 4. They had 4 attack rounds against SSG. They won 2 of the 4, so half, and the same thing for G2. So at the very best, they have like a 50% win rate in a given match, but overall, it's more like a third of the rounds. They need the 5-1, 6-0 halves to have the kind of performance that we've seen from them so far. They got 4-2. It's like the second best realistic option. They have to show us though that they're not just gonna fall over and fail in either entry fragging and or problem solving. Elevate showed us they could do both. Wildcard will have to match.
Yeah. That was a big move from Baby Shark. I really like what you highlighted, Pengu, how the guys on site all aggress at the exact same time. That's really what separates good teams from great teams.
Yeah.
Often teams at the lower levels will win rounds by that kind of out of accident.
Yeah.
Teams happen, players on the same team happen to push at the same time, and it catches your opponent off guard. But once you finally unlock that level of synergy where you can actually coordinate it, Shark says, guys, I'm about to flank, be ready to push out. Okay, 3, 2, 1, go.
Yeah.
And then they do it all at the same time. That's what separates the good teams from the truly great ones.
But is Wildcard the team where you would expect them to have it that early? That's my thing, because they're a younger roster, like together, so to speak. I would expect all other teams to have that skill set, not necessarily these guys.
No.
But they got it.
Yeah, good fundamentals from Wildcard. I think that's what's impressed us the most about a lot of these underdog teams that have borne success at Reload. Teams like CAG, who have had semis, teams like FearX, Wildcard. These teams have actually impressed us with their fundamentals. You know, it's one thing to say, oh, they had a good fragger, or they had 1 good round, or we're scared of this player, but they're not smart. The team's not smart. No, that's not at all the case. These guys are playing good Siege through and through. And keep in mind, I mean, this roster has had a lot of roster changes in recent history. Of course, Dash coming in, Shark coming in, both very recent roster changes. They've only been on the team for about a month. Elevate on the other team have only been a team for about a month. So I guess pretty even. Give them some credit.
Good EMP, but Ion aggresses forward, gets the kill. Instead of running away, why not just take the fight, take down Bay, get out alive as well.
I really like that move from Ion.
Semper though, finds himself injured upstairs in the piano hallway from the window, I believe.
Is Romeo going to go for that? I think Psycho is playing aggressively, contesting this angle to enable Romeo to get into position. Goes for the revive here. I think that's the right call. He couldn't leave it much later than that. Romeo can now go retake his position. On account of Iron dropping down the hatch and falling back, it does mean Elevate have effectively lost Library, but they can still contest it from outside in safer positions.
And they're holding mezzanine, they're holding top blue as well. Another person falls, cancelled this time. The attack so far looking a little bit lackluster for Wildcard in their first opening round. Again,
Πώς δεν σκότωσε τη μελούση εκεί, ρε μαλάκα, είναι δυνατόν.
They're gonna keep that man advantage and build it bigger.
Exactly what we've come to expect from Wildcard attacks. There's just no substance here. Elevate, at the turn of the tide, they step up. And now they can just sit back and relax. Information for Dash as he knows a player's on the mezzanine, but it's a 2v5. I mean, there's a player everywhere, more or less.
Yeah.
Needs to find some kind of a bait. He's going fishing at the moment, just looking for one of these delicious little trouts to pop their head up. He can just snag it.
Timing is crazy.
Yeah, not great though. There's really no way he wins against Iron here. On the default cam the whole time, worried about being pushed from above. 50 seconds to play with. And he's really not getting given anything here. A two-way crossfire. Psycho, he's dialed back the clock here. 3 big kills. And now Shark, there's absolutely no chance he makes this work. He needs to just sit back, bait a few kills, maybe give his team a chance to recompose for next round.
You said good fundamentals, but how good are your attacks? Wildcard Baby Shark 1v5?
Come on.
Another one of those exit frag rounds.
Finish him off. The Brazilian crowd are just waiting for their team to get one step closer to tying this up, and Baby Shark is certainly not capable of doing anything about it. Romeo teased out. Come on, put him out of his misery already. Elevate. You can't let him be continuing to stay alive. That's finally it. A flawless round for Wildcard.
Καλό round αυτό για τους Elevate. Flawless round. Πολύ καλό.
The audience here on their side.
There is Dash, of course, on the other line of players, but would you rather have 1 Brazilian if you're the crowd, or 5 and the support staff as well? It's not entirely fair, is it?
So if Dash got a 1 versus 5 clutch against 5 Brazilians, who would they cheer for?
Surely Dash at that point, that's just spectacular.
Yeah, you got to. Dude's a major champ. Bonk. Good round from Psycho. Maybe he just needs a DMR. Maybe he's just lost a lot of comfort on the SMGs. We've talked about him a little bit. He's been not the greatest this tournament.
Quiet on the scoreboard, but again, playing those roles that are so necessary and very thankless, you know? When you play, I don't know, a shield like Monty, even if you're just walking about, you're usually getting pretty good value, intel, etc. Whereas you can play an Ashe, and some rounds you get no kills, you might not have any value at all. Psycho's playing valuable operators regardless of how many kills he gets on the attack. Now he's playing Oryx, he's playing Aruni. He kind of has to frag it out now on the defensive side to make it up for it.
Yeah, good. I want to see that energy out of Psycho. But what from Wildcard? Because if that round has anything to go by, then they'll be silenced very quickly here by Elevate. Now this is the Brazilian/APAC teams. Matt pick. Can I just say,
You're never gonna let that go.
These guys aren't APAC, at least not yet. If they're a full Brazilian roster, but they play in APAC, then we can start calling them APAC.
So by stage 1, they're APAC?
Yeah, but they're not yet. They haven't played a single scrim in APAC yet.
I think that's fair.
I do think it's important to credit where these Elevate guys have come from. I mean, this is a primarily tier 2 roster. Obviously, Psycho, formerly of NIP back in the day.
Πολύ καλό drone spot εδώ. Πάρα πολύ καλό.
W7M Academy, Naka and Romeo from Elevate Academy, even one of the coaches, Freezow from W7M Academy. So this is essentially like a tier 2 team that's now been rocketed to the big stage, and they're actually proving that, man, Brazilian tier 2, they've got legs.
In tier 1, they got the whole thing. I mean, no one can really topple the Brazilian region right now. The last couple of years from Rainbow Six Siege. Maybe some individual teams, but no other regions. Flashbang going out. I thought for a second they're gonna push it, but right now they're holding on. Maybe trying to bait Elevate to make a move, overstep, go for a swing, being a little bit panicky, but they got their corners. They're comfortable. Again, Wildcard on the attack, they have to problem solve them. Without the Capital, those corners are that much harder to clear. Nate comes out, misses the mark, Blackbeard up the staircase, gets good information, but what can they do with this?
Yeah, that's the problem here. Blackbeard now walks into a crossfire, Bay goes down to Semper, and there's nothing from Wildcard. One consolation frag is not near enough for the cost that they have paid. Kansan can slowly bring it back, but Wildcard cannot afford one little kill here, one little kill there. Baby Sharks had a bit of a rough slog these last couple of rounds.
Εκεί στο ραπέλ θα πεθάνεις με Brickfire, brother. Φτάνε, μην το πικάρεις άλλο.
Baby Shark now down to a 2v3, backs against the wall, Wildcard. You gotta go for kills once again.
Yeah, Psycho's in good position too. I don't think Kansan's going to be able to keep on fishing for kills here. From inside Solarium, as you said, they know exactly where he is. Valkyrie cameras from Ion, sat by Romeo at the moment in Solarium. There's so much info here for the Brazilians as Kansan continues looking for something. How good are Psycho's ears? Does he know where this player is dashing back and forth around? Kansan still just waiting for someone to peek him. You can't wait forever, son. A bit of distraction as Dash looks to try and repel on in, but it's too late. A lot of damage dealt. No diffuser to speak of. Magazine to play with, and Psycho silences his fellow Brazilian on the opposition for Elevate to tie the scoreline.
And it seems like the same story for attack here in Chalet. If you don't get those quote-unquote free...
Άργησαν πολύ εδώ ρε φίλε οι Wildcard. Άργησαν πάρα πολύ. BB πούσαρε χωρίς λόγο εκεί, έχασε πάρα πολύ life πολύ γρήγορα και πέθανε κιόλας. Μπορείς να βοηθήσεις καν την ομάδα.
This is kind of over from the push itself. Psycho was stuck in the closet corner for more than half the round. They can't kill him. They can't clear out that position. And because of that, they cannot go for a plant attempt. If Psycho wasn't here, get a player, big window repel, stop planting. The only cover is C4 downstairs when there was a flying drone from Wildcard. So again, Wildcard, we said these teams are good fundamentals, and it is true. But it seems like it's mostly a defender-sided fundamental that really is working for them, and the attacking one, lack of experience perhaps.
Yeah, I feel like Wildcard need to go and play some scrims where they just play like 50 attack rounds in a row.
That's not a bad shout.
And it's not like, okay guys, we need to sit there and have some strats. No, they just need to experience what to do in those mid-rounds, especially when things don't go to plan. Because when they didn't have a proper Ingress, as you said, after they missed all those nades and didn't have a Capital, what was their plan? Their plan was to sit there and wait for people to peek them, but guess what? They're on camera the whole time. Elevate, even if maybe in another day without that info, they wouldn't get baited into peeking. They definitely aren't going to get baited when they just see on that camera. This guy is literally just watching for us.
Yeah.
We're not going to give him a damn thing.
Also, mind you, in the first two defensive rounds, and the only two pretty much, Psycho has been the centerpiece of the strat. He was playing Library, got a 3-play, playing to live. Last round, playing that master bedroom closet, holding across the bathroom, playing to live. And the rest of Elevate and defense are playing around him.
By the way, το map αυτό εδώ που παίζουν αυτή τη στιγμή το έχουν πικάρει οι Elevate. Ξέρετε. Οι Wildcard έχουν πικάρει το επόμενο που είναι Consulate. Οπότε ουσιαστικά τώρα το match που παίζεται είναι πολύ καλύτερα δουλεμένο από τους Elevate. Θεωρητικά πάντα. Γιατί είδαμε και πριν τι έγινε στο προηγούμενο match.
Shifted away from this bomb site, but guess what? All hard breaches are in. All hard breach denial is in.
But so is the Kaid. On the flip side, when Wildcard was on the defensive side, they didn't have Kaid.
Μπορώ ακριβώς τον μάργαρα. Ακραίο.
Just play EMPs, play Thatcher, that's the counter, right? This is a roam clear, Ram Boogie Drone goes out, ton of verticality, and you're right, there's all those hard breaches available as well. I don't know exactly how Elevate envisioned this to go from a strategical point of view, because all these walls will get opened up, but they have a roamer in office.
Since when is Semper in office on Kaid?
He's just floating, dude.
Dude has somehow snuck behind enemy lines. I'm not sure if Wildcard actually like cleared this and just missed him.
Yeah,
or whether
they did a half clear.
Perhaps it was a half clear. If that's the case, they need to make sure they don't get baited into tunnel visioning on the side.
They're not watching any flying drones right now, so they have no clue about piano and office, etc. I think they've made the call that.
Ο Kaid θα τους κάνει μεγάλη ζημιά εκεί, εκτός αν το λούσει ο Kaid πάρα πολύ.
Hey guys, I'm here. No one hears it. He's got control of the verticality now.
He has to make sure he finds it. Fire! Double kill for Semper. Finally.
Okay.
Has been done to Wildcard. 40 seconds.
Oh my god.
Maybe it was a little bit too early to make that because there's still legs to this push from Wildcard. Spiker wants to try and force the plant down. Now Bay has found his opening kill, and it's forced here from Psycho. He doesn't have info where the plant's going down. Naka for a flank. It's not gonna mean a damn thing when Bay is there to cover it.
Νομίζω πήγε πολύ γρήγορα ο τέτοιος, ο Kaid. Πήγε πάρα πολύ γρήγορα.
Absolutely disgusting. So in Siege X, when you're vaulting off a ledge that's, you know, taller than vault angle itself, you're falling midair, you're forced into the hipfire action. You cannot ADS as you're midair. That's why he drops hipfire, one taps that you smokes him on the staircase. 180-degree flick behind him, boom, gets the second player. Pistol comes out, does damage to a third. Despite that, they still lose the round.
Have a look at this Game Pass highlight right here.
First bullet.
First bullet. Second guy's on a drone. Third guy, like you said, did a hunk of damage to as well. Yeah, a lot of worthwhile play there from Semper. But if I happen to be critical, it was with 40 seconds still to play. He could have waited a little bit later, potentially.
We saw kind of when they go in from the breach on the right-hand side, where the first planet attempt was going down, you can see that all the way from off his balcony because all that vert was for him. I do think he flanked a little bit too early. Of course, he got 2 kills. He said that he got his job done, but there was no real pressure from Wildcard elsewhere on the attacking side. They were comfortably waiting for the execute. They were droning like we saw. Maybe could have waited, maybe should have waited, didn't. Got a nice highlight clip though.
Sure, I think the key problem there is like if he can get 2 kills, 40 seconds left in the round, and Elevate still lose quite convincingly, then what the hell's going on with the rest of
Did you see the Bay one-tap afterwards as well? He was just jiggling 5 stairs. Boop.
Is that what he did?
Yeah, and he one-tapped the guy with a C4. That could have been the plant denier. So like, maybe...
Even then, like, Psycho's not going to die that plant. He was trying to toss it towards the bottom of the stairs.
Side. Yeah, you're right.
Didn't know it was bins.
But you're right, small things go on the wrong side. Wildcard off a huge play ends up gathering back the confidence that round to just keep fighting on. They didn't slow down despite getting flanked there. They all turned around, hey, there's a guy flanking, let's kill him first.
Oh.
Ash is just in there, immediately gets a kill to Romeo, caught in a bad timing I assume here.
Τους έκανε ρε μάλακα η ντόκα εδώ. Οκ. Wow. Μπορείς να χακάρεις και τέτοιο τώρα. Και το κινητό. Να πάρεις full control στις κάμερες.
Aggressive. What, 25 seconds into the round they find the first kill. They've got multiple players in the building 10 seconds later.
Yeah. The big thing to note here is when you get an opening kill on an entry area like that, yeah, they're in fast, but the biggest thing is they've saved themselves with 30 seconds on top because now you gotta drone it, find him, drone him again, jump in. There's no time waste now for Elevate, which means there's gonna be so much time to deal with this top mezzanine push if they wanna go for that, or they can just push the side dash, getting a little bit of...
Το κινητό ακόμα δεν το έχει χακάρει.
Dash could hack that cam too.
Yeah, I mean, I think you should go do that right now, right? Let's get the first step done now, hack the cams, set up the flying drones, let's relax for a little bit. We got Bravo we gotta utilize, hack the Banshees. They very well could... Oh, he doesn't get it. I was gonna say, if he hacks that Banshee, you can like make pressure top floor and have Dash sneak in that hallway later on.
Yeah, the thing that's gonna be hard here for Wildcard is to deal with that position at top of library stairs. That's where you've got the shield.
4 nades?
Yeah, I mean, you've got the ingredients to deal with it. But in theory, I mean, Semper is in a strong power position. He's got ADSs to protect him as well. Ooh, there's an aggressive peek from somewhere. I think Psycho, that was him. And he's just died at mezzanine, peeking out again. Another player looks for something. It's Iron. You can feel it from Elevate, the palpable stress that they need to make some kind of a move. And, well, it's not going to go down well for them. Wildcard are ready for every kind of aggression. Iron might retake mezzanine, but it doesn't matter when the rest of Wildcard are in elsewhere positions. Semper's also hunted down the Blackbeard now, forcing Iron further back, a 1 versus 5. And I don't think there's much of a chance here for Elevate. Wildcard, they started slow on their attacking side, but 2 rounds now in a row, they have looked untouchable. And 1 by 1, they hunt him down, they put him into a corner, and they put him down.
Δεν μπορούσε να κάνει τίποτα άλλο εκεί. Πορτάραν πάρα πολύ καλά εκεί η Elevate μέχρι τα μισά του round. Αλλά μετά έπεσαν αρκετοί και δεν μπορούσαν να το χολντάρουν άλλο πάνω. Αλλά ήταν καλό hold, δεν ήταν κακό από τους Elevate. Ήταν καλό hold, παρόλο που έχασαν το round.
inside the office double window on top fireplace. Swing in office, dies. Knock it downstairs in smoke. Dining hallway, dies. They were ready on all three fronts for that aggression, and yeah. Beam down the window, jumps in, gets the kill. I mean, this is cheeky.
Yeah, but the thing is, here from Elevate, like you said, they lost one player early, and every other player on the team died over-aggressing, trying to make an off-pace play.
Yeah.
There's no point to that.
But this is where I want to praise Wildcard, because when they made the off-pace plays, for example, the flank blue stairs, when they were defending, it was together.
Έχει κοιμηθεί μαλάκα η κοπέλα. What the fuck. Πώς την έχει πάρει ρε μαλάκα ο ύπνος. Αν είναι δυνατόν.
Snooze fest for the
Elevate losing, I sleep. Elevate winning. Oh, I'm awake.
Oh yeah, someone's gonna have to make that meme later. If we get another shot of her and she's awake and celebrating, definitely gonna have to create that meme format. Wildcard here though, man, what a glow up for this roster, hey? After all of last year, it was pretty pitiful with their entry into the North America League, Stage 1, 7th place, Stage 2, 5th place. Still like a mid-bottom level team at their best. Obviously, huge pickup with Dash. Baby Shark also an import over from France.
And big question mark for that roster in the beginning, right? Like communication, language barrier, cultural differences. Yeah, it didn't make any sense until you see them play.
You import, like there's so much talent in NA as well. I think it's mostly taken, but you know, you import a player like Dash from Brazil, that's huge. Baby Shark, you know, making the leap across the pond as well. Baby Shark's English is phenomenal though. I'm not sure about Dash, I can only assume it's good. Probably doesn't need good English. He's just a fragging machine.
Dash go kill. Yeah, okay, where? This window. Okay, I jump in now. Gets the kill, and that's just it. That was what happened last round in the comms, I believe. Chigilo Sophia's on one. Last one in the chamber goes down, but distraction play on the big window goes on in.
What?
Hold up, Dash. Very aggressive. 2 injures.
Howard 2 players down. Dash sneaking on through. Another one. Elevate just down to 2 players. Psycho and Romeo. Oh, Psycho misses his opportunity.
Κάνα ρε μαλάκα.
Elevate gonna be praying to God the wildcard fall into those frost mats now.
He got the fuse on the Blackbeard, just trying to play it nice and slow right now, not take any of that risk. Just again, reset it, 1 minute, 20 seconds, get the drone side, get the flanks established. You gotta figure out, can we go for a safe plan because of the vert, or do we have to send a player upstairs to deny it? For example, Vico the Repel sees it on the floor. But we see Romeo pushed out of the bomb side. Now Wildcard they own both dining and kitchen.
The C4 could be big. That's massive.
Πολύ καλός σπορ.
Does Bay still have adequate protection? He's inside the smoke. In the post plan, it's going to be nigh impossible to kill him. Baby Shark's got the cover above.
Oh boy.
All up to Romeo to save Elevate's map pick, but Wildcard.
Πάρα πολύ καλό game, μπράβο. GG's. Okay. Και τώρα παίζουν το δικό τους map.
For them, not getting those opening kills, not getting foothold inside the map, but then they figured it out and they solved it and they got the dub.
The 2 unlikely heroes of Rio will still duke it out. It's not over.
Τώρα οι Βραζιλιάνοι.
Have the upper hand. We'll be back after this.
Οπότε πρώτο map, παιδιά, πάει στους Wildcard. Έχουμε άλλο ένα map Consulate, το οποίο το έχουν επιλέξει Wildcard. Περιμένουμε να το δούμε. 5-6 λεπτά για break λογικά θα κάνουν. Τώρα οι Βραζιλιάνοι δεν ακούγονται, να σου πω την αλήθεια. Α, ούτε καν. 3 λεπτά. Ωραία, πάμε να παίξουν και τα δικά μας τα βιντεάκια που έχουμε ετοιμάσει. Ο καινούριος ήχος, το rework της class και το καινούριο elite του Wamai. Και επιστρέφουμε κι εμείς. Ακριβώς θα επιστρέψουμε. BRB τσατάρα. 2 λεπτάκια για εμείς. Για πάμε.
You know what they say. Small changes can make a big difference. Go on, try me. You're in for a real shock.
To get you ready for Siege X, today I'm going to show you how to use reverb to your advantage. Here we are in Bank, and I want to show you how to use the reverb in Siege X to help you identify what type of room the enemy is pushing you from. So to our left we have one attacker, and they're set up in the main lobby, and that's a big, echoey room. To the right we have another attacker on the B site, which is a smaller, more dampened, carpeted room. Let's take a listen to the gunshots and the footsteps and see how different they sound. So you really get a sense that that person's in a big, echoey room. So in this one sounds like it's in a much smaller, drier space. So combined with your map knowledge, you can really use this information to your advantage.
Last big things to see. Back on my push it, I do it for G's. Tuli kafunga tuka tuko keys. Squeezing and goofing in a leap of bills. Hey, we be getting more paper, no joking no more. We don't need no favors. Hey, and they know all better. We be getting more dough when they need more flavors. They must be hard, I want to see, I wanna wow. Ever since I made it, wanna wonder wow. We just when it's a shower, to do a careful wow. Bully, do me and me down on, not sticky wow.
Για πάμε λίγο. Και ξέρετε, και αύριο θα έχουμε πολλά καινούργια βιντεάκια που θα μας λικάρει η Ubisoft μόνη της. Σίγουρο αυτό. Σήμερα ήδη είχαμε αρκετά. Είχαμε και επίσημα το rework της class. Είχαμε μια πρώτη έτσι γεύση από το καινούριο audio του παιχνιδιού. Είχαμε το Elite του Amai. Όλα αυτά σε μια μέρα. Τα λίκαραν. Οπότε και αύριο σίγουρα θα έχουμε πράγματα. Και εννοείται την Κυριακή θα έχουμε full release στο Gear Roadmap. Γιατί ακόμα δεν έχουμε δει Gear Roadmap. Ξέρουμε μόνο ότι θα βγει το Siege X 10 Ιουνίου. Τίποτα άλλο. Οπότε δηλαδή το τι ακριβώς γενικά θα γίνει στο υπόλοιπο της χρονιάς δεν ξέρουμε, δεν γνωρίζουμε, αλλά την Κυριακή.
Wildcard continued to impress. Map one of the series that looked dominant and it looked scary for other teams that have been counting them out. We looked at this game, Lax, and we said that yes, coming into it, Elevate probably looked like the lesser of the two. But did we expect Wildcard to still have such prominence in a best of three?
Well, first off, Elevate need to elevate their gameplay, that's for sure. But in terms of Wildcard, I think this is kind of everything that we were expecting. Now, the casters were talking about, which is true. Wildcard really haven't played a lot of attacks given that first format during Phase 1. They were doing everything based off their defenses. But as we saw with their attacks, which personally I think both me and Fox are extremely impressed, and even for me, being a former teammate with Spiker, seeing him grow and be the IGL that he's becoming, and having all of these players on the same page.
Πολύ ωραίο σώδο εκεί, φίλε.
What he wanted to set up and have everyone do. I am really impressed with how well Spiker has matured as an IGL.
Absolutely, and for the whole team to be able to accomplish this within a month or so of practice is insane that we're actually talking about it. And obviously, you can say, oh, the Chalet is one of Wildcard's better maps. Yes, Elevate's not doing themselves any favor going to Chalet, but at the end of the day, it has absolutely nothing to do with the map. We see this on every single map from Wildcard, and I'm glad they got to showcase it on their attacks.
Στους Wildcard 2 άτομα είχαν από 11 kills. 2 άτομα. Ακραίο. 11, 11, 9, 7, 4. Και από τους Elevate 9, 8, 7, 6, 4.
I mean, what I really appreciated on attack is they controlled the tempo so well that you would have multiple instances where Dash would get that first kill.
8 λεπτά το επόμενο μάτς.
Put a little pressure on site, but immediately.
Οπότε λογικά θα κάνουν κι άλλο ένα break εδώ. Άλλο ένα break. 6 λεπτό, 5 λεπτό. Σίγουρα.
Absolutely. Sometimes, honestly, it comes down to individual players that can impact an entire game. Bay is one of those players today, especially on Chalet, that stood out as, I guess, an individual that could turn the tide. He's not the only one. Of course, Kansan had a fantastic game as well. Dash was unreal. But if we stick to Bay for a moment here, Lax, I mean, this is the kind of performance that can elevate you well into what would be a live stage performance, potentially a grand final.
Yeah, absolutely. I think when you surround yourself, like like I said, like players like Dash, like Kansan, and then also the three of Spiker, Bay, and Baby Shark that don't have any LAN experience. You don't need the crowd behind you. Sure, it's great, but what's important is that you have your teammates next to you. You have your teammates behind you. You have your teammates hyping you up. And when you're putting up a performance like this, for someone that has no LAN experience, you have to feel good. Bay is hitting one taps like he's playing ranked. You are at an international level versus international players, a former SI champion, and you're playing like you're just playing ranked. It's gotta feel good, and we have to highlight him for it.
Yeah, to have the confidence to have such a young player to be able to hold some of those death positions. Right, young players can sometimes go crazy in the stat sheet, but he's playing arguably the most difficult positions, especially on that Solar Stairs 4K that we saw, locking it down, and he knows exactly where to look, when to look. And when you're surrounded by a group of players that have the experience that they have, I mean, obviously it makes things that much easier because you have the confidence instilled in you from your team. But everybody on the team as a whole has been evolving and learning. But specifically Bay, the reason we highlighted him is because to be such a young player, a lot of people were criticizing Wildcard when they picked him up because a lot of rookies in the game recently, they'd always talk about, you know, Newers, Ashen. Bay was never really in that conversation. Everyone knew his potential, but no one has been able to see it. And so now to be on his first main stage, to still keep that level of performance, goes without saying. I mean, he is a top player so far.
Certainly does. Look, Wildcard, they're currently 1-0 up in the piece. They could close it out on Consulate, but before we get there, Maria spoke to the players just as they headed off stage for the break.
Cycle once again is playing
Δεν έκανα το μαράκι, ρε.
for APAC region in an NA organization with a full Brazilian roster. How crazy!
Super good sensation to be back on the stage. And that's it. Super happy.
Super,
Just happy.
just happy. Okay, thank you. You always played Dash in South America League, and now you are facing the Brazilian crowd going against you. How does it feel?
I feel good. I mean, it's a dream playing here. I'd like to have the option to play like in the stage in São Paulo, but I'm realizing I'm like having this opportunity now to play in front of the crowd. So I mean, I know I'm playing against Brazilians. I know the crowds for cheering for them, but tomorrow maybe they're gonna cheer for me.
Okay.
Big things to see. Back on my bush, that do it for kids. Tulika fuga tuka tuka kids. Squeezing and goofers in a leap of bills. Hey, we be getting more paper, no joking no more. We don't need no favors. Hey, and they know all better. We be getting more dough where they need more flavors. They must be hard. I want to see. I wanna wow. Ever since I made it, wanna wonder wow. We just wanna get out. What to do? I can't be out. Bully, do me down on. I keep you wow.
Δύο λεπτάκια, οπότε δεν αλλάζουμε κι εμείς. Τσιλάρουμε εδώ παρεούλα. Αυτό που μπορούμε να κάνουμε είναι να κάνουμε... να φτιάξουμε λίγο τα αποτελέσματα. Για να δούμε. Ωραία. Και το άλλο δεν έχει ανανεωθεί ακόμα, οπότε το αφήνουμε. Και πάμε εδώ. Και βλέπουμε το leaderboard έτσι όπως είναι αυτή τη στιγμή, τα brackets. Εν τω μεταξύ κάτι άκυρο. Η Nvidia νομίζω πρέπει να βγάλε update drivers αυτές τις μέρες. Αν είδα καλά. Νομίζω πρέπει να βγάλε. Για δω. τους τελευταίους driver τους έβγαλε 12 Μαΐου. 12 Μαΐου,
fans in the world. Brazil, how we doing?
Brazil.
It's a great crowd, Ian.
So good. Maria, how are you?
I'm fine. Having a good time.
Me too. Quickly, just one quick thing. Haza Careca. Yeah, if you live here, if you're part of the scene, you know what I'm talking about. But right now,
You know the meme,
yeah,
right,
you know
Ian?
the meme. I've got a surprise for everybody here in Rio. A giveaway. All right? Game Pass.
Ooh!
3 months of it. Ooh! And when CJX drops, you get exclusive content. I know, can you believe it?
Can I like have one for me?
Μαρίο, τι έπαθε Μαρίο.
By answering a question.
Okay.
So listen up, everybody. And if Maria needs to translate it all into wonderful Brazilian Portuguese, we can do that. But the question is, if you want one of these codes, São Paulo, 6 Invitational last year, the grand final.
Okay.
2 twin brothers played against each other. Who? I just want one of their names. One of the 2 players that played against each other.
Hello. Okay, so they might know the answer.
Range.
He's correct!
Έζα.
I don't know if I'm allowed to do this.
Το κέρδισα.
Pretty sure that I'm not. But the loudest one of you in the crowd right now, I will give another one of these game passes.
Ναι, καλά σιγά. Ωχ, το μαράκι θα φωνάξει.
Galera, quem gritar mais alto agora aqui na arena vai ganhar também. Então bora começar a fazer barulho? Ok. 3, 2, 1. Pode gritar! Okay.
Wait. Vamos fazer barulho! Alright. Now it's a party. You get a code as well. Oh, no, I've already given you one. Sorry, you get a code as well. Maria, thank you so much. We will see plenty more of this wonderful woman, and we'll get right back into the action here in Brazil. It's Reload.
See ya.
G'day guys, welcome back. Oh my god, I gotta say, we were just pissing ourselves laughing there. Ian's a troublemaker. Those guys are hilarious, and yeah, I can't get enough of the Brazilian attitude towards Siege. This region is so passionate about the game, and yet.
Διαβάζω και παράλληλα το τελευταίο update που έκανε η Nvidia. Πέρασε το καινούριο DLSS και το καινούριο Frame Generation στις 40 γενιά κάρτες και εννοείται στην 50 γενιά. Οκ. Ίσως χρειαστεί να το βάλουμε αυτό το update. Ίσως χρειαστεί να το κάνουμε το patch. Μάλιστα. Και έχει και optimal settings για το Assassin's Creed Shadows, το τελευταίο driver update. Okay. Ξέρεις να κάνεις DDU clean drivers? One. Έχεις κάνει ποτέ? Να κάνεις clean DDU και μετά να περάσεις το τελευταίο driver της Nvidia. Αλλά να σβήσεις τους προηγούμενους τελείω. Οκ. Κάνε ένα DDU, γιατί έχεις και εσύ τη 4070. Κάνε DDU, τους driver που έχεις τώρα και κατέβασε τους τελευταίους driver της Nvidia. Γιατί περνάει το καινούριο πεστό Frame Generation. Και αξίζει να το έχεις, αφιλά. Why not? Εγώ μάλλον θα το κάνω, πολύ πιθανό. Το κατεβάσω μετά μόλις κλείσω το stream, γιατί τώρα δεν εννοείται, δεν μπορώ να το κάνω.
APAC team, James, right? No, Brazilian
Shut up.
team.
They ain't an
Oh.
APAC.
Να το κατεβάσω.
One day, Elevate will be an APAC team.
Ωραία.
Stage one.
Going there.
Μια χαρά.
As of yet, and by the sounds of the Brazilian crowd, I think you know what.
Αλλά να κάνεις την DU, μην περάσει τους driver. Για να είναι clean install.
Where they want to start off on the attack with their prep work, break apart those defensive rounds, then swap into the comfortable side. That's the only way where I...
Δεν έχει σημασία, δεν έχει σημασία, Βαν. Κοίτα, όταν κάνεις DDU uninstall, θα σου σβήσει τα πάντα ρε, σαν να μην έχεις τους driver, κατάλαβες. Οπότε ουσιαστικά από τώρα κατέβασε από το site τους driver να το έχεις στη συλλήψη σου, κάνε DDU και μόλις ξανακάνεις restart το PC, πήγαινε στις λήψεις, πάτα τους driver που έχεις κατεβάσει, κάνε την εγκατάσταση κανονικά και είσαι πιπίλα. Κάντο έτσι.
Teams will play the Amaro, go for a quick cheeky plant. Yes, you can smoke it. Yes, you can see forward. But you have so few goals at that, they can jump back out and juke it. Tashanka, fire doesn't stop, forcing Elevate into a different plant attempt or simply just to go for kills.
Yeah, and Tachanka is not the only fire-based operator here on the lineup. We've also got the Goyo, both of which, as well as the smoke, that's like the three, the holy trinity of area denial.
Αν και πιστεύω και πολλοί κάνει release και το CGX, να ξέρετε, θα βγάλουν drivers. 1000%, είμαι 1000% σίγουρος ότι θα βγάλουν drivers. Γιατί έχουν αλλάξει πράγματα. Οπότε πρέπει να τα κάνουν και optimize με τους driver. Θέλω να πιστεύω έτσι, ότι όντως έχει κανονιστεί να γίνει driver update κιόλας. Και μην είναι τρολιά. Για πάμε να δούμε τώρα το match.
Elevate guessing, are we gonna go for a run on the main door? No, you're wasting your time right now, Romeo. Hold that angle because we are in fact not gonna overly aggress. We're gonna make you waste as much time as possible. We got the Goyo fire like you mentioned. They can simply play for time.
Again, a well-coordinated, well-synergized move from Wildcard. That C4 was tossed on out onto that window to push Romeo off. If he stays there, he dies. If he gets pushed off, then Bay can rotate back to side because Bay was getting trapped there with the buck down below and the player on his window. Really well played from Wildcard. Even though they didn't get a kill, huge value out of that team synergy.
Meeting wall opened up, drone shot shortly after. Elevate looking for a meeting-oriented attack so far. Two people in admin, Bach downstairs in Visa, and of course, the recruiter Striker on the balcony. The question is, again, how do you find the opening kill? How do you force to attack the bomb site when you're up against, again, all the deny, the smokes, the Goyo fire, etc.? Well, Flores can help you. Boss G says goodnight on Tanaka. That's Capital remove from action. That's a huge pick.
Yeah, Elevate have been really slow so far. There's been some good setup. I like the way that Semper on the Flores has been clearing a lot of util, but he's been taken down. I'm not sure where that peak came through from. Perhaps the Goyo down below. It's just an absolute bloodbath. Bay's found a hell of a lot of kills.
Αλλά κάτι γίνεται.
Romeo, the first one in the round.
Μέσα σε 5 σεκ έγιναν πόσα kills.
Is now the last one left.
Okay.
Into extinction. And Wildcard.
Πολύ δυναμικά πήγαν οι Wildcard.
A great start.
Πάρα πολύ δυναμικά.
Here on the second map.
This is the hard thing about Consulate. It can be so hard to get A, in the building in good time, and B, with every single attacker alive with pretty much full HP. Once you're in the building, it feels a little bit like Cafe sometimes, where there's just more bad gunfights to take. There's so many things to worry about. The verticality, the utility, and the crossfires the defense can establish. When you're Wildcard on these 5 upcoming defensive rounds, as long as you have a crossfire at 2 versus 1, you will always be able to punish Elevate whenever they go for a play. In that previous round, we saw that. Yes, Naka died early first to Boss G, but afterwards it was always Bay and someone else taking a fight at the same time, always applying all that pressure. Elevate, they again, they gotta just problem solve, but you're on the weaker side. Going down 2-4 half is pretty much expected here.
It is. But to me, I'm not just looking at whether the rounds are won, I'm looking at how they're won and lost. For Elevate, I want to see a little bit of an argument that they should be here, because at the moment they haven't put up a strong enough contest. 7.
Και στη δροσιά έχει σήμερα. Βασικά τώρα έβγαλε δροσιά. Μιλάμε, φέρνει ένα αεράκι, κάτσε καλά. Καλύτερο μου.
Elevate, another way to think about this. Hold that thought for a second. Baby Shark wants to go for something here. K1A switched out instead of that Boss G.
The jig is up. Cam was shot. They're waiting for it again. expecting the aggression once more, but he's now hiding below the desk. Pose, very OG operator on this map. I think it was Laxing on the desk saying that Wildcard, one of the few teams out that actually still plays Pose on Consulate. We can see why. Good amount of information. Hey, nobody's outside yellow, nobody's going for CEO. They're gonna go for admin spiral most likely instead. That info can be shared very early on, giving Wildcard an idea of where the roamers should be focusing their energy at.
I like the double special drone squad here from Elevate with the Brava and the Twitch. How are they going to deal with those bandit batteries on the main wall?
Not with Twitch drones, because that's a lobby.
Yeah.
I mean, I would say grenade over, but the thing is they don't have grenades.
Yeah.
The downside of Twitch Dokkaebi's, or Twitch Brava, is that you don't have a lot of utility yourself, but you can deny a lot of utility from the enemy. We're looking at the cam, looking at us. Okay, there we go.
Waiting for his...
Like, is it hacked or is it not hacked? What's happening here?
I think he was waiting for his shock to regen, that's the only... No, actually, he wasn't, so... Oh well.
Sometimes you gotta do double take, right?
Yeah.
You still see Shark upstairs as well. I mean, uncontested.
Yeah, the concern here from Elevate is they don't have Vert. Like, they don't know Vert operators, except for breaching charges from Nako, which is he's starting to get use of right now. They haven't hard cleared the map. They haven't even really breached the main wall. Like, what have they achieved? At this point, they're looking to sneak downstairs. This is a very risky play to be making for Elevate.
To barricade all the doors, so let's shut them open. Now the defenders know they turn their attention. Had they not barricaded that, it might have been caught off guard. 1 minute to go, yellow door as well. Elevate trying to go for a pincer maneuver, but Bay is so sharp on these gunfights.
And now Elevate's still looking to try and funnel through a few very narrow hallways. A good kill from Naka. Bay needs to be careful, overextending like that. This smoke grenade may enable a push. That mirror window is going to restrict Naka's options, but he is going to destroy it. Okay, a C4 might actually be able to counter that. Meanwhile, back from his roam, there's been success at holding down the fort for Wildcard. Big flanks from Kansan. And there's nothing for Semper to do except lay down and die. Elevate, again, no inspiration on their attacking side.
They don't go for roam clear. They don't take map control. When they get down to that backside attack, it's just very one-dimensional and predictable because all defenders did was hold F on a barricade and then had to get destroyed, had to get shot. When that happened, they got the guys, they're behind us. There's no backside, there's no surprising factor to this whatsoever. And Wildcard are just kind of getting away with these rounds without much effort.
Yeah, Wildcard didn't have to do anything special that round. They didn't have to have any incredible setups. God, Bay is so gnarly at those quick peeks.
Yes.
And even Kansan, he spent the entire round in piano using his pulse scanner, only to flank and find 2 1v1s at the end of the round.
All 3.
3 1v1s make that.
But that's again 1v1v1v1v1.
Hello.
If that's Wildcard and we flip it, it's like that would probably be a 2v1 most likely. They'll go to those kills.
Hello, καλησπέρα, τι κάνουμε, πώς είμαστε?
Bay might have overswung. He got the first kill, great. Wide swings the guy bottom spiral. I'm thinking, Bay, let's relax here for a second. But then everyone else, they see that first kind of troll play and go, guys, let's play close together. Let's not throw.
When the only kills in the round that Elevate are getting are when Wildcard is feeding, that's not a great sign for Elevate.
Και αυτό το round οι Wildcard το πήραν,
Holistically about the tournament so far here, you look at Elevate's
Για να δούμε λίγο.
losing the Fury, losing the CAG, that's one like world-class team.
Δούμε λίγο stats.
On the Rise team. Yeah. And then the wins were only over PSG and Scars, both of which were close, and both the weakest teams in the tournament. Elevate actually haven't really had a lot of experience practicing against really solid teams who are playing the way that Wildcard are playing right now. Whereas Wildcard, in contrast, like they've had a chance to play against Falcons, G2, SSG, and Secret. Oh yeah. All of which are better than almost all the opponents that Elevate have played. The Wildcard has had far better practice. It's the double-edged sword of Elevate. Yeah. But getting that early advantage, getting qualified to main stage a day early, it means they actually have less experience, and we're seeing them suffer for it.
Yeah. It's all about getting limit tested. And right now, that hasn't been the case for Elevate. They're seeing these things not work, maybe for the first time this event, because again, yeah, they're gonna run over PSG and Scars, you'd think. They weren't though, it was close games like you said. Dash, C-Force, Naka. Is that 3 for 3 in opening deaths right now? He keeps dying first, and very important operators. Capital, Grim, that's not good. Not good at all. And again now, they're holding Vert. So Wildcard, they're playing the map and saying, hey, this is the bomb side, we're gonna play in these positions. Elevate are not problem solving or getting rid of those power spots whatsoever. They're trying to go, hey guys, let's go side. Hey, let's go take this gunfight. But it's always in a disadvantageous position. I mean, how are they gonna clear this? Like the grenade? No, Dash gets a second kill.
Well, finally we do find a kill for Elevate, and it's not going to convert to much, it seems. I like the idea somewhat from Elevate. It felt like it was very one-dimensional. You've got Ion below, grenading, using that Deimos pistol. Eventually it finds one kill, but Wildcard have so much more depth to this defense. And Elevate now have to decide, do they try and clear out that top floor fully and remove those vert players, or do they try and hit the site and then have to worry about those vert players while doing so?
It's like you're having a one-layer peeler versus like a ton of layers like an onion. Like Wildcard, they have levels to this. Elevate, they choose one layer, gone with that one. But then there's another one beneath it, and beneath that, it's too simplistic.
Oh, Psycho sneaking in upstairs. A player just around the corner. His Spidey sense is tingling, but they are playing in a crossfire. He peeks the angle, but he loses the fight. Psycho goes down, another one for Wild.
Πάντως καμία σχέση το match που βλέπουμε τώρα με τα τρία μάτς σύνολο που είδαμε στο πρώτο παιχνίδι της ημέρας. Καμία σχέση. Το τι θεάμα βλέπουμε, έτσι. Καμία σχέση.
I mean, of course you can have your reasons, counters, whatever, but the numbers don't lie all that often. They are so dominant on defense, especially Consulate, and on the flip side, they're not that good on attack in the past, at least. Yeah. I want to get comfortable. They're gonna call it time of Elevate. We can listen in.
Fazer mais blocada, entendeu? Se for pra DM, faz Capitão e Nomad jogando pra lá e a gente tem a plant da Root CO, tá ligado? Vamos jogar full mais blocada.
Warning with the Nitro, I'm gonna try to Nitro the floors early on the S2 skylight, or on the yellow skylight.
Okay, perfect, okay.
And then that way if they want to push, I can still like use my goggles. If they flash, because last time we tried to flash me yellow and then jump in S2, so if he flashes I can just kill him with the warn.
Go post in the basement, the Skyrim pulse copy.
Μπρο, άκου πώς ακούγεται, παιδάκι τελείως. Τελείως παιδάκι.
Só que você tem que jogar o jogo. Faz blocado, mas faz entrando.
Ακραίο, ακραίο.
Joga sem medo, não fica demorando pra fazer os bagulho. É só jogar, porra.
Concerningly low energy in the Elevate cam.
Yeah, but I get it. And the thing I really want to praise here, Wildcard, despite the lack of experience as a full roster, as a team, they have very clear, precise...
Ο Ντουράκος.
And it's a lot of small...
Ρε, ο Ντουράκος είναι.
C4 range, go for that. Kansas said this guy repels in this spot, go for a run.
Πήγε επιτέλους στο R6, έτσι. Ο Ντουράκος, φίλε, έπαιζε R6 και το γούσταρε κιόλας, του άρεσε. Και ήταν και καλός που είχα παίξει εγώ με το... Και εσύ νομίζω, και μαζί είχαμε παίξει. Ήταν καλός ο Ντουράκος, φίλε. Φαντάζομαι να είχε και καλύτερο PC, να το έτρεχε και καλύτερα το game. Ο Ντουράκος, φίλε, ένιωθε για νιου παίχτης. Ντουράκος δύναμη.
There's no reason to make it more complicated than that, because it is just in their mind small mini games. Get the kill here, 5v4, they crumble.
And even notice there, I mean, obviously I don't speak Portuguese, I don't know what Elevate's talked about in their tactical timeout, but by the vibe of it, my analysis is like Wildcard, in their tactical timeout, they're talking about, oh guys, remember that strat, do this, but oh, don't forget about this little minutia. Yeah. Remember that time this happened in Scrim, don't do that. Whereas Elevate, it was just like...
Ρε, μήπως don't do that.
There was, you know, slunked shoulders, not a lot of hype, not a lot of energy, and I think if I'm in the Elevate camp right now, I'm not worrying about strategy. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm saying, guys, we can do better than this. Yeah. Just chill out. Like, don't take 1v1s. We've seen both of these maps so far. Elevate on the attacking side, fishing for kills, going for 1v1 plays. Just pick a strat and go to it. I'd rather have 5 players doing the same bad strat than 5 different people.
Chat, σήμερα δεν θα παρακολουθήσουμε όλα τα match. Θα δούμε και αυτό και τέλος για σήμερα. Δηλαδή θα κλείσουμε σχεδόν 5 ώρες, 5,5. Και αύριο έχουμε τα άλλα 2 match, πάλι best of 3. Το οποίο ξεκινάει το πρώτο match αύριο 7 παρατέταρτο και το δεύτερο match 10 και 4 το βράδυ. Ανίβ με τη Ρεϊντάρα, σε ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ, brother μου, να είσαι καλά. Thank you. Φίλε, τι κάνεις, πώς είσαι? Σαλάμ αλέκουμ. Αλέκουμ σαλάμ αλέκουμ. Πώς πήγαν τα games? Φίλε, τι κάνεις, Thank you για το ρεϊντάκι. I appreciate. Έπαιζα από Smurf και ευχαριστήθηκε στο game, αυτό θα μου πεις. Έκανα ένα κακό σκορ.
every single problem. It's always, oh, well, we know there's someone there. Let's just send someone to go kill them. It's not that easy. Wildcard are playing it smart, and guess what? There's another crossfire here for the North Americans. Kansas.
Τίποτα, παιδιά, πολύ δύσκολα για τους Elevate. Να γυρίσει τώρα αυτό. Του λέω πάμε 1v1. Και τι έγινε σε Jinx, S2 στα 0 set, έτσι. Από κονσόλα ήταν κι αυτός.
Trying to plant without piano control against the smoke toxic babes. Monty alone top yellow. The guy in lobby gets, flank 1v1. Here's a crossfire. He's dead. Guess what?
Μάλιστα. Καλά του έκανες. Καλά του έκανες. Θα έρθει τρελό βίντεο, για πάμε λίγο. Πάμε λίγο. Πάμε όλοι follow Ανίβ.
No response, no energy from the crowd, and nothing from the...
Που όταν είναι ήρεμος και είναι τσίλικος, είναι μια χαρά. Αλλά όταν φωνάζει, γίνεται χαμός. Πάμε λίγο. Παιδιά, μετά ξαναλέω, αν θέλετε να δείτε τα δύο μάτς τα οποία θα τρέξουν σήμερα μέχρι να ολοκληρωθεί η σημερινή μέρα, είναι η W7M με Team Falcons, καλό ματσάκι, πολύ δυνατό, και Loud με τους Furia, το τελευταίο μάτς για σήμερα. Και τα δύο είναι πάρα πολύ καλά μάτς, κρίμα που δεν θα τα δούμε, όμως θα είμαστε αύριο παρεούλα για να δούμε τα semi-finals. Και εννοείται την Κυριακή θα είμαστε και για το final. Και όταν δεν κοπανάει το γραφείο, τι λέω, κολλάω. Γράφει, καλό παιδί. Έτσι. Όταν είναι ήρεμος είναι ο καλύτερος.
Individually in his roaming, when he's playing aggressive individual or playing anchoring on the bomb side, just getting kills. His only death right now, 6-1, was him getting like really aggressive with ego swinging on that basement defense. They still won the round because Kansas got a 3K.
Έτοιμα τα drivers. Κομπλέ, clean install έκανες με την TU, έτσι όπως είπα.
Played an international event before, let alone on the stage with the crowd rooting against him. And we saw him a little bit shaky throughout the reload to survive phase. Of course, he lost his 1v1 duel to Loira on G2 with only winning.
Ωραίος. Nice.
I think that the jitters are gone for Bay. I think he's starting to come into his own.
Δοκίμασα τα και στο R6 και πες μου πώς τρέχει το R6 με τα καινούργια drivers. Ή μπορούμε να μπούμε και μαζί σε λίγο, ούτως ή άλλως θα κλείσω. Όταν γουστάρεις μετά. What? Πώς δεν τον άκουσα ρε μαλάκα, τον back που πήγε από πίσω. Πάω να φάω BRB, έγινε ρε. Αναμένω. Προχώρα στο παρασύνθημα.
Lock down the flanks, cut the rotations off, isolate Bay here and get that kill. They got Jackal, they got Dokkaebi, they have drones, find him and...
Γιατί οι άλλες οι κάποιες, μαλάκα, τους έχω πει από χθες να προχωρήσουν, να πάνε στο πρώτο mission, το οποίο είναι 10 λεπτά υπόθεση στο Dead Island 2 και δεν το έχει κάνει κανείς, μαλάκα, ο μόνος που το έχει κάνει είμαι εγώ. Παλιοκάμπιες. Είναι για μπαν, μαλάκα. Όλοι μου λένε ναι, θα παίξουμε και τον παίζουμε στο τέλος. Τι είπα.
Upstairs on top yellow, finally now getting help from his teammate of Psycho. This is a lot of time though in space on the server and there might be more Kevin traps to go. Not just that.
Καλά, ναι, δεν το λέω τώρα. Ναι, εννοείται. Αυτό ξέρω δεν το έχεις κατεβάσει. Αφού πριν 2 ώρες δεν με ρώτησες για το game. On stream. Ξέρω. Δεν το λέω για σένα. Το λέω για τον Deno, το λέω για τον Αγκώτη, το λέω για το Hightech, το λέω για την Kiki. Οκ, 2 στα 2. Βασικά ή πρώτο round είναι. Γελάς, Προλάρετε, μαλάκα.
If he doesn't win all 3 of those, I don't know if they have that round victory. Yes, it's great. Yes, they got the 4-1. They really need their second one, however. They gotta get that 2-4 half to have enough parachute
Εγώ σε λίγο είμαι έτοιμος. Ναι. Λογικά. Λογικά.
Go to overtime with 5 rounds straight. You do not want to put yourself there.
And Wildcard already demonstrated on Chalet that they have more attacking gusto today on the main stage
Λογικά.
than they did during the first phase of the tournament. They actually have a
Πολύ ωραίο shot που έχει πάνω. Smooth. Πολύ smooth shot. Ναι ρε. Σαν το high-tech. Ο high-tech μου έστειλε μήνυμα, έβαλε και την καινούρια κάρτα σήμερα, την κούμπωσε. Είμαι καυλωμένος, λέει θα παίξουμε. Ώρα και αυτά δεν μου είπε. Έτσι, μου λέει θα παίξουμε. Το. Μπορεί να μπει μόλις γυρίσω από τη σεζόν. Το Νοέμβριο. Παίζει.
Wildcard, they need to show us they have two switches. The fast aggressive cocky style when there's space for it.
Ο Αγκώτη μπήκε στο stream, μου είπε για το και για αυτός για το game. Να το κατεβάσω για να παίξουμε. Του είπα το έχω κατεβασμένο, μου λέει για αυτός και εγώ το έχω. Του λέω για να παίξουμε όμως online πρέπει να προχωρήσει το πρώτο mission. Α, μου λέει οκ, στείλε μου. Του είπα έχω ένα βίντεο για να το κάνεις γρήγορα. Οκ, στείλ το μου. Του το έστειλα, δεν μου είχε απαντήσει, είχε εξαφανιστεί. Εκεί τρέχει στα escape room. Οικιστικά. Άντε βγαλάκι τώρα. Με ποιον θα παίξουμε. Όλοι exposed τώρα. Όλοι.
Throw an extra ingredient into the round. It looks like Semper actually is using those gridlocks for flank watch rather than for an execute. Two different interpretations of how you can play that gridlock. He himself is actually going for a little bit of a roam right now, suppressing aggression now in the downstairs hallway. Meanwhile, here comes that hard breach on the side. Can't plan unless you clear the top floor.
This is the thing, with the Muncie, maybe you can. If you have basement control and you can't get C forward, Muncie shield can block the angle from top floor, especially with those smoke grenades. Baby Shark and the Warden could be, of course, the round-defining factor here for the defense, because I think they're going to smoke it, walk it with Muncie, and go direct. We've seen direct attacks before, James. It doesn't usually end well for the attackers. So much can go wrong. If one person dies, the guy covering, the guy planting, or the guy holding the flank, it can all be for nothing. Naka is ready. Capitao is getting there. When the captain says go, you go.
When the E1D brings out, that's the cue for Naka to head on inside. Gumain goes out. Here comes that Capitao fire. Is he going to have enough time?
Oh, το plan.
That 7-second plant time. Down goes the fire, and it's out, but there's no... Never mind. Bay has somehow denied the plant. It might not matter for Elevate. The diffuser has actually gone down. The Monty only died after that plant was confirmed. And now it's a post. Romeo's got the cutoff.
Άντε για τώρα. Πάει και αυτό το round. Πάει και αυτό το round.
To set his feet on that bomb site, down the hatch he goes.
Ξυπνήστε ρε.
God! Unbelievable shot from Baby Shark. A second kill, but no time to get on that diffuser. Doesn't matter what else can happen. Elevate have found the two attacks.
Σιγά μην το έπαιρνα ρε φίλε. Σιγά μην το έπαιρνα. Σαν το voice crack που έκανα.
Just the right amount of time. But as I said, if one thing could have been it, Monty just got the plant down, then he died. The fire, a little bit early. I think the Guman that Monty hit there kind of mistimed things.
Τελειώστε τώρα μαλάκες τώρα, το κάνατε derby χωρίς λόγο, έλα. Άιντε τώρα, ξυπνήστε. Wake up. Wake. Wiki.
In the first stage of this event, they did have those struggles. That could come back to haunt them once more. Nice try from Baby Shark.
Yeah, I mean, gnarly shots. We expect that from Baby Shark. But finally we're seeing Elevate actually have a clear plan, a clear conviction.
One thing together.
Guys, we're just going to breach this wall and plant with Monty.
Yeah.
What else do we need to do to achieve that? What are the steps at the start of the round? What do we need to do to support that Monty when it happens? Sad that it took them 5 or 6 rounds to finally get that on the attacking side. Now let's see if they can find a little bit more success on their defense. Wildcard surprisingly looked good on their defense on Chalet. Good on attack on Chalet. But the real thing that kind of swung that game in favor of Wildcard was the fact that Elevate just kept on pushing for kills when they didn't need to. There was so much needless aggression on the Elevate defense.
Also, the nature of Chalet, probably a lot easier to attack than Consulate. I'm sure, like we said, Chalet has been a defender-sided map so far, but so is Consulate. Now, I'll still say Chalet is easier to attack than Consulate.
A big map like Consulate, claustrophobic map like Chalet. It just happens that Chalet's ended up defensive-sided, but it's still like it's a kind of map on defense where you're very uncomfortable, even if you are winning.
And that's where we got to talk about comfortable pick operators, right? Double shield ban from Elevate, that's a very comfy thing for a lot of attackers. Of course, Blanket left open, picked here by Dash in the very first round. Wildcard, they want to open up their operator lineup. So you ban out the Valkyrie, don't gotta deal with those yellow pings as he falls below, don't gotta bring IQ every single round, of course. And then Fenrir, which further enforces that they want to entry frag, going for those kills, not get nearsighted in the process, but it does leave open, just like before, something like the Goyo, the Smoke, which can always be problematic with time. If Wildcard are too slow at the first stage of the round, getting in the building, getting their foothold, they might just not have enough time to work with, calming the plant situation. Maybe Shark almost just died, not sure to what, downstairs, a gunfight perhaps?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Oh, he's worried about
a lot of angles here.
I like the way that Elevate have set this up.
It's like a trap, right? Come in here, Baby Shark. Come on, come on.
Try and play vert.
Make some vert, please. I dare you.
You don't know which way we're going to peek you from.
But that's the thing, they have to peek it, right?
Yeah.
I want to see them. We see a flanker potentially from the lobby side. We see Baby Shark. No info for him to work with.
That's Psycho over near Tellers. He was tempted to make a play. I don't think he's getting aggressive as of yet.
They're gonna wait for the box gash to start, you know, tearing up that floor.
What the hell?
Oh, okay, all the way down. Fair enough.
He's going for a jog.
Hatch is close to the basement. He does have a spare impact in pocket though, and right now he's just waiting. Because again, Wildcard are struggling, right? Psycho continues to show where he is.
Oh,
okay, good height.
This is the problem. You ban out the Montaigne and the Blitz. Dash's two top operators at the tournament. Guess what? He'll go to his third favorite. That's the Blackbeard, and it's one of the more deadly ones. Semper finally gets enough speed. Big run out from Psycho. Takes down the CEO player, but Elevate, they cannot hold the numbers.
He's below.
One by one they fall, and they know exactly where Psycho is. Shark has cut him off.
Συγγνώμη ρε παιδιά, ο BB πώς πέθανε εκεί? Πώς πέθανε ο BB εκεί?
It is clutch. I mean, they lost all their win conditions. They lost the guy on the rappel, they lost the diffuser, the flank was opened up.
Okay.
It comes down to somehow Baby Shark to get the final kill. The Baku was downstairs all alone, half HP, pressure from everywhere. Psycho's plan, of course, you saw it, run out the yellow door with the impact grenade and take down the CEO rappel. Dash, however, had he not gotten the first pick with the Blackbeard and then grenaded the smoke away from that position CEO, I don't think that round plays out that way. So despite Dash dying, massive impact in the round. Elevate, they're going to be upset about that one because they had the round in the bag. All of a sudden, it was just gone.
Yeah, I honestly couldn't see a lot of those kills that came out from Wildcard. Well composed, and I like that they don't get too obsessed with things. Even though we had Shark going downstairs, he was really aware, could get flanked from here, could get flanked from there.
Yeah.
He's not going to just be like, oh, I'm going to take the risk and I'm going to go for the vert. Nor is he going to be like, I'm going to hard watch these holes and not do my job. He's just going to, okay, open a little bit of vert, watch.
Yeah.
He's going to open a little bit more of vert, watch. And then nothing he's committing to, he's never going to commit to a risk unless his teammate is going to make that risk a little bit more in his favor.
Και δεν με λες. Τι τρώμε. Έλατε. Εγώ μακαρονάκια με κοιμά έχω. Έλα φάμε. Έλα να φάμε για να παίξουμε LAN, να παίξω από τις κικείς.
Blackbeard blocking the ankle here for the summer charges. At least in the beginning. The wall is open now. Maverick can solo open the main breach despite any issues like a Kaid or a Tuber out, which both are in play in this one. Likely going to be safe for the
δεν μάγειρα. Εσύ διατροφή δεν κάνεις υποτίθεται. Υποτίθεται.
Runaway plays safe, come back later with a single player, and while that happens, guess what? Dash with another entry on BB.
Yeah, so what's incredible about Wildcard compared to Elevate on their attacks, right, is Wildcard, despite our criticisms of their attacking half, they can achieve two things at once.
And it's the same plan in the end.
Exactly, the same eventual plan, but the step one, they're already winning, they've already got two players up, and now, because there's so much time left on the clock, they can say, guys, let's actually not tunnel vision on the next step. Let's just sit back and relax, wait for someone to...
Πάρε μια σκεπαστή. Πάρε μια σκεπαστή αν έχεις καλό μαγαζί εκεί κοντά σου που κάνει σκεπαστές κάλες. Πολλές σκεπαστές.
Maybe not. Cycling dies elsewhere, just like that. He's forced to sprint down, but they're waiting for him in a 4v1.
Ναι ρε μαλάκα, είδες. Πολύ clean το είπα. Μπαμ απευθείας, δεν δυσκολεύτηκα. Άκουσες ότι το είπα full smooth. Είπα αστεία απευθείας. Όπου cross τον κράταγαν 3 άτομα εκεί. Άλλο ένα round παιδιά για τους Wildcard Gaming. Για να αποκλείσουν τους Elevate από το τουρνουά. Για να δούμε.
Ridiculous. It was a 4v1 on the bomb side with Dash and holding the flank as a 5th player. And again, there's no gaps to be exploited. And this is Wildcard paying respect to Elevate. They're not just gonna brute force, run down towards the bomb site saying, hey, where's the bomb site? Where's that final player here? No, they're still waiting for the flank. Despite having the Dokubi call, despite having the flank drones, despite having Blackbeard, it was a Blackbeard flank watch. They're covering all the bases of like fundamentals. You said it, James, though. To the same plan. Maverick, Ash get in the breach, other 3 guys roam clearing from Visa backside. When the Maverick breach is done, they're gonna rotate over and help the backside who's not right, they're behind essentially the plan, and play man advantage. Bathing gets a cutoff kill on top of it.
That's the thing, all that it takes is the tiniest little step number 1 from Wildcard to go successful, and then Elevate. It's like when you pour boiling water on an ant's nest, they just run apart. It's easy for Wildcard to pick off players who are looking sideways, unsure of what angles they're exposed to, desperately looking for some aggressive play. And now Elevate, I need 4 defenses in a row, they haven't even won a single bloody round yet.
Οι Elevate σε αυτό το match δεν έχουν παίξει καθόλου. Σε αυτό το map είναι φαντάσματα σε αυτό το map πραγματικά. Για να μην πω κάτι άλλο πιο βαρύ. Είναι φαντάσματα απλά. Ευτυχώς για εμάς που έχουμε βάλει predict να περάσουν οι wildcard και θα το κερδίσουμε αυτό. Αφού χάσαμε το προηγούμενο.
Flash goes out. Awkward, yeah, get out of there. Stay alive, baby shark. Got the call coming up soon momentarily here. But now already, Elevate, they're dropping down the hatches. They're thinking, bomb sites under danger. Let's help the bomb site. So that play has now made the roam clear top floor all that much easier.
And the logic bomb to come out. Now Baby Shark is safe to activate his gadget. Would have liked him to smash that mirror window while he was at it, but it's okay. What matters more is staying alive. Ooh. Just waiting is Spiker for someone to cross his threshold.
Wait.
To their credit,
είδα κουνούπι μαλάκα. Είδα κουνούπι.
They're playing it a little bit more passively for now, but it wouldn't change much.
Γάμισα, όχι απλά το σκότωσα. Το διέλυσα.
Still just sitting back and hoping that
Ολοκούνουπο γάμο.
Dash wants to move up from the hallway, but doesn't need to over-aggress as of yet. Out goes the bees. He can't move forward though because of that.
Αλλά για τόσο δυνατά που το βάρεσα πόνωσα τα χέρια μου. Με μίσος. Εξαήλωση έφαγε το κουνούπι. Ολοκούνουπα γάμο. Τόσο χρήσιμα όμως. Είναι χρήσιμα τα μπάσταρδα. Είναι χρήσιμα. Δυστυχώς.
Dash is marching on forward, vulnerable to that vert below. Now remember, the bomb site is downstairs in lobby and press. It is not up here, but Wildcard need to clear this top floor to prevent any vertical gain from the defensive side.
Χρησιμότητα που την είδες. Μπρο, αν δεν υπήρχαν τα κουνούπια, ξέρεις πόσα είδη θα είχαν αφανιστεί. Και μπορεί πολύ πιθανόν και ο άνθρωπος να μην ζούσε. Να μην υπήρχε ο άνθρωπος. Να ξέρεις. Είναι αλυσίδα, ρε. Είναι αλυσίδα. Μόνο οι ιούς μεταδίδουν. Είναι αλυσίδα, σου λέω. Είναι πολύ χρήσιμα τα κουνούπια.
Romeo on such low HP, he can find one with the gas, but it's just him and Iron. Making his way back to side. Kansan's found him.
This is μάγες. This.
Wildcard, they're through to the semi-finals.
Για πάμε λίγο. Για πάμε λίγο το predict. This. Δεν ήταν τόσο θεαματικό όσο το πρώτο match που είδαμε της ημέρας. Καμία σχέση. Αλλά εντάξει, it's okay. Αφού κερδίσαμε το predict, it's okay. All good. Λοιπόν, το επόμενο ματσάκι, αν θέλετε να πάτε στο official channel του Rainbow Six Siege για να το δείτε, είναι W7M με Team Falcons, πολύ καλό ματσάκι. Και το τελευταίο μάτσο και το πιο δυνατό για εμένα, Loud με τους Furia. Και αύριο εννοείται semi-finals, 7 παρατέταρτο το πρώτο μάτς, 10 και 4 το δεύτερο μάτς, best of 3 και αυτό. Και την Κυριακή εννοείται 10 και 4 είναι ο μεγάλος τελικός. Και πιο νωρίς θα έχουμε και τις ανακοινώσεις για το CGX, το τι ακριβώς θα μπει στο patch, με περισσότερες λεπτομέρειες. Και εννοείται θα έχουμε και Gear Roadmap, το τι ακριβώς θα κάνουν στο Gear, γιατί δεν μας έχουν ανακοινώσει στο Invitational το τι θα κάνουν. Αυτά. Λοιπόν, θα ακούσουμε λίγο την ανάλυση τώρα που θα κάνουν και μόλις δώσουν break θα κλείσουμε και εμείς αν είναι. Ακούσουμε λίγο συνεντεύξεις και αυτά.
Shark and Dash, but of course it's a 5 full roster of players that have shown up here on the main stage. And let's go.
Εγώ ανοίξα την πόρτα πριν μαλάκα και μπήκαν κουνούπια μέσα. Γάμο την τρέλα μου ρε.
Congratulations! Oh my god! You're playing out of your mind.
Γι' αυτό δεν έκλεισα βανικά.
You changed your mindset for this championship, is that right?
Yeah, about 2 weeks ago or so, we weren't happy with how we were playing, so we completely changed our play style about 2 weeks ago, and I mean, you can see the results. We're playing very well since then, so.
Muito bom. Eu tava falando pra ele aqui que parece que eles mudaram completamente o mindset da equipe aqui pra esse campeonato, e ele falou que eles mudaram e deu bons resultados até aqui. Yeah.
Spiker, you've got such a eclectic mix of talent from all over the world. What is it that makes you guys tick? Why is it working so well right now?
Honestly, it's just time together. Time with Shark and Dash, you know, having time with English just makes everything better. Comms flow much better mid-round, everything just flows better the more time we have together.
Muito bom, eles têm aqui jogadores do mundo todo, mas eles mudaram aqui todo o mindset deles, inclusive para o inglês, com o Dash, né, o nosso jogador brasileiro, e tá indo muito bem até aqui.
Do you still feel like underdogs, even though you've now locked in that semi-final spot tomorrow?
I think we're going to kind of have that mentality the whole tournament, and after, you know, it'll probably change a little bit, but our whole thing with the tournament was just come in and play and see what happens, and that's what we're going to keep doing.
Acho que eles não se sentem mais os underdogs nesse momento, eles vão vir com esse bom mindset aqui pra semifinal.
Ρε μαλάκα, με βάζεις την κοπέλα στη μούρη μου. Μου με αναγκάζει να αλλάξω την κάμερα ρε μαλάκα. Αν είναι δυνατόν.
Just like we have every other team, you know, we're going to respect them the same way. They've played really well this whole event, so we're going to respect them just like any other team and play our game.
Έλα.
Ele disse que ele vai se preparar como ele tem se preparado aqui.
Preparajo.
Torneio para jogar amanhã contra a Kagasaka, respeitando a história deles aqui como semifinalistas.
Μπροστά στη μούρη της κοπέλας να μου.
Stay right there, just briefly, just come with me just for a second. We haven't talked about this thing enough. This has got to be one of the coolest trophies that ASICS Esports has ever produced. This shield could be yours. Have a good look at it, and then I want you to spin round and I want you to tell me.
Εντάξει bro, είναι ωραίο το shield.
Well, thank you very much. Go and prepare. Cheers, brother. That was good stuff.
Yeah, ele falou que ele quer
mais
do que tudo esse troféu. Let's see.
Θα του κάνω. Πρώτο κουνούπι που σκούτωσα εδώ έφυγε. Το έριξα κάτω με το χέρι μου ρε μαλάκα. Damn. Λοιπόν, Τζατάρα μου, ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ για το support σήμερα. Thank you so freaking much. Ήταν από ειδικές δυνάμεις. Αναστήθηκε. Έκανε Steam Ανδρεναλίνης. Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ για το supportάκι. Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ για το rate των Ανίφ. Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ για το follow που έγινε. Και γενικά όσα παιδιά κάθισαν μέχρι αυτήν την ώρα στο stream. Thank you. Να έχετε ένα όμορφο βράδυ. Ακολουθούν 2 πολύ καλά match. Μπείτε αν θέλετε στο official channel του R6 να τα δείτε. Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ, αλήθεια, που στηρίζετε αυτή τη φάση. Θα τα πούμε αύριο με semi-finals και την Κυριακή με το μεγάλο τελικό και ανακοίνωση Year Map και Season μαζί με TTS τη Δευτέρα. Αυτά. Θα παίξουν άλλη μία τα βιντεάκια με τον ήχο και το... Πες και τα άλλα, τα 3 βιντεάκια σύνολο που βγήκαν σήμερα, να τα δείτε. Και κλείνουμε. Στείλε μου, Τένο, στείλε μου. Ναι. Έγινε. Φιλάκια, να είστε καλά. Τσάου. Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ για όλα. Τα λέμε αύριο. Αύριο τα λέμε... Τι ώρα ανοίξουμε? 7 η ώρα ξεκινάει το πρώτο μάτς. Ανοίξουμε... 6.30, 6 εκεί. 6.30, 6 αύριο θα ανοίξουμε. Τσάου. Bye.
You know what they say. Small changes can make a big difference. Go on, try me. You're in for a real shock.
To get you ready for Siege X, today I'm going to show you how to use reverb to your advantage. Here we are in Bank, and I want to show you how to use the reverb in Siege X to help you identify what type of room the enemy is pushing you from. So to our left we have one attacker, and they're set up in the main lobby. And that's a big, echoey room. To the right we have another attacker on the B site, which is a smaller, more dampened, carpeted room. Let's take a listen to the gunshots and the footsteps and see how different they sound. So you really get a sense that that person's in a big, echoey room. So in this one sounds like it's in a much smaller, drier space. So combined with your map knowledge, you can really use this information to your advantage.
Big things to see. Back on my bullshit, I do it for G's. Tuli kafunga tuka tuko keys. Squeezing and goofing in a little bill. Hey, we be getting more paper, no joking no more. We don't need no favors. Hey, and they know all better. We be getting more dough when they need more flavors. They must be hard, I want to see, I wanna wow. Ever since I made it, wanna wonder wow. We just wanna get out, what you do, I can't be out. Bully, do me, I'm down on, I wow.